Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the 2023 New South Wales Primary School Sports Association Primary Athletics Championships, being held here at Sydney Athletics Centre, Homebush. I acknowledge that at this event we are on the lands of the Wongal people and pay our respect to elders past and present, and extend that respect to the Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander people viewing this broadcast. We'll be capturing all the track events on this stream over the next 2 days, and please note there are 2 dedicated field streams that will cover as many field events as possible. All streams can be accessed through the School Sport Unit YouTube channel, the main page. Over the next 2 days, we really hope you enjoy watching the athletics talents and performances of these primary students from all across New South Wales. Over the next 2 days, we'll have almost 2,300 competitors, representing approximately 1,000 schools across New South Wales, from small one-teacher schools to the bigger primary schools in our systems. So we are blessed today. We have a lovely weather. Our first event is going to be the girls 8 to 10 years 1,500 metres run. And they are moving around to being marshalled at the moment. At this point in time, I'd like to thank all the parents who have travelled to Sydney, and hopefully those who have come from the country areas and rural areas of New South Wales will enjoy their time in Sydney for the next 2 days. And to all the competitors, we wish them all the very best. Hopefully that you'll make new friends, maybe achieve a personal best, but most importantly, enjoy your time here at the Sydney Olympic Park at the Athletics Championships for this year. These championships have developed from the very first time they were held back in the 1896, when we had events such as cricket stump throwing. The events have become more traditional to what we used to have, but they have developed over that period of time. One of the cricketing greats of Australia, in fact, won that cricket throwing stump competition.
Who was that, Neil?
That was Victor Trumper.
Oh.
Victor Trumper. They actually threw the ball at the cricket stump. They didn't throw the cricket stump. It wasn't like a javelin, early javelin.
I reckon we bring it back. Halftime entertainment.
We should. For those people who have just joined us, we did have a march past this morning with the Public Schools Millennium Band, courtesy of the Arts Unit of New South Wales, who put on a magnificent performance for the crowd that is already building up here today. We're expecting a temperature of around 30 degrees, but with some inclement weather coming in tomorrow. With me today on the microphones are Mr. Grant Parker and Nathan Breen, who is the athletics caller guru in New South Wales.
Well, I love a 1,500, Neil, and we are starting off with, it's only been on the program for a few years, I believe, a new edition. Obviously, the 800 was the longest distance available to our PSSA competitors in primary schools, but now they've got the distance runners got an opportunity to compete here over the 15 and 800 metres. It looks like we're just about ready here for a start in the girls 8 to 10 years, 1,500 metres. There will be 2 timed finals here, so we will take the top 3 overall across those races to determine our PSSA state medalists for 2023. Girls 8 to 10 years, will run you through the field quickly now. Number 1, Ada Holdworth of Gerringong South Coast. Number 2, Annabelle Clifton of Toongabbie, Sydney West. Number 3, Marley Legg Moree, Northwest. Number 4, Mia Gamble, Rana Heights, Western Region. Number 5, Grace Rossington Taylor, Glen Innes, Northwest. Number 6, Lya Dager, Parramatta, Sydney Southwest. Number 7, Caitlin Butler of Kellyville, Sydney West Region. Number 8, Amelia Rose Kai of Guys, Sydney Southwest, thank you. Number 9, Valley Bodian, Lillian Western Region. Number 10, Ellie Down, Cora Bell, and North Coast Region. Number 11, Charlotte Caretaker of Deniliquin, Riverina Region. Number 12, Ava Harris. And number 13, Emily Pace of Stanwell Park, South Coast. Number 14, Imogen Casey of Appin, Sydney South West. Number 15, Claudia Knott of Cootamundra Riverina. Number 16, Florence Hoff of Western Region. Number 17, Sophie Eddy of Riverina. 18, Lee Al-Qasim, North Kellyville. And 19, Molly Stone of Wingham. And have a look at the start we have got off to. And one of the great things about primary school racing here is how they are not afraid to attack it from the start. And it looks like our Sydney West competitor going to a very early lead there and really trying to string this field out, knowing that they are racing for time here. We have got the seed times, and most of these, well, all of these athletes have done it at region, but they didn't do it at zone, most of them, and school level. So they have to nominate times to get through. And our leading two competitors here as they work their way down.
I think that's the girl from Western and behind there.
So it looks like hip number 18 there, Leah Kasim, with 3 laps to go, leading through Florence Hoff. And there you're leading through pretty quick pace through here as we see Annabelle Clifton leading through Caitlin Butler. They're in 3rd and 4th at the moment, through with 3 laps to go in the first of 2 time finals. Remember, the times will be compared. They're not that cruel. They're not going to make them run another 1,500 to get through to the final. But they are setting an incredible tempo here. 1:16 through the first 400 metres as we see Florence Hoff now of Western Region, Neil. Western Region in the lead position here along the back straight for the second time.
We also have a competitor who I noticed it from representing Barrier, Ava Harris, who is the School of the Air. So she is a very remote student and athlete. So hopefully she'll fly the colours for Barrier very high today. Barrier is a sub-region of the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association and caters for about 35 schools within that Broken Hill area.
So welcome to everyone joining us live stream. What's the time, Neil? It looks like our primary schools would have started.
On time.
Yep, so bang on time here, 9 a.m. start. So welcome if you're watching in classrooms, if your teachers have been good enough to give you some time off class to support your fellow students here. And I tell you what, Florence Hoff and Western Region Coodale Primary School have got something to be proud of here because she has got a 30-metre lead with 800 metres to go, 2:25 the split. Then Leah Al-Qasim in North Kellyville, she was the early leader. She shifted back into second, and now we see the rest of the field just start to close in a little bit on her. The South Coast competitor there in third, but a couple of moves now around, and some starting to feel the pinch here. It's really hard for athletes this age to know how to pace this because they haven't had a lot of experience. They've done quite a few 800, some of them, but 1,500, and they are used to 2K cross country as well. But having the track look over the shoulder there from Florence Hoff as she heads along the back straight, opening up the margin a little bit more. It's probably out to about 60 metres now.
She's maintaining a very good pace.
You can tell she's under a bit of, she's feeling the lactic acid, but she's still holding her form, and that's so important. Instead of making the pace drop considerably, if you're able to hold your form in the back end of these races, then you definitely can hold off those who are hurting as well, who are trying to close that gap. And still a few moves being made around this bend for that second and third spot. See what time they can post. So looking at the seed time here of Florence, 5:46.
Well, I think she's going to be under that if she maintains this pace. She's had another quick look over her shoulder.
So it looks like on paper the fastest seed times are in this second time final, but we have seen it before where an athlete has got on the podium from the theoretically slower of the two races. They collect the bell. Emily Pace, Neil, has moved up into second.
Yep.
And Leah Al-Qasim in third for Sydney West Region as they go round. And she's made another move, our race leader. So she looked to be tiring there, but she's got another second win with about 3:50 to run.
I think it's going to be a very interesting challenge for second place. We've had another change there. The Sydney West girl has jumped back up into second, but there's been a challenge from the Sydney Southwest. And I think it's a Riverina girl just in behind her.
I think you're right, and the Riverina athlete looks to be moving wide and working her way through the gears here. She knows she's got well under a minute left of running to go, but is still 50 metres behind Florence Hoff come into the event with 5:46 her seat time, and she looks like she will demolish that because it's only at 5 minutes and she's got 120 metres to run here. So the first race, the record for this event is held by Ivy Boothroyd, who has come back from injury. And Neil,
what a massive finish she's put in. She's going for the personal best time here.
Incredible. Maybe we'll see her in the sprints later on, but that's an incredible run. Absolutely demolished her previous best by about 17, 18 seconds for 1,500 metres. She probably hasn't done a lot of them, but still, that's a tremendous effort. And she looks pretty comfortable at the end as well. Or definitely her body language not giving too much away. Leah El-Qasim in second, followed by Leah Dager in third. Then back to the South Coast competitor, Emily Pace, followed by Ellie Down of North Coast. Next two is Sophie Eddy and Molly Stone as the rest of the girls fight hard. Great to see the sprint finishes on here for every single place to see how they rank against the very best that New South Wales has to offer in this age group. The 8 to 10 years girls, 1,500 metres, timed final number 1.
Of course, the winners of this event will be selected in the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association team, athletics team, to travel to Tasmania to compete at the School Sport Australia event coming up in early November.
Incredibly exciting opportunity to represent your state at such a young age as well. We know some of the quality that we've had through these New South Wales PSSA championships. We'll take you through some of those athletes later on throughout the event. Some current superstars amongst all sports have started their journeys here in athletics. Obviously, running, jumping, throwing, walking, rolling being fundamentals for every sport, every land-based sport that we've got here on the Olympic and Paralympic program.
Just having a look at the list of Australian representatives, Jessica Hull would have been an 800-metre runner at this event.
Yep.
But she's gone on in the 1,500, 3,000, 5,000 metre, one of our best athletes at the moment.
I think she's got about 6 Australian records, indoors included at the moment. Incredible athlete.
Well, competed at the World Championships. And
World Championship cross-country relay bronze medalist in Bathurst earlier this year for Team Australia. Alongside Ollie Hoare, who's Commonwealth 1,500 champion. Came through Laguna Street Public School, I believe, at these PSSA championships. So here we go, time final number 2. Shredder Shayleesh wearing hip number 1 for Girraween. Number 2 is Mia Darrington. Number 3, Brooklyn McWilliams. Number 4, Charlotte Slattery. Number 5, Lila Glynn. Number 6, Annie Zabinski. Number 7, Stella Mace. Number 8, Jasmine Miogi. Number 9, Maeva Clifford. Number 10, Karina Ung. Number 11, Claire Godfrey. Number 12, Alana Gibb. 13 is Tao Nguyen Din. Number 14, Lola Parker. Number 15, Giselle Bacara. 16, Jenna Hayden. 17, Macy McDermott. Evelyn Lully wearing hip number 18. Emma Shields, number 19. Recognise that name. Number 20 is Ava Koshitsky. Number 20 there in the second of 2-time final. So theoretically, this is the faster of the races. On paper, here's our Sydney North competitor, Emma Shields, leading through Brooklyn McWilliams of Flinders Public School in South Coast region. She's moved off the rail, so looks like she's pretty comfortable. And 2 McKillop girls there. Three McKillop girls, 3rd, 4th and 5th there. So McKillop have been so strong in the regional point score over the years, Neil. It looks like, I think they've won the most out of any region, 16 titles, and from that 1996 to 2002 period had an absolute dominance. The McKillop, for those who aren't aware, the southern Catholic school region, or the South and Paulding Catholic schools northern region. But it's Sydney North leading through here, looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I noticed, Nathan, that there's a representative from your old alma mater in this event. Our Lady of Fatima Caringbah.
School of Excellence down there in Caringbah.
School of Excellence.
Produced many quality graduate over the years. As we see them come through, 2 laps to go, they'll see on the board and showing really, really good form here. So interesting to see what the mindset of this third and fourth, these McKillop girls here, whether they just leave them out and slowly build the pace, or whether they just put in more of an effort and get that mental relief if they're able to get on the back of our leading two here. But it's Emma Shields leading through. Well, as we say that, it's Brooklyn McWilliams who's just moved past the shoulder, and then Shields pushes up again. So she doesn't want to give up that lead position. So fascinating battle out here in front. So 5:28 thereabouts the time to beat. And they are well and truly on pace to do that. They're on pretty much 5-minute tempo on the dot here. Just a fraction over, 2:42 through the 800-metre mark in the second time final for the H10 girls. Get a great shot of them there along the back straight as well. And still, she's just happy to run that extra distance, isn't she? So... maybe yes. And now she moves across. So she's found a window there. She's moved across the heads of Emma Shields, who's done a lot of the leading and been very assertive in holding that lead position on the rail. Now we've got there's a big move here as well. Might be another Sydney North, I think.
Sydney North.
Coming up to one of our McKillop
No,
girls.
it might be Sydney East, actually.
Sydney East there. Yeah, coming up to one of our McKillop girls. She's in fourth place now. Made a big move around the bend. But South Coast here, Brooklyn McWilliams.
Oh, actually, it's Polding.
Holding, going for gold here as they hit the bell. I tell you what, has this been the biggest 400-metre effort? She thinks it's finished. Yeah. She thinks it's done. So I was going to say, like, surely that next 400 metres. We'll see what she's got, though. This will be a really, really big mental test. That's still a mace there from Polding in third place. We'll see what she's able to do. She's probably thinking, why aren't the rest of the girls sprinting more? So it's the battle we've seen at the front for the most part of this race. Again, as Shields.
Yeah, she's opened up a good lead there.
What do you reckon? Who's your pick, Neil?
Well, I think it's still a bit close to call. I think the girl in second place has still got a bit of fight left in her, but...
So, on paper, there's only 3 seconds separate. Brooklyn McWilliams, 5:13. She came into the event with, and Emma Shields, 5:16. And this is for the gold medal, the first gold medal of the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Championships at Sydney Olympic Park.
It might be Emma Shields, who's opened up quite a good lead now. As she comes down the last 100 metres.
And I tell you what, though, there was a noticeable increase by Brooklyn McWilliams. I think she might run out of room, though, because Shields from Toukley Public School, Sydney North, 5:16 her best. The gold medal is hers, and she is the state champion, the first for 2023. 5:10, incredible running for such a young age. Brooklyn McWilliams there in second, and a great effort by Jenna Hayden of Guymere. And have a look at that. Still a mace. Yeah. She sprinted early, but she was still good enough to get fourth at the end there with a lot more lactic acid in the legs over that last lap than what she would want to have had. Claire Godfrey coming through from CIS there as the rest of the girls. It is so close at this level. Remember, a lot of these athletes will be winning their regions, and some of them winning quite considerably. So maybe their first time. Maybe their second time with cross-country as well, 2K cross-country, they would have seen each other. But a lot of them, well, in cross-country, the 8 and 9s don't run up against the 10-year-olds. So a unique opportunity for our 9-year-olds to see how they go against some more experienced athletes. Now, boys line up now. That was a great race. So, Neil, who we got in this first of two time finals here for the 8 to 10 boys, 1500.
So having a look at the times, is I think the best time is around 5:21 or 5:19. There's a 5:19 there, and the record here is held by Joshua O'Connell, and it was set in 2017, and he ran 4 minutes 44:35. Wow. So I reckon that record's going to take a lot of challenging to get that. That's a huge event. Although in the second heat we've got a few runners at in the high fours.
It's a man by the name of Archie Herb in this second heat.
Yeah,
4:43 I was at the Sydney East Championships. He was very impressive there. I think he's got a big program too with the sprints and relays, etc. as well.
He's also a very good cross-country runner. I think his brother may be in a later event if he hasn't moved on to high school. Yeah, there he is, Billy Herb.
Billy, yeah. So the first of 2-time finals here, lined up just about in hands of the starter. Sajjad Basudi of Wentworth in 1. Albury Public School, Alastair Lee in 2. Charlie Fitzgerald wearing number 3. Number 4, Flynn Rourke. Number 5, from Terranora North Coast, is Benji Eek. Number 6 is Quade Young of Gunnedah Northwest Region. Also from Northwest Region, Quirindi Public School representative Percy Toole in number 7. Jacob Meredith wearing number 8 for Eschol Park, Sydney Southwest. Number 9, Lachlan McNeish of Forestville, Sydney North. Number 10, Fraser Hawke of Adamstown, Hunter Region. Number 11, David Kirby of Perthville, Western Region. Number 12, Ollie Gross of Arana Heights, Western Region. 13 is Ned Hingley of Narina Hills. Number 14 from St Aloysius Cronulla is Jackson West. Number 15, Sarvan Darkle of Mount Annan. Number 16, Nate Appleyard of Winston Hills. Number 17, Chase Hobby of Blaney Public School. Number 18, Spencer Toole of Quirindi Northwest. Number 19, Matthew Balcombe of Mowbray, Sydney North. And number 20, Curtis Rayner of Balgownie South Coast.
I think we've got twins in this race. Young Percy Toole from Quirindi and his brother Spencer Toole.
There you go. Very good training partners, and
let's see how they go together.
So leading through as they go through, Nate Appleyard, he's wearing hip number 16. He's leading through both Lachlan McNeish, wearing number 9, and also Matthew Balcombe of Mowbray. He's in 3rd. So Sydney North in 2 and 3 at the moment. There's a big move around by, I think, one of our Sydney Southwest competitors. He's worked out that the pace is on at the front. He doesn't want to get left behind, and he's pushed up into 4th place. We'll try and pick up his hip number as well, but that's a big move by him. But it's Nate Appleyard setting an incredible tempo in the early stages of this race. And 5:21, his seed time coming in. A couple quicker than him. There's only 2 or 3 quicker than him on paper here, but he has said, catch me if you can. The rest of the boys just trying to find some sort of rhythm. And they'll be used to these frantic starts in cross-country racing. But at Eastern Creek, they've got about 80 of them, so this might feel a little bit better.
Not as crowded.
Not quite as crowded, but
I do have to correct myself. I don't think they're twins. I think one might be a 9-year-old and the other might be a 10-year-old.
There you go.
The two boys.
Still interesting. Bragging rights up for grabs there. I tell you what, I know they've slowed down a little bit here, but the gap is still the same. So that if they are just slowing a little bit off that very quick early tempo, it is just ever so slightly here. Great running as well by Flynn Rourke of Riverina. He's in 5th position there in the black and white. The 2 South Coast boys filtering in behind, Northwest just behind them as well. So the 800 metre split here is about 2:45, and now these 3 have come together. So they've put in a great effort, those Sydney North pair, and they've worked together around that bend, and they're going to push up into 1st and 2nd now. We'll see what response that Nate Appleyard of Winston Hills has got, our early leader. He still looks comfortable. He doesn't look tense in the shoulders, but body language can be deceptive, we know. And this battle for 3rd on as well. South Coast boys pushing up. It's Sydney North 1 and 2. And it's Lachlan McNeish of Forestville Public and Matthew Balcombe of Mowbray coming into the top of the straight with 500 to run. So here he goes now, Lachlan McNeish, Forestville Public School, 5:18 his seed time, and he's getting after it now. He'll hear the bell. Matthew Balcombe and Mowbray, Sydney North, getting after his, we'll call it teammate here, same region. Lens, Nate Appleyard just hanging on, hanging tough there, just trying to see what closing speed he can find within the legs, within the lactic burn that the 1500 provides. And Ed Hingley, Narina Hills in 4th place there from the South Coast region. Still not over here. Into the back straight for the final time. Sydney North, we know how strong they are as a region, very geographically spread, the Central Coast, and incorporated into the Sydney North region as well. But these boys are so gutsy. Look at them go with 200 metres to go. And it's McNeish of Forestville leading through Matthew Balcombe of Mowbray, Sydney North. 1 second separating them on paper heading into these championships. This might be the regional times they did. Not 100% sure, but with 100 to go, that time is going to be demolished.
The young lad from Riverina has made a good surge to come in the third position.
And so has this man, Matthew Balcombe of Mowbray. I'll tell you what, it's a great response by McNeish, but he probably didn't expect that. Smart move to move into lane 1, and that is an incredibly well-timed race. Well done, Matthew Balcombe. 5:08.50. We'll remember that time. Matthew Balcombe, Lachlan McNeish. And a big finish here for third as well. Great job by Flynn Rourke, the Riverina athlete, third across the line ahead of Ned Hingley, who battled well all the way through from Norena Hills South Coast. So that's the first time final. The 8 to 10 boys, 1,500 metres is one to come. More of the athletes fighting every single position. It's a great incentive as well. If you're ranked 21st in the state one year, then trying to get in the top 20 the next year, just building on, because we know it's only the start of a very, very long journey for these athletes, and enjoyment of the sport is the main priority here. They all look to be having a good time here. Out ends in good spirits. The PWSA Championships, we'll be seeing them in plenty of other events, some of them as well. Very multi-talented, not just in athletics, but in many other sports as well.
It's interesting, the young boy then from Mowbray Public School, Elisa Jourdain, was also attended Mowbray, one of Australia's current Paralympians.
And what have we got? It was 160 or something para-athletes.
168.
168. That's incredible. It's got to be a new record. And really, a lot of kudos goes to all the teachers and those who've promoted opportunities at all geographical regions across the state from this primary school age onwards. That is a terrific number, and great to see more and more opportunities. I know with our frame running and race running as well, we had a couple of athletes. I know in high school and some of our primary school, we had one at Sydney East, so hopefully we see him later on in our para sprint events.
And the numbers have certainly grown exponentially over the last few years. And I think a lot of that can be put down to the work done by the school sports unit.
Well, that's school sports just about removing barriers, whether it be a cost barrier, whether it be a geographical barrier. That's what it's all about, and that is why every single region is so well represented here as we go to the second time final. This is an argy-bargy start. They've just got to slowly work their way across into lane number 1. You can see Archie Herb, it is on the outside, trying to move his way up. He's got the quickest seed time coming in at 4:43. We'll run you through the full field, though. Archie Galvin in 1, Herbert Schmood in 2, Luke Dogan 3, Reese Bergan in 4, Hudson Fisher 5, Alexander Miller wearing hip number 6, Hunter Poshiak 7, Jesse Baker in 8, Jet Dennis in 9, Elliot Webster in 10, Kobe Short, hip number 11, Levi McKenzie in 12, Henry Jenner in 13, Oliver Finch in 14, Otto Watts Russell 15, Zane Fletcher in 16.
Archie Herb is leading away just ahead of Levi McKenzie from Moira Public School. And then we had two of the CIS runners in 3rd and 4th.
And we've also got William Middleton, 17, Archie Herb, as we said, right up there, hip number 18. Reed Martinez, watch out for him, hip number 19. And another one of our Sydney East competitors wearing hip number 20.
Looks like Levi McKenzie's decided to take the lead, with Archie Herb just in behind.
This is a super quick pace. Ridiculously quick through the 500 metre mark here. So we are under, at the moment, this no doubt will slow. We're under 4:30 pace, Neil. The record is 4:44.35. from 2017 for the 8 to 10 years boys 1500 metres. And we got a really good leading pack coming through. This is Martinez moving his way around to the outside. He's shifted up to the back of Levi McKenzie, who's in the lead, and Herb. He's given away a bit of height on the other boys. He's still not fully developed, but he's got the leg speed up to match it. We'll see what he's got. So we see pushing up to the inside of him. I think that was Elliot Webster?
Yes.
CIS, yes.
Yep, Elliot Webster.
And then just behind there, we've got Alexander Miller and also Kobe Short. And this leading pack now just starting to string out. He's doing a great job here, isn't he?
Yeah.
Levi McKenzie driving this pace and keeping it honest. He might not back the finishing speed of some of the other athletes, which might be the approach and why he's getting after it early. But 2:30, thereabouts through the 800 metre split. So this is quick. It's really quick.
Another Sydney East boys moved up alongside Archie Herb, so they might work together, both being Sydney East.
Wow. This is going to be very interesting, this last 400 metres, I reckon. As we said, because of the inexperience of these athletes over this 1500 metre distance, you never know what someone has got over the last 400. They might have a lot, be more in the comfort zone than what they look. Looks like we just took a look at the watch there, Archie Herbs, see what pace is on the Sylvania Heights Public School. He's in the orange shoes there. So Sydney East in third and fourth, Sydney Southwest and CIS in first and second. Martinez on the inside of Alexander Miller, but it's our race leader, Levi McKenzie. He's coming through to collect the bell in the lead.
This is going to be a terrific finish, I think, between these four athletes.
Keep in mind that we've got some 9-year-olds in here up against 10-year-olds, which might only be 1 year, but at this age it is a substantial difference. So 300 metres to go, the 1200 metre split. They're still under 116 per lap pace. As we see, it's still the man who has led from the gun. Levi McKenzie has not given up this position. It will be an incredible effort if he's able to continue that form in with 200 metres to go. The record is 4:44.35 from Joshua O'Connell, who is super impressive. I remember him running here in his primary school days, 2017. And as they go through, that record is well and truly under threat. They've got to close the last 100 metres in 22 seconds, which surely they will. Alexander Miller of Mortlake, Sydney East, of 4:55 is coming to competition with, challenging the man who's led for all of this race. Levi McKenzie puts another surge in, but Miller goes again. Miller just trying to edge ahead here. McKenzie not giving up the fight, but that could you time it any better for 99% of that race. It was all Levi McKenzie's lead, and then Alexander Miller just stole the chocolates and spoiled the party right at the end there. Mortlake Public School 4:55.95 to be the state champion for the 8 to 10 boys 1500 metres. Incredible effort. And the 5:10 has just ticked over on the clock, and we've pretty much got the entire field across the line as we see Poldy and Sydney North come across here. Really, really impressive stuff.
Wow.
And I hope these boys at the back of this field, and you can see a replay now. What a great timed race there. Alexander Miller, he really did open up the stride around the final bend. 4:41.69 appearing on the board. Incredible. 3 seconds under the record.
With that, Nathan, I might invite Mr. Parker in to have his first session.
He's been doing his homework. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the 11 years girls, again, 2-time finals. Great to see such strong numbers in all the events. Some of our field events as well are massive in numbers. First 2-time finals here for the 11 years girls as well. Miller Polson, number 1. Emily Sentis wearing number 2. Ivy O'Keefe wearing hip number 3. Number 4 is Lexi Miller. Number 5, Eleanor Scott. Number 6, Jasmine Corbett. Number 7, Imogen Maidment Ponsoon. Number 8, Hayley Foley. Number 9 is Lily Dawson. Number 10, Isabel Curran. Number 11, Amelia Harrigan. Number 12, Hallie Mulligan. Number 13, Caitlin Eddy. Number 14, Emily Barisi. Number 15, Elise Walker. Number 16, Alaya Nassif. Number 17, Lucy Doolan. Number 18, Lani Cohen. Number 19, Amy Roberts. As we see 8 to 10 girls medal presentation. Super run it was by Emma Shields to take the win there from Sydney North. We welcome Grant Parker to the commentary box here. Great first couple of races of the championship so far, Grant. It's been cracking conditions. Good to see the numbers so strong from all the regions in the early part of this program.
Yeah, fantastic start, Nathan. And as we did mention previously, we had a terrific march past with the Millennium Marching Band from the Department of Education. Led our athletes off for the march past.
Really set the tone, didn't it?
It did. And
set a good atmosphere.
And that's a tradition that's been continued by PSSA for over 50 years.
Wow.
So it's great to see the students march out representing their particular regions.
And as we go to the first time final here for the 11 years girls 1500 metres, again, not a single race has been conservative from the gun as you'd expect from these enthusiastic primary school athletes and distance runners here. And our Polding competitor looks like might be Mila Paulson there, going to the early lead, and it is. So she's leading through Alaya Nassif, hip number 16 in second. So hip number 1, hip number 16. Then coming through in third is Jasmine Corbett. In hip number 6, she's in third place. So 3 laps to go here, the 300 metre mark. And she's just started to push ahead here, Alaya Nassif of Sydney Southwest, putting on about 5 metres on this field. And keeping in mind, we haven't seen it yet, I don't think, but this first time final, even though on paper it is slower based on their seed times, we have seen it before where they've got onto the podium, and that's why our second time final needs to make sure they keep the pace on us, because you never know if someone goes for broke from the start, like we're seeing now from Alaya Nassif, then you never know what can happen.
It also gives the 9-year-olds a chance to run too, Nathan, so
yeah,
a bit of experience for next year for those students that are 9 years of age.
And we were saying before as well, Grant, that we've had some athletes go on to represent Australia at the senior level who might have got 10th, 12th, 15th or not made finals at PSSA, but it's been enough to motivate them to get better and progressively better each year. I know Jess Hull, who's one of our Australian representatives, Commonwealth Games, Olympic Games finalists, World Championship finalists in this distance, had, at the national level, she was, scraping the top 15 in her junior formative years in her age group, and now she's the best in the country and got about 6 Australian records, open records to her name. So it's the start of a journey for these athletes, and great to see them really get into the spirit of it. As we said, they're entering a lot of different events, and Jasmine Corbett of Thirroul South Coast is leading this field through, and they are all in single file now, indicating that the pace is pretty honest and respectable. And Sydney South West in second. Alaya Nassif wearing hip number 16. She was our early leader. And Sydney East competitor there in third. We'll try and pick up that hip number shortly.
And this is the start of the journey, Nathan, the 8s, 9s and 10s. And as you all know, we often refer to the primary schools as the nursery of athletics in New South Wales and possibly Australia. 11-year-olds, sorry, yes. And it's great to see these girls putting in such a great effort here.
Conditions look all right. There's not much wind. It is quite warm, obviously. 1500 is probably that distance where if it is a bit hot, it's not too much of an issue. Over that distance, then it really does start to impact your performance. You've got to be so much smarter about how you approach the race. 800-metre runners will like it. Our sprinters will absolutely love it. The hotter the better. And this is a great battle at the front here with a new contender coming in, Isabel Curran Grant from Canobolis, Western Region, in second place behind Jasmine Corbett, wearing hip number 6 from Thirroul. 5.36 she's come in with, and Isabel Curran 5.43.
And that's a great run to Isabel Curran. For those of you that might or might not know, Canobolis Public School is situated in Orange, and one of the number of very, very good public schools in the Orange area, which is all part of the Western area. So we've seen some terrific...
Where does the Western area span to? What's the range?
It goes basically out to Broken Hill, but not Broken Hill. So it starts at Lithgow and goes all points west from Lithgow. Wow. It's a fairly big area.
So even just to get to the regional championships would be a commitment in itself, wouldn't it?
Oh, the distance at the Western, Northwest competitors in particular travel is pretty enormous. And hats off to the parents who are, dedicated enough to be able to get the kids there. And hats off to the teachers. A lot of these kids go to small schools, and great dedication by their teachers to put the time and effort in to train them up for these events.
Exactly right. It takes a full team, and there's been a lot of work at school zone and regional carnivals to get to this point. And here comes our champion in the first time final. Jasmine Corbett really did pull away there in the end. Emily Centers from Summerhill, Sydney East, relieved to get to the finish line there. She's having a bit of a lay down on the track. I think she deserves after that effort. Isabel Curran, that Grant spoke about, Canobolis Public School Western Region, coming through in third. So really great racing here. That's the first time final for the 11 years girls, 1,500 metres. One time final still to come. And big fields. I know at the senior level they don't allow more than 12 on a start line in the 1,500, but because of the smaller bodies, the younger athletes, they can fit a few more on that line there, the far side of the track. So we'll see these girls, a lot of these girls back up in the 800, and some of them doing everything. We've got in the sprints as well. I've noticed we've got semi-finals, Grant. So I think, which is a good way to give, particularly those athletes who've travelled quite a way, if they do not quite good enough for the final, but get that second run as well to see how they rank in the semi-finals.
Yeah, no, that's a good initiative, Nathan. That a lot of these students travel great distances, and the idea of all sport at school is participation. So the more events, the more opportunities we can give them. Certainly, that's a bonus for the kids. And it's also a bonus too for the parents and teachers who put the time in to train them. And we're very appreciative of the efforts of our parents and our teachers.
So if you're watching in classrooms across New South Wales, maybe you've skipped your regular maths time or your music time or whatever it is to cheer on your schoolmate. Hopefully they're doing you proud. They will be doing you proud. Even just being here, just to get to this level is an incredible achievement. They've got through 3 levels of competition, 3 highly competitive levels, just to earn their place on the start line here at the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships for 2023. This is the second of time finals. Grant, you want to run us through the field here?
Okay, we have in number 1, Savannah Prime from Ironbark Public School in Sydney West. Hip number 2, Amelia Williams from Corindai, Northwest. Hip number 3, Freya Ray, Albury from Riverina. Hip number 4 is Meredith Lee from Chatswood, Sydney North. Number 5, Chloe Rockcliffe from Darlinghurst, Sydney East. Number 6, Freya Ingverson from Strathfield. Number 7 is Tegan McCallum from Wingham, Hunter. Number 8 is Chelsea Grotchet from Our Lady of Fatima, Caringbah, Nathan's old school. In lane 9, Hallie Hours from Northern. I'll have to come back to that one. It's a CIS school, and I do apologise that I don't have the full name of the school there. Number 10 is Stella Flynn from Wagga Wagga Riverina. Number 11 is Hayley Preston, Oyster Bay, Sydney East. Number 12 is Eva Kianamont from Bathurst. Number 13 is Carrie Powell from Glendore. Number 14 is Kyle Riles from Curl. Number 15, Jade James from Moree. number 16, Hannah Horry from Neutral Bay, number 17, Charlotte James from Charlestown, number 18, Talia Hassan from CIS, number 19, Emily Munkin from CIS, and number 20, Emily Hallam from Randwick.
So Charlotte James, who was a PWSA champion last year, she did 5:07 last year to win the 8 to 10. She's finding herself in the gold medal position once again. Talia Hassan, who was third last year, is sitting in second place in the white of CIS in second. Third, looking incredibly comfortable at the moment, showing very impressive form, Emily Hallam of Randwick there. And she was just off the podium, so looking to try and go 1, 2, or even 3 better here. The McKillop athlete currently in third place, and Sydney North just behind as well. We'll start to see a bit of a margin open up here, Grant, and Charlotte James, the defending champion, 12 she did at her regional championships, I believe, and 2 laps to go as we see the McKillop athlete, Emily Hallam, really start to push up and challenge the CIS competitor, Hallie Owers, as we said, who was second last year. The second of 2-time finals. You can see just how much they're starting to wind it up now. 2:36 there through the 800 metres. Some really, really impressive running. They're not all over the place with their technique. They're compact. They're really relaxed in the upper body, stable in the hips, and doing all the right things technically that you'd want in a distance race to conserve that energy so that when they do need that 400-metre kick, which we've seen the other races, you're going to have to be able to come through onto the podium. So Charlotte James here, 20 metres the margin, as we said. So Hassan just still managing to fight tough, and she doesn't have too much longer to hold on to be able to hold on to this second place. Emily Hallam still in third, and we've got 2 who've joined them in the battle for this second and third place. They might want to work together here to get a little bit closer to Charlotte James, the defending champion, our race leader here. They hit the bell, and those other 2 athletes there, looks like we've got, might be Meredith Lee and Hallie Owers there as well, is on the back of that group of 4 who's chasing down or trying to chase down Charlotte James of Charleston. So 5:07 she did last year. She won by 10 seconds over Hallie Owers. 5:17 in the 8s to 10s in the 2022 edition, and they go along the back straight for the final time. Race still well and truly on for the second and third between 4 of them in the space of 7 or 8 metres here with 200 metres to go, but on screen there, prominent there, Charlotte James. What an incredible run she is putting together. Talia Hassan shifted back a couple of places there. Now she's moved back up into second. Emily Hallam in third for McKillop. To the top of the straight here, we've crowned 2 state champions on the track so far, and our third gold medal up for grabs in the second time final here. Charlotte James, she's going to try and get under 5 minutes. Won't quite get Ronya Wazowska's meet record of 4:51, but a terrific turn of speed, and she's got the PWSA state title. With Emily Hallam in second, a great finish there. They changed positions at least 3 or 4 times that race. Talia Hassan and Emily Hallam, a great contest for second and third. Well done to Hallie Owers there as well. Another one of our Sydney North competitors. Then it's Freya Ingwerson, and then Meredith Lee flying home as well just behind. Kaylee Power crossing the line. Great finish there as well between Sydney East and McKillop. That was Hayley Preston ahead of Chelsea Grucott of Our Lady of Fatima in Caringbah. In the second time final for the 11 years girls. Great racing to start the program here at the New South Wales PWSA Championships Day 1 of competition. It is a 2-day program. Big, long days, but great opportunity for all the state's best athletes in track and field. Melinda Gainsford-Taylor, another one who's come through this event. She's got a very involved in school athletics, coach at PLC at the moment. She's now got one of the rooms named after her here, Grant, the Melinda Gainsford-Taylor Suite, and Narromine Public School. the Olympic, 3-time Olympic Games representative, one of which was right across the road here in Sydney.
Yeah, it's a very famous athlete, and as you said, turning her skills now to coaching this year, Nathan, and wish her the best of luck with her coaching squad. We're moving on now to Heat 1 of the boys 11 years, 1500 metres, remembering these are two heats for a timed final to determine our champion for 2023. Number 1 is Taylor Marshall. Number 2, Daniel Stone. Number 3, MacArthur Davis. Number 4, Mitchell Henville. Number 5, Max Freeman. Number 6, Cooper Meredith. Number 7, Kyden Ralph. Number 8, Edward Lockwood. Number 9, Xavier Wilson. Number 10, Bill Houston. Number 11, Curtis Brown. Number 12, Blake Blight. Number 13, Billy Threadgate. Number 14, Liam Dobbin. Number 15, Finlay O'Connell. Number 16, Beau McRae. Number 17, Billy Bright. Number 18, Jake Cameron. And number 19, Mitchell McCauley. The record for this, the boys 11-year-olds 1500 metres, is 4:34.62, set in 2019 by KB Stewart. So I think, Nathan, we've got a bit of a tent in our way. Are they ready for the start yet? Or?
Looks like they're ready. Well, kids are pumped. Boys 11 years, and Xavier Wilson, one of our para-athlete competitors in his own right in the able-bodied. He does very well. Just a bit unsteady there, one of our South Coast athletes that we called up. Never see a DQ really in distance running, so shouldn't. It's just unsteady. Boys getting a bit eager to get underway. They know how important this first 100 metres is and the urgency at the start to get themselves in the position that they want. What a great crowd we've got starting to build here as well. Most of the seats are filled. The grandstand behind us. And we're underway. So the 11 years boys' first timed final is underway. And it looks like we've got a 4 there at the back. So it's really hard to keep your footing here with so many eager and trying to own your own space without doing anything illegal. A couple of athletes just making some decisive moves there, just trying to, and others just being a bit more sensible and gradually working their way across, not to exert too much energy. And here he is, Xavier Wilson, Shell Cove, South Coast. We see him in para competition, but he is very, very good against the best in his own right as well. So Xavier leading through and setting an incredible tempo. This first 4 group making their way through, looking to collect 3 laps to go with some running room around them, not too many other bodies to contend with, and it's Kyden Ralph leading through ahead of Finlay O'Connor there in second, and it's Xavier Wilson, his other South Coast teammate Curtis Brown in 4th place there in the yellow. A couple of our Northwest boys in the light blue just trying to push up and pushing up together. So it honestly looks like there's a bit of team tactics involved. I'm sure there's not really, not at this age. I wouldn't be having discussions about that sort of thing, but they were moving pretty much in sync to try and push up. They're in 4th and 5th, the Northwest boys. But it's Kyden Ralph of Hunter Region, 5:18 he's come into this event with. Looking comfortable. Very, very comfortable here through the 500 metre mark, and we're just a tick over 4:30 tempo here. Probably about closer to 4:45 tempo, really, as this 4 compresses back together. A really good group in behind and such strong numbers. There's no small fields in these 1,500 metres events we've seen so far on the program. South Coast, he's coming through in 4th place there. He's having a look around at the grandstand for some support and some applause. And Kyden Ralph is still, well, no, he's not. He's pushed back into second because Finlay O'Connor's just made the move there. And tracking him will be Northwest Armidale City, Edward Lockwood. So, Randy talked about the geographical region spread. We've got Armidale here in second. One of the furthest north you can go before we move up into Queensland. We thank God that they're not from Queensland, because we want them here at the New South Wales PWSA Championships, and feeding into the incredible quality we're seeing in these races so far. And this is just the start of the program. Really, really good form here, Kyden Ralph. He's looking so strong. It's coming back together, though, it looks like. So it's two and then a pack of four. It was a pack of four at the front. Now we've got two at the front and four in contention, this chase pack, and now it's just starting to break up a little bit here. Curtis Brown, Fig Tree Public School. He's been surging, been decelerating. He's been picking up the heart rate, dropping it back down. Not the easiest way to do a 1500, but you can tell he's putting it all out there on the track, and that's all we ask of these athletes here, for themselves, for their schools, for their regions. And it's come back together again. It's like an accordion, this race. It's been out, it's been in, and they will collect the bell. This is the first time final, remember. One still to come after this. They're racing the clock.
And I'm not sure if it's on the screen, Nathan, but we have the presentations for the boys 8 to 10, I believe, 1,500 metres. 1,500 metres.
So with 300 metres to go, it's still a group of four in contention here. Do not discount Curtis Brown of Fig Tree South Coast, because he's looked like he's in this position before, but then he's been able to push up and made up 10, 20 metres, but our leading two, you can just see the leg speed difference, and that is what is giving them more of a margin over the rest of this field. So, Edward Lockwood of Armidale City on the back of our race leader here as he comes around the top of the straight for the first of two-time finals for the 11 years boys. And pushing out the margin to about 30 metres now. Looks like Edward Lockwood will move up to the outside here. It's a great contest. We'll see what he's able... Oh, have a look at that. He just went boom. Oh, that last 50 metres was something. And he's got the win here. Liam Dobbin, it was him, a Willumbar in second place. Well done to him. Absolutely great effort. But tell you what, he's quick off the mark. Absolutely quick off the mark. Incredible. The under duress like that at the end of a distance race, you see people able to really gradually pick up the tempo, but to absolutely explode like that with 50 metres to go was impressive, as have all these boys been. Great to see as we've seen all these races. No one, they're finishing in the back of the field. They're not slowing down. They know they've earned their place here, and they've made sure that they've respected that right to compete here at the highest level, the second highest level for these athletes. How many go through to School Sport Australia, do we know? Three through to School Sport Australia Championships from each event. And Tasmania, what a trip that would be for our juniors.
And that's a great opportunity for these boys, start of the journey. And for them, and we still have a couple of competitors really pushing it here.
So it's the second time final here. A nervous wait for the boys. They know what it's like at Eastern Creek, at Sydney Olympic Park. 20 of them here.
Okay, number 1 is Ruai Mercer. Number 2 is Nate Barrett. Number 3, Isaac Robinson. Number 4, Mac Oxley. Number 5, Kai Swadley. Number 6, Evan Dinsmore. Number 7, Fletcher Andrews. Number 8, Jonas Cox. Number 9, Alfie Dunstan. Number 10, Lachlan Kidd. Number 11, Nixon Hewins. Number 12, Zachary West. Number 13, Oliver Healthide. Number 14, Lucas Canopoli. Number 15, Davin Carty. Number 16, Billy Herb. Number 17, Tasman Vale. Number 18, Isaac Zerika. Number 19, Cameron Beatty. and number 20, Matthew Faulkner. Remembering the record is 4:34.62, set in 2019 by Kobe Stewart.
Another gold medal up for grabs here. Just getting their final instructions from the start team. Thank you to all our officials and teachers. It's not easy to get time out of school these days to staff these events. Thank you to all the principals and schools who've allowed our teachers to assist in the delivery of such an incredibly large competition.
We also like to thank Nathan, the officials from Athletics New South Wales, and obviously all the parents who've taken the opportunity to bring their students to Sydney for this event, particularly those that have travelled great distances.
Pretty lucky as well, Grant. A lot of the Athletics New South Wales officials are current teachers or retired teachers or principals. I know John and Barry, two of our regular officials here, they were principals or deputy principals at their primary schools?
Barry Peckar and John Morris, long-standing officials for both the PSSA Championships, the CHS Championships, and I believe Athletics New South Wales Championships.
And they travel all around to all the different regions. They're pretty much working every day in Term 2 and 3 at athletics carnivals. So in Catholic schools as well, regions, not just the public school regions. So incredibly knowledgeable and experienced officials who've had experience at the international level in track and field.
And they're also part of the teacher professional learning program conducted by the school sport unit, where they go around the state and they in-service and professionally develop teachers to become athletics officials. So well done to John and Barry.
It's a professional learning you'd want to do as well, Grant.
It is. It's terrific. It's be great to get more teachers involved, because it's a terrific way to be able to come to these events and show your expertise.
And then upskill people at the zone and regional levels as well.
Absolutely.
2,300 plus athletes from 989 schools here. So when we talk about how much effort and expertise and staffing it requires to put on these championships, that's the magnitude of what we've got over 2 days. Almost 1,000 schools across New South Wales. Here we go.
And I believe that we are the biggest sporting association in the world, with the public school system in New South Wales has approximately 2,500 schools, and then the independent system and the Catholic system another 1,000. So we're a very, very big group, and we have a lot of kids. These kids are the representative of all of those schools.
They sure are, and aren't they absolutely embracing this opportunity, taking it with both hands here. So the second time final is underway, the 11 years boys 1,500 metre championship of New South Wales 2023, and it looks like it's Matthew Faulkner, Bonnet Bay Public School on the outside, but it's Sydney East coming through first, second and third positions here. It's Billy Herb here. We saw his brother early on in the championship, and Davin Cardi as well. They were strong in the cross-country team's point score. This is an incredible pace these boys are setting. Lachlan Kidd is right up there. 2 Sydney North boys as well as Sydney West in this leading group of 7 competitors as they go through the 400 metre mark in an incredibly quick, about 70 seconds through. So we're under 4:30 pace. 4:34.62 is this record by Kobe Stewart from 2019. Boys getting after it here. Great to see the early stages of the 11 boys 1,500 final.
And we see the distances of some of the Sydney regions here. We have Rozelle in the inner west and Sylvania Heights, Billy Hurd from the Shire.
And he just got tripped up there, Billy Herb, so great to see. Pretty impressive just for him to be able to keep on his feet there. Nothing malicious. I think they just clip the heels, getting really close to one another, as you're allowed to do, as long as you don't detour from your line too much and you're predictable with your movements. Coming up on the inside, this is a smart move here. Can't quite pick up that hit number. One of the Sydney North competitors just trying to move his way up, but it's Davin Carty of Sydney East leading through. Lachlan Kidd of CIS here. And then it's back to Sydney North, followed by Herb. Up on the inside is Nate Barrett of Narrowena, Sydney North. This is an incredible race. I bet you this is one of the best finishes we see with this many in contention. We know how quick the pace is. If they're all still in contention and looking pretty comfortable at this point, we know it's going to be an incredibly quick last 700 metres. The 800-metre split now, 2:28, I think there. So 1:14. So for those at home, see how long you can run 3-minute kilometre pace, because this is what the boys are doing. 4:30's 3-kilometre pace, and they are just a couple of seconds over that. As our leading group starts to string into single file. So lane 2 not being used now, which means the pace has ramped up. We might be down to 4 at the front. And the athletes in behind 4 had just find themselves separated a little bit now. If they're able to just push a little bit, they might be able to get closer. It's easier said than done, though. We know that. They're going to collect the bell here. And I can't pick up the hip number of this young man here. I'm going to guess. I'm not going to guess because I don't know. But Isaac Draker, he's coming through McKillop region in there as well, doing a strong job. But it's the 2 Sydney North boys at the front. McKillop CIS, 3 Sydney East were at the front together. Now they find themselves in 5th through to 7th position as they wind it up even more now. So Nate Barrett is one of them. The outside of his teammate here, and the McKillop athlete, still there in contention. This is the fastest heat theoretically on paper.
Now, the second Sydney North competitor could be Oliver Halfide.
I reckon it might be.
Warrawee.
So the battle between Sydney North, their region championships just as competitive as their state. Talk about an explosive kick. 1:20 to go. There's nothing separating Halfide and also Nate Barrett here as they go towards the line. Nate Barrett not going to get there quite, but Oliver Hafid of Warrawee, Sydney North, we think it is taking the win. Look how close he got to the record. 4:35. 4:34.62 is that record by Kobe Stewart, 2019. Wow.
Actually, it could have also been Isaac Robinson.
I reckon it was
yes.
Isaac Robinson. Yep. I was going to say Isaac Robinson's a name I'm familiar with.
Yep.
Balgola North. So well done to Isaac Robinson. Apologies, mate. That was an incredible performance and left it all out on the track. You can see the boys, a couple of them laying down on the infield there, just trying to get some oxygen back in. It is getting quite steamy out there. Doesn't take long for the heat to pick up. We are just moving past 10 a.m., which is where the heat of the day really starts to creep up. But Isaac Robinson, you're right, Grant, 4:45 he came into the event with. He's gone quicker than that. So I think these are the region times we're seeing here, the regional championships.
It could be, yeah. And even though it is hot, Nathan, it looks like a light breeze might be coming down the track now, so
yeah,
that'll cool the competitors down just a mite.
So another great shot there of the boys, Isaac Robinson and Nate Barrett. Isaac of Balgola North and Nate Barrett of Narrowena, Sydney North. Showing, I wish we got a split on that last 100. It was something else.
Well, I might hand you over now to one of our track experts, Mr. Neil Shering. Welcome, Neil.
And we now welcome back. We've got the 12-13 1500 metre run. Yes, I can hear myself. Thank you. I'm just getting a little bit of technical advice. Yes. And we'll have in lane 1 Molly Walter from Dudley in the public school in the Hunter. Lane 2, we have a runner from Sydney East. In lane 3, Georgina Blake from Walker in the northwest. Lane 4, hip numbers, not lane numbers, of course. Hip number 4, Matilda Crawford, Unanderra, South Coast. Hip number 5, Chelsea Chapman, Pitt-Town, Sydney West. 6, Millie Sinclair, Millthorpe, Western. 7, Indy Straney, Naminga, Northwest. 8, Fleur Blake, Windang, South Coast. 9, Mackenzie Thornbury, Orange, Western. Number 10, Olivia Mullard, Hamilton South, Hunter. 11, Sienna Gilchrist, Corindai, Northwest. Lane 12, Macy Braithwaite, Griffith North, Riverina. 13, Eleanor Burrows, Hammondville, Sydney Southwest. 14, Bella Thomas, Camden South, Sydney Southwest. 15, Harper Billingham, Wilton, Sydney Southwest. 16, Alira Edgar, Moama, Riverina. 17, Grace Delander, Tharawal, Sydney East. And 18, Billy Brown, Lennox Head, North Coast. And as we go through the first lap, we have number 12, Macy Braithwaite from Griffith North, Riverina, leading the way from the Sydney West competitor. I'm sorry I didn't get her hip number.
So again, like all the 1500s we've seen so far, the times compared across these two races. First time final here, Sydney West competitor. Chelsea Chapman from Pitt-Town, Sydney West, is opening up a lead. About 20 or 30 metres now, one of our Riverina competitors coming through there. Could be Macy Braithwaite or Lyra Edger maybe there coming through in second place. But it's Chelsea Chapman at the front from Sydney West.
The record in this event was set by Emma Jean Stewart in a time of 4:30.62 in 2017. In fact, I think 2017 may have been the inaugural event.
Could have been. There's a few from that year.
Yeah, 1500.
The fact they're still standing shows that it's a pretty strong year.
Yep.
So this is Grace Delander, Tarawal Public School in Sydney East region. Again, another Sydney East competitor coming through there as well. And also Alira Edger, I think, coming through there as well. So the 800 metre split here. Now, leader just missed it, but it was about 240 thereabouts. So 240, 120 pace per lap is 5 minutes for the 1500. And Chelsea Chapman might be the first time final, but she is definitely trying to work her way away and time trial her way to victory here. The rest of the girls just sorting themselves out. Gaps everywhere at the moment. No packs. They're running on their own. Couple might compress back together shortly when the fatigue just starts to sit in. They'll see 500 metres to go here. They're through the 1 kilometre mark in just under 3:30. 500 metres to go in this 1500 for the 12 to 13 girls. Looks like a bit of wind coming up too.
Yeah, they're predicting a change in the weather today. So it'll be interesting to see. For those people who are interested in the field events, we currently have the 12-13 years boys shot put on the southern end. We also have a discus going on the southern end, and at our northern end we have a shot put event for the junior 8s, 9s and 10s, I'd say. To move into the last lap, our leader has still got about a 20 to 30 metre lead over our second runner. So we've got Sydney West in front. I think it's Sydney East in second place.
Yep.
And possibly Sydney East in third place also.
So they go through here. She's led from the start. She's got the pain look on her face, but she knows there's not long to go here. Chelsea Chapman of Pitt Town, Sydney West, 5:42. She's coming to the event with, and coming through to collect, or Fleur Burke as well, Windang South Coast will come through, collect the bell. But into the top of the straight, 5 minutes rolling through on the clock. We've got Sydney East on screen there in second and third place, but Sydney West our leader. About 70 metres to go. Opening up the stride and driving the arms hard to the line. See how quick she can post here in the first time final for the girls, 12 to 13 years, 1,500 metres in her last year of primary school, 5:17.73 for Chelsea Chapman. A great contest between the two Sydney East girls there. That was Grace DeLander of Tarawal in third.
She's dropped her time from her seed time from 5:42 to 5:17. That's not a bad effort.
Pretty good. Maybe she was pretty comfortable at region. Maybe she was running 1,000,000 events that day, or
possibly. Yeah.
And they're single day carnivals, aren't they?
Yeah.
Most of them as well.
Yeah.
So an extra round, as we said, in the sprints. They got semi-finals as well in the 100 and 200 metres. 800s will have heats and finals. So it's a busy program. Good that it's spread over 2 days to give our young up-and-coming athletes a bit of a break. But we are starting to see the crowd really fill out here at the New South Wales PSSA Track and Field Championships for 2023. It's a great event and a great pathway for these junior athletes to see what they're able to offer at such a young age against the very best that New South Wales has to offer from all the regions and associations, Catholic, government and independent schools.
We now have the girls 12-13's second heat of this time final. Wearing hit number one will be Branna Butt from Lake Cat-Eye, North Coast. 2, Georgina Lewis, Roseville, Sydney North. 3, Venice Cooley from Broken Hill. From 4, Alexandra McWilliam from CIS, Queenwood. 5 is Sienna Wade, Mulbrae, Sydney North. 6, Gabrielle Moller, St Bernadette's Annandale. 7, Ava Jacob, CIS. 8, Sophia Squires, Queenwood, CIS. 9, Amelia Mandolinic, Harbord, Sydney North. 10, Capri McCarthy, Engadine West, Sydney East. 11, Alexandra Dogans, St Francis Xavier, Ballina. Lane 12, hit number 12, we've got Ruby Harris, School of the Air Barrier. 13, Elia Parsons, Karora, North Coast. 14, Sienna Moir from St Joseph Banks, Engadine. No, sorry, that's St John the Baptist, Engadine. 15 is Lana Crawford, Tarara, South Coast. 16, Abby Lowe, Newcastle, East, Hunter. 17, Lily Mollicino, St Patrick's, Cogra. 18, Indigo Duncan, Port Macquarie. And 19, Adelaide Martin, Glenbrook, Sydney West.
So underway here, the fastest based on their seed times of the two-time finals as the girls just try to own their space and gradually work their way to the inside position, comfortable at the front now. They're really starting to sort themselves out here. Congested, and you can see them move out into the outer edge of lane 2, even into lane 3 here to try and fight themselves to get into a good position and conserve, to keep that heart rate relatively steady in the early stages here. the Girls 12 to 13 1500 Championship of New South Wales and Brianna. But in first place at the moment, she's leading through. Ava Jacob in second. Then it's on the outside, Alexandra McWilliam, and also in there is Capri McCarthy, furthest to the outside in that leading group. And on the inside, we've got Sophia Squires of CIS region, just tucked in nicely, getting plenty of coverage. And this is a great contest so far, just pushing through there. So CIS might have got it themselves into 1, 2, and 3 positions here through the 400 metres. So 71 seconds, trying to get themselves onto the podium. As we said, CIS 6 times the champions in the regional point score. They are the defending champions. Sydney North won in 2019, obviously 2020 and 2021 were missed due to COVID. But great to see the event back in full strength in 1500 metres. I think 2017, as we said, was probably the first year that the 1500 was part of this program. For a long time, the 800 was the longest event, longest distance on the program. But our 3 CIS girls, and you can see Sydney West, might be McKillop in there, and Sydney East in 4th, 5th and 6th place.
Good call.
So they've compressed back together here with 2 laps to go as they go through. Sophia Squires, it is just taking a little bit of a stumble there, and good sportsmanship from her fellow CIS competitor to make sure she's okay. Alexandra McWilliam, that was, wearing him number 4. And on the inside is Ava Jacob, also of CIS. Sydney West competitor there is Adali Martin of Glenbrook Public School in the yellow, the blue and the black there, and the McKillop athlete just behind there in 5th place, still in contention for a podium spot. The 800 metre split, 2:36.
Just noticing, Nathan, those orange runners are very popular this year. On all the orange runners on the kids' feet.
Yeah. Orange, pink, they all sort of merge into one. Yeah, you watch some of the elite races, sometimes that every single one of them in an international final have the same colour shoes. They're getting brighter. I'm sure your tennis shoes back in the 80s or 90s weren't as bright.
No, Dunlop volleys.
But here we go. The CIS trio to the top of the straight. And it hasn't really changed. Sophia Squires, Alexandra McWilliam, and also Ava Jacob here of CIS. Jacob just pushing up behind Alexandra McWilliam, who's taken up the lead. Sophia Squires in 3rd. That's our Sydney West competitor there in Adelaide Martin of Glenbrook. Then it's back to Gabrielle Moller of McKillop region. Next 2 to come through is Capri McCarthy of Engadine West, and also Sienna Wade of Mowbray, Sydney North. She's in 7th position, I think, there. But on screen, CIS just starting to separate a little bit now. So this is the 300 metres to go, and they've really moved clear. What a competitive championship that must have been, the CIS, for this age group. 250 to go. 4:36.2 is not going to be under threat, the meet record from Imogen Stewart in 2017 in this event. But have a look at, she's moved away from the field, but she is looking incredibly comfortable doing so. Ava Jacob here from CIS. 150 to run. 4:52 she's come into the event with at her regional championships again. Looking like she will beat that time. With 2nd and 3rd, the battle's still on, but her feet are barely touching the ground as she works towards the line here. Absolutely opened up the stride with about 250, maybe even 300 to go, and this finish has been extraordinary. She's a state champion, Ava Jacob, 4:49.03. Back to Sophia Squires in 2nd. Maybe, or she just stays up there a little bit before the line. Alexandra McWilliam, I think she might have just edged her out for that silver medal, but that's Adelaide Martin coming through. Big finish, Capri McCarthy holding strong, Gabrielle Moller, and also Sienna Wade flying in behind. As we see Alexandra Dogan of Ballina holding region come through. Some big finishes again here. That's Sienna Moore of McKillop region. Georgina Lewis of Roseville, Sydney North. Another polling competitor here, Indigo Duncan of Port Macquarie. As the rest of the girls come across the line. 2nd of 2-time finals. These 1,500 races have been chopping and changing. The pace has been all over the place, but they've been impressive. A about how they've been able to execute this race in not the easiest conditions. As you said, the heat is here, and the wind has arrived a little bit as well. Nothing too significant at the moment. We hope it stays at bay. But beautiful clear skies at Sydney Olympic Park for the first day of competition, and pretty much every seat in the main grandstand full at the New South Wales PSSA Track and Field Championships for 2023.
Our next event, we'll see the boys 12 to 13 1500 metre run. And we have the record holder at 4:29.42, and that was set by Oliver White in 2019. So in the first of the two heats of this time final, from Griffith East, Riverina, we have Nat Mingay, hit number 1. 2, Hugh Knox, Millthorpe Western. Lane 3, Oliver Gibbs, Coolar Northwest. Lane 4, Alex Torta, Pleasant Hill Heights, South Coast. Lane 5, Billy Fitzgerald, School of the Air Barrier. Hip number 6, Dylan Peck, Warramoose, Sydney West. 7, Ollie Cardale from Holbrook, Riverina. 8, Lennox Eek from Terranora's North Coast. 9, Denver Flynn from Sawtell, North Coast. 10 is Gus Rossington Taylor from Glen Innes, Northwest. 11 is Liam Fletcher from Hunter. Hip number 12, Caden Cancino from Mowarra, Sydney Southwest. James Cataker, 13, from Denilican North, Riverina. 14 is Jarvis Penman, St Pius X, Dubbo. 15 is Lincoln Aitken, Gyra, Northwest. Lane 16, Rocco Davison, Ocean Shores, North Coast. Lane 17, Darcy Stefanowski, Kirraville, South Coast. Lane 18, Edward McGilray, Cudgegong, Western. Lane 19, Heath Cunningham, St Helens Park, Sydney Southwest. And hip number 20, Sam Walker from Mudgee, Western. Just a reminder to those people, if you'd like to watch some of the field events, there are 2 channels on there available on the School Sport Unit YouTube site. And one will be concentrating on the field events, and we have a couple of cameras out there, and we've also got the track. I think competition in the boys' senior shot put is going to be a very close one. We've got some very good shot putters out there today, and they seem to be putting it out further than I can throw a cricket ball, which wasn't that far, obviously. And they're off to a blistering start. I don't think they'll be able to keep that pace up, Nathan, for the full 4 laps.
Well, oh my gosh, look at him.
Yeah.
I'm looking at him on the screen. It doesn't do justice to the gap he's opened up, this South Coast man. Tell you what, he is going to do on this first 200 metre split. Let's have a look at this 200 split. All right, 29 seconds for the first 200 metres. So incredible tempo here. But I tell you what, all he needs to do is keep anywhere near this, and he has already got himself a buffer zone and try to withhold that lactic acid as much as possible.
And it's Alex Torta.
Yes, Alex Torta of Pheasant Heights, South Coast region, leading through Lennox Iki of Terranora North Coast, and a pack of 4 now starting to form here. They'll be led by Darcy Stepanovsky, Kirraville, South Coast. So the South Coast, they do quite well in these distance events. They're holding out first and third at the moment, but in no man's land. You could see Lennox Eek of Terranora North Coast. I reckon he was in 2 minds. He thought, maybe I can just try and get a little bit closer. Now I think he's second-guessing himself and wondering what he should be doing here. And it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this, whether he's able to accelerate and try and tack onto this group that's now just starting to swallow up that margin. But he's still our leader, Alex Torta. He's got under 5 minutes at his regional championships, and he's still got a 30-metre, 40-metre lead. Very interesting to see how long he can hold this for. So the chase pack, there's 3 in it. 10 metres back to a further group of athletes who are just starting to sort themselves out as well. 2 laps to go here when they cross the finish line. Great shot of the margin between our chase pack and our race leader, who is running like he has stolen something and has no intention of giving it back anytime soon. So 2 laps to go for Alex Torter of Pheasant Heights, 4:58, as we see coming through here in second. Rocco Davidson, also of North Coast, Lennox Eek in third. So the 800 metre split here, he's gone about 230 thereabouts through the 800 metres. Checking the watch there. Rocco Davidson of Ocean Shores, North Coast, 5:06 at his regional championships, looking very composed and strong. Very casual look over the shoulder for him, and seeing that he's got a nice little buffer zone. I reckon he's definitely holding the margin. He might be coming a little bit closer. Tell you what, Alex Torter, we talked about how ambitious that start was. He's obviously slowed down from that initial tempo, but not at the rate you would have thought given that first 200 metres. And interesting to see what he can close, because this is 3:30 through. And it's an impressive run so far. So 30 metres the margin. Alex Torter, he's leading this field through. Rocco Davidson in second. Liam Fletcher of Foster Public School in third place there. And Oliver Gibbs of Coolar. And a great group battling it out, led by Nate Mingay and also Jarvis Penman of Dubbo there, battling from 4th through to about 8th position there. Great contest. It's our South Coast man. It was 40 metres. It's now down to 20. Has he got enough time? Our athlete here in Rocco Davidson of Ocean Shores to try and close down the South Coast athlete Alex Torter. For those who missed it, 29 seconds through the first 200 metres. He's still hanging tough. The margin is decreasing though. One of our Hunter competitors in third place there coming through as well, who's also starting to make up a bit of ground, and they'll almost be level when they enter the top of the straight. Has Alex Torter got another gear here? It is the first time final. He's driven the arms a bit more. Rocco Davidson showing plenty of wisdom about how he approached this race, and he's gone again, Alex Torter. So somehow he's managed, with all that lactic in the legs, to go again. Now we've got a charge coming here on the outside as well by Liam Fletcher. He's going to get third, but he got so close there to Rocco Davidson, who I would have picked there to get up alongside and maybe past Alex Torter, but kudos to him. Somehow he was able to find something in the legs, but you can see him there in the yellow on the blue on the right of your screen. Yellow and blue there, yeah, of South Coast. Looks like he's about to throw up.
And he's bettered his seed time by 3 seconds. Just having a look at the second event in this, or second race in this time final. Very quick look at it. All the competitors in this event have gone under 5.
So replay here from that finish. What time did we get for it? Here it is.
4:55.67.
4:55.67. So that would definitely put him quite competitive in this next race as well. But I think we might see around that 4:40 mark as the quickest seed time coming in the final 1,500 metre event before we move into our 200 metre heats. 5 heats in a lot of the events for the 200 metres.
And we've got hit number 1, Max McIntosh, Pimble, Sydney North. 2, Luke Hoddernet, St Mary's, Borkham Hills. 3, Koji Howard, Abbotsford, Sydney East. 4, Xavier Zara, Barnia, Sydney West. 5, Bo Adams, Beaumont Hills, Sydney West. 6, Ava Hegeman, Curl, North, Sydney North. 7, Philip Batonis, King Park, Sydney Southwest. 8, Nathan Lewis, CIS. 9, Cristiana Calcario, St Pius X, CIS. 10 is Lachlan Doherty from St Mary's, Kenthurst. 11 is Noah Falson from Our Lady of the Ascension Rouse Hill. Assumption, sorry. 12 is Fletcher Barrett, Glen Ennis. 13 is Owen Lovell Ward, Laguna Street, Sydney East. 14, Joshua Bartle, Newington, Sydney East. 15, Jaden Kane, Gladesville, Sydney North. 16, York McManus, Oxford, South Coast. 17, Sebastian Caleb, Bel Air Hunter. 18, Tommy Burhan from Holy Family, Scanners Head. 19, Callum Martin, Charleston, Hunter. And 20, we have a competitor from CIS. As they approach the finish line for the first time, they've got quite a big bunch of athletes that currently we have in front for CIS and South Coast. And I'll just have a look at there. So 16, 19 and 10 from McKillop. So 10 is Lachlan. Sorry, my glasses are working. Lachlan Doherty, Avi Hegeman from Curl North, and York McManus from Otford South Coast, and it was Lachlan Doherty from. No, it mustn't have been Lachlan Doherty. It's a CIS runner.
Well, one thing's for sure, Neil, that he's very congested at the front of this group.
It is.
Probably out of all the 1500s we've seen so far, probably the biggest of the lead packs, I reckon, at the moment. And not really unexpected, because as they get older and more experienced, they start to run a little bit more within themselves and not try to do all the damage in the first lap. You can see how comfortable some of them look, and you can bet your bottom dollar that they'll be winding this up shortly as well. So
Cristiano from CIS in front, Cristiano Calcara,
yep, and it's also coming through is York McManus. On the outside is Philip Batonis, Bo Adams of South Coast in there as well, Owen Lovell Ward of Sydney East, that is on the back of that group, and just ahead of him is Xavier Zara of Barnia, Sydney West, who's starting to push up. They're all condensed as we see a few sneaky but very smart moves up the inside as well. There was space there, and sometimes that space only lasts a second or two, but if you take that opportunity, it can definitely pay dividends later on in the race. They go through here. It'll be 600 metres to go. They're winding it up quite a bit, and it looks like 4 have just trying to ask the questions of 5th and 6th. Owen Lovell Ward just hanging tough and trying to bridge up. He will. So it's back to 6 again at the front of this group with 550 metres to go in the 12-13 years boys 1500 metre championship of New South Wales, fighting out for the spot on the PSSA state team to contest the School Sport Australia Championships in Tasmania. And here comes our group. They'll hear the bell. 3:08 on the clock right now. Cristiano Calcaro leading through a big move by Philip Batonis of King Park, and he might actually lead into the bell. The Sydney Southwest competitor, ahead of Calcaro, and also Bo Adams there. Beaumont Hills of South Coast. You can see York McManus hanging tough there. He's in 4th position. He doesn't want the chocolate medal, though. He wants to get the real thing and stand on the podium as one of the top 3 in New South Wales in this championship final for the 1500 for the 12-13 boys.
They've got a move, I think, from Sydney East competitors, moved up into 4th. But I think that gap's going to be too big for them to pull them back, and it's going to be a great tussle at the front. They've lifted the pace again.
They have. They've lifted it 2 or 3 times. Incredible stuff. He's looking around a little bit there, Philip Batonis, and there's 200 metres to go, but only 1 gold medal up for grabs here for New South Wales PSSA state champion title. It's an impressive feat to have on your resume, and here we go. 3 of them with their final bid to get to the line in the gold medal position. Again, they surge, lifting again. Cristiano Calcaro of CIS, pushing ahead of Bo Adams of South Coast. I reckon he's done enough. He has. Cristiano Calcaro is the state champion. Stops the watch as well. Bo Adams in 2nd, and then Philip Batonis at 4:29.49. That was only 7 100ths outside the record. Great finish as well by Xavier Zara. And Lachlan Doherty there. Well done to Owen Lovell Ward crossing through. A very competitive race here. Callum Martin there as well. It's Koji Howard crossing the line. That was something, that race. The depth is incredible. 7 100s. 7 100s.
Unbelievable. He's probably kicking himself that he didn't just get that little bit more, but
what
a great race.
I don't think he'll be beating himself up too much. I hope he's not anyway after that effort.
No,
incredible.
Superb race.
Well, he did stop the watch, didn't he, on the line? He looked pretty happy. I think there might have been a subtle fist bump there.
I'm sure there was.
So
inwardly.
Not every day you can say he'd become a state champion. So incredible stuff.
And we now move to the first of the 200-metre events. And just having a look at the time, we're just about smack on time, which is very, very good. We'll have 5 preliminary heats in the 200. And in lane 1, we'll have Gabrielle Powell from Broken Hill Barrier. Lane 2, Rain Ross from Lake Memora, McKillop. Lane 3, Julia Tofilo from Yass, South Coast. Lane 4, Madeline Johnson, New Lambton, Hunter. Lane 5, Scarlett Larson, Golgol Barrier. Lane 6, Harlow Pate, Wilton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Estelle Osifo from Plumpton, Good Shepherd, Plumpton, McKillop. Lane 8, Desiree Adelayemi, Red Hill, Riverina. Lane 9, Leanne Barayuga, Sacred Heart, Mona Vale.
So the heats of the semi-finals, I was just trying to find that as well to confirm. So heats of semi-finals, first, second and third, place from each heats plus the next fastest times. So I think it'll be the next 4 fastest times. We're filling 18 positions into the semi-finals. So we'll gradually get the field of about 40 competitors down to 18 and then down to 9 for the PSSA Championship final. So top 3 automatic, next fastest times to qualify through. And as we said, many of these athletes for the first time competing, and our 8-year-olds, you'll see them go only against their own age group in the 100 metres, but in the 200 they've got to compete up against the 9 and 10-year-olds as well. This looks like it's one of the heats there, just getting themselves organised.
The record in this event is held by C. Pearson, who was established in 2004, so 19 years ago, and the time was 27:61. And a quick scan through the seed times.
I think I'd be flat out doing 27 seconds at the moment, to be honest, Neil. It's quick.
Well,
8-year-old girl would beat me.
Well, she might, because we've got a girl here from Sydney Southwest who her seed time was 27:29. So,
Harlow Pate, yeah.
Yep.
She's broken some long-standing little athletics records, I believe, as well.
And she's a 9-year-old.
Yep. Very early in her career, but she seems like she enjoys what she does and loves her athletics, and that's the main priority at that age, isn't it?
Yep. It certainly is.
Don't want to put too much pressure on it. You see, even at the highest level, Usain Bolt, just before the start of his Olympic finals, to the volunteer holding his bucket, he gives him a bit of a fist bump, smile on the face, shushes the crowd, very relaxed.
When you run as fast as him.
That's true. It's a certain level of confidence to get to that frame of mind, I guess. But at the end of the day, you got to remember, if you're going to be in the sport for a long time, you may as well enjoy it, because you spend a lot of hours out there training and preparing yourself to be here. And the race day is the reward. This should be the part where you should be most relaxed and most in that sense of enjoyment. It's the training part sometimes. It can feel a bit monotonous, but you do it for days like today. And what a great atmosphere we're seeing start to build here. Like, it really is great to see the parents, the grandparents, aunties, uncles.
Grandparents. One of the interesting you brought up Usain Bolt, Nathan. I was doing a little bit of research, and Usain Bolt was one of the very few athletes who was a world champion as a youth, a junior and senior.
There you go.
And Australia has one of those too, Danny Stevens.
Yes, Danny Stevens. Westfield Sports. What's primary school did she go to?
Maryland Primary School.
There you go.
She went to Westfield Sports basketball and developed a
That does not surprise me. I can see her as a basketballer.
She played a lot of basketball with her sister in the Waratah League in New South Wales. Yes, her mother, Tracy Samuels, coach, and a teacher. Who's had a very good career. I think she's at Westfields now, isn't she, Grant? Or maybe not.
Well, this track as well, talk about athletes who've graced us with their presence on this track. There's been incredible names. The world's fastest man competed here in March this year at the Sydney Track Classic. Fred Curley was no longer the world champion, but in 2022 he was the world's fastest man. He competed over 400 metres earlier this year. Carl Lewis as well. In the late 90s, compared to the Sydney Track Classic here, there was a crowd of 12,000 to watch the man go around in his farewell tour. And of course, Kathy and many others use this track as their warm-up preparations for some of the biggest moments of their careers across the road at the Olympic Stadium as part of the Sydney 2000 Games. And what an era that was for Australian athletics and Australian sport. And no doubt working towards another home Olympic Games. Yet to see what will happen in the 2026 Commonwealth Games. Who's going to take that one up? But the Olympic Games in Brisbane in 2032, a lot of these athletes might be in around that sort of peak age for athletics by that time. 2032 comes around, so an incredible opportunity for a home Olympic Games. We've only had a handful of occasions to do such a thing in the past. So, our 200-metre heats, not far away here at the New South Wales PSSA Championships, starting with our 8 to 10 years girls at Sydney Olympic Park.
Obviously, Nathan, you would have been too young for the 2000 Games to remember much of that.
Mum and Dad were in the stand watching Kathy's run. I don't remember it, unfortunately. It would have been a great thing to remember, but I was only 3 years old, Neil, so after 5 years your memory starts. I vaguely remember Athens. Definitely Beijing. Beijing's pretty fond in my memory. But again, keep coming back to Usain Bolt, that last 30 metres. Don't encourage our primary school kids to do that, though. Kids, run straight through to the line. Don't ease up 30 metres before and stick your hands out and celebrate the win.
Well, Grant has very fond memories of the 1956 Games in Melbourne, I believe. He was only young.
Dawn Fraser, plenty of athletes who've come through the New South Wales PSSA and CHS school sport pathway. I believe you had Ian Thorpe at your Blues Awards a couple of years back as a guest presenter, didn't you? That was it's incredible. Jess Fox, was that last year? Yeah, a couple of years ago. Oh, you had the cliff diver or something, didn't you? Once, yeah. So new Olympic sports in the program, and no doubt we'll see some new school sport opportunities as well. Maybe breakdancing we get onto the PSSA program. Who knows? Skateboarding. We'll see how we go. Some of the new 2028, I believe they've just announced 6 new Olympic sports. Flag football up there as well. Cricket's getting a look in. There we are. Rhiannon Iflin. Yeah, Australian high diver, 6-time consecutive Red Bull Cliff Diving World Series champion, presenting at the CHS Blues Awards. And great to see some of these athletes giving back. And we've also got some ex-athletes who've continued to be part of the pathways in their role as coaches and teachers of some of these athletes we mentioned before. Mel Gainsford-Taylor and many others. In fact, we've got one of our offsiders here, Deb Walsham, the pinball coach. She's down there, I can see her right now.
She related to Susie Walsham?
Yep, sisters.
Okay. Because Susie Walsham competed at this event.
I think sisters. I always get confused.
St Ives South Public School. Speaking of people giving back, the coaches and the system, Craig Stevens does a lot with the swimming squads.
Craig Stevens, mushroom coach for a number of years, and Endeavour Sports, I see because he's part of the learning support team at Endeavour Sports High School. Craig, so I know he's an ambassador. He was an ambassador, wasn't he, for the Premier Sporting Challenge?
Yeah, for a number of years. But he comes to the swimming championships every year and is always willing to come and chat.
Absolute
gentleman.
Absolute legend. Not just an athlete, but as a human being and a contributor to the sport. So, not far away here from the first of 5 heats. Called to their marks. Top 3. And then the next fastest times to progress through to the semi-final of 18. So, probably 4 non-automatic qualifying times, we believe.
Lane 6 is young Pate Harlow.
Yeah, so keep an eye on her as we go through. So Powell on the inside, Ross, Teofilo, Johnson, Larson, Pate, Asifo, Adiemi, and Baruga on the outside. And here comes Pate of Sydney Southwest, 27.29 as we've talked about. Close for second. As you can see, Asifo and McKillop, South Coast, and Teofilo on the inside, and Ross having a good run as well. But it's Harlow Pate of Wilton Public School, Sydney Southwest. See where she can stop the clock here, 28.13. And looking very, very strong early on. Harlow Pate. You can have a look at the replay there on the strong margin. Close for second there between Desiree Adiemi of Red Hill Riverina and also Talia Teofilo of Yass Public School South Coast.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the senior girls multiclass long jump.
Terrific racing. First of our 5 heats.
Pate looked, she pulled up a little bit then, saved herself, fit for the semis.
I'd imagine she's got an incredibly busy program. When you think about it, like the 100s, 200s, there's 6 races there if you get through all the rounds. 6 races over 2 days. Then heats and finals of relays, there's 8 races. So recovery is going to be, and particularly the back end of day 2, if you've been doing a lot on the track, and some of them will be
long jumpers.
Naturally the sprinters would do the long jump. And at this age as well, when they're not specialising too early, it's also not too surprising to see them do some of the other events, which is what you want. You don't want them to specialise too early. You want people to have a go in absolutely everything, even at the senior level. I talk about it all the time, but Mackenzie Little, who's a Olympic medalist, World Championship medalist in the javelin throw, represented Sydney Uni at the state relays and did race walking, did the 4x1500 walk, which was good. And Michelle Jenica, obviously a semi-finalist, Olympic semi-finalist in the hurdles. She threw a javelin, threw a shot put, did about 10 events at the state relays, the senior relays. So
we had the competitors in the hands of the starter for the second heat. Lane 1, Sabina Chan, Roseville, Sydney North. Lane 2, Ava Jupp, Miranda North, Sydney East. Lane 3, Ella Martin, St Matthews, McKillop. Ayla York is in lane 4. She's from Shell Harbour, South Coast. Lane 5, Lana Bosick, St Patrick, Sutherland. Lane 6, Zali Smart, Sunshine Bay, South Coast. Lane 7, Alexis Fox, Castle Hill, McKillop. Lane 8, Millicent Rake, Wagga Wagga, Riverina. And they are in the starters' hands. And away. And it's a young girl from McKillop in lane 7, Alexis Fox, who's got away to a good start. But the girl in the middle, centre in lane 4, lane 5, Lana Bosick and Patrick Sutherland making her way to the front. But she's been challenged by the Sydney East runner. I'm sorry, she has been overtaken by the Sydney East runner, Ava Jupp from Miranda North. And that's the time they finish in, 28.90. So the faster heat was in the previous one. So that's a good win for Ava Jupp, who will go through to the semi-finals. We have a look at there was quite a distance. In third place was our runner from South Coast, and that was Alia York from Shell Harbour. So it was Lana Bozic in second place, Ava Jupp first, and in third place, Alia York.
In heat 3 of the girls 8 to 10 200 metres. In lane 1, Grace Brands. Lane 2, Lara Hooper. Lane 3, Vija Lee Pachua. Lane 4, Maya Tanko. Lane 5, Kyani Vero. Lane 6, Harper Mays. Lane 7, Billy Rollo. And in lane 8, Tamale Quinlan.
Line up, I think we may have a lane missing, and that'll be lane 6. The North Coast competitor.
So it could be Harper Mays.
And they're away. Good start from the girl in lane 7, which is Billy Rollo. So to come to the bend, Sydney East girl is pushed up on the inside. She's been chased now by the Western and South Coast Hunter girl. So it's the Sydney East girl in lane 5 in lane 4, Maya Tanko. The Western girl in lane 2, Lara Hooper. And the Hunter in lane 5, Kiana Vero. And time is 29:24. 29:24, so still the fastest heat is the first one. So that was a good run, and congratulations to those 3 competitors. Maya Tanko from Caringbah North, Lara Hooper from Calais, and Kiani Vero from Musselbrook.
Okay, we move on now to heat 4 of the girls 8 to 10 200 metres. In lane 1, Daisy Ryan from Port Macquarie. Lane 2, Imogen Wynn from Shelley. Lane 3, Jakara Mansborough from Tinga. Lane 4, Charlotte Harper from Gulgong. Lane 5, Evie Moore Mulcahy from Barara. Lane 6, Addison Scott from Ellison. Lane 7, Matilda Cantrell from Orange. And in lane 8, Anika Kumar from Karela.
In the starter's hand. Oh, stand. Bit of movement. And you'll notice from the start there's some students choose to use the blocks, the others go from a standing start. As we move through the ages, I think you'll find most of the competitors do use the blocks. But there is some anxiety caused by the blocks. Some of them may never have used blocks before, and that's why they've chosen to use the standing start.
And I believe, Neil, that's all part of the education process with the students competing at Sydney Olympic Park, that those that haven't used blocks are able to be trained up so they can use them here and run better times in as often the case.
And this is going to be a very close finish. I think the girl in lane 2, Sydney West, and that is Imogen Wynn from Shelley, is currently in the lead, just ahead of the Sydney North runner. In lane 5, which is Evie Mulcahy, and in lane 6 we had, lane 7 we had Matilda Cantrell, Orange Western, and they went through in a time of 29:36. 29:36. So those 3 girls will come through into the semis, and the next fastest times will go to make up. So it's the first 3 from each heat, plus the next fastest time to make up the semi-finals field of 18 competitors.
Okay, moving on now to heat 5 of the girls 8 to 10 200 metres. In lane 1, Alira Tallis from Byron Bay. Lane 2, Florence Cheng from Pymble Ladies College. Lane 3, Havana Gray from Terry Hills. Lane 4, Alexandra Wazinski from King Park. Lane 5, Nikasha Williams from Narandra. Lane 6, Emily Chen from PLC Sydney. Lane 7, Lacey Swooks from Kentucky. And in lane 8, Jarrah Butler from Wingham.
And I think we've got lane 4, the runner from Sydney Southwest, has obviously withdrawn. She's not at the start line. In the starter's hands. Set and away. A very quick start from the runner in lane 8, which is Jarrah Butler. Wingham, but we'll see how well she's going when they do the bend. And coming through, he's a runner in lane 3. Lane 3, which is Havana Gray. Terry Hill, Sydney North, ahead of the Riverina runner from Narandra, and Nikesha Williams. And it's going to be close for the third. And it was lane 6, Emily Chen, and the time of 29:36, exactly the same time as the previous heat. So Havana Gray will progress to the next round. Nikesha Williams will join her, as will Emily Chen. We now move to the first event in the boys, 8 to 10s. 200 metres, and again we have 5 heats here. And a record grant set by a young man called Alex Jello in 2005 of 26:48.
And that's a long-standing record, Pearl, that
is.
Alex Jello, a very, very famous primary school athlete back in the 2000s.
Did a great job. He's a very talented footballer and across a number of codes.
Okay, the start list for the... No, we have the start list for the girls up at the moment, so I'll take the start list for you. In lane 1, Hunter Davies from Hunter. Lane 2, Jax Colburn from Northwest. Lane 3, Amir Sapech from Sydney East. Lane 4, Dallas Burrell from Gilgandra Western. Lane 5, Lachlan Chapman from McKillop. Lane 6, Grayson Roper from Sydney East. Lane 7, Patrick Bofa from Sydney West. Lane 8, Andrew Meredith from Barrier. And in lane 9, Nicholas Whitehead from South Coast.
Grant, I think if we keep an eye out for Lachlan Chappell, his seed time is 26:56. So that's just outside that record set by Alex Jello. In fact, only 8/100ths of a second. So I'd say he might give it a shake. Depends who's going to push him.
There is an ever so slight headwind, so that could have an impact on the runners once they get past or into the 100 metre track, but we'll see how we go with these boys. They're all set, ready to go.
We've had a withdrawal, obviously lane 9, Nicholas Whitehead, the Jindabyne. He's a non-show.
And you'll also note a few of the boys have chosen not to use the starting box.
In fact, there's only 2 who've chosen to do so.
So just awaiting the instructions from the starter. For many of these boys, it will be the first time they've run at this track, and particularly these conditions might be a little unfamiliar to them.
And they're away. Good start from runner in lane 8, which was, lane 7, Patrick Boafa. But young Lachlan Chappell has asserted his authority on this race as he's pulled away to a massive lead over the 200. And he is moving through to the finish line. And he's gone through in 26.62, sorry, 26.62. So that was a remarkable event, run by the young runner from McKillop and Botany.
So that's a great effort, Neil. 15-metre win over 200 metres. Well done to Lachlan.
In second place was Patrick Boafa from Bird Oldfield Public School in Sydney West. And our Sydney East Street, a runner from Engadine in lane 6 was Grayson Oropa. So these boys now know what they've got to run.
Start list for the boys 8 to 10 200 metres. In lane 1, Dominic Ear from Jamison Town. Lane 2, Nate Russo from Point Clare. Lane 3, Tex Air from Charlestown East. Lane 4, Ethan Costa from Sacred Heart Matraville. Lane 5, Felix Poole from Badalla. Lane 6, Ari Hogan from Forbes. Lane 7, Jaden Hotine from Anna Bay. And in lane 8, Archer Colkman from Bathurst. And I think we have a full field here, Neil. Oh no, we could be missing the runner in lane 5. And that's possibly Felix Poole from Badalla. And again, we've got some boys who've chosen to do a stand-up start as opposed to using the blocks. We have a bit of a technical issue in lane 3. It looks like the box could be an issue, but the officials have moved very quickly to rectify that issue.
We've got a couple of very good times in this event too, Grant. We've got a 27 and a 28. So that, we'll wait and see, I suppose, but the final could be very competitive.
Yeah, so we keep our eyes on those qualifiers on times. Ethan Costa from and Nate Russo, both sub-29 times.
And they're away. I'm sorry, I've missed the start totally. And it is young Ethan Cox from McKillop in the middle. But he's been challenged by Nate Russo, as we would expect. In fact, Nate Russo has had to move to the front, and he's run a very good race in lane 2, and he's going to go through with a quick time of 27.99 ahead of Ethan Cox and Tex Air from Hunter. So it was Nate Russo in lane 2, Point Clare. Sorry, Ethan Costa, from McKillop Sacred Heart Matraville in first place in a time of 27.99 ahead of Nate Russo. Sorry, it was Nate Russo ahead of from Point Clare in a time of 27.99. Ethan Costa from Sacred Heart Matraville was in second place, and Tex Air was in third place from the Hunter.
The start list for the Heat 3 of the boys 8 to 10 200 metres is in lane 1, Lucas Gill Gomes from Albion Park Rail. Lane 2, Jack Kane from Lindisfarne. Lane 3, Cameron Falconer from McKillop Warnervale. Lane 4, Ethan Bugner from Griffith East. Lane 5, Benjamin Spadaro from Lady of Lords. Lane 6, Jarvis Barton from Panania. Lane 7, Miles Eason from Tacking Point. And in lane 8, Kobe Lyons from Picnic Point.
Shout out to all those schools, and hopefully your teachers are allowing you to watch your colleagues run and compete at these events today. And they're off. No, we've had a full start.
Attention please, Connor Clune.
throughout New South Wales. A little shout out to the students of Parkview Public School down in the Riverina. I hope you're enjoying the events of today.
And we have a full field in this heat, Neil. All 8 competitors who were entered will be starting this event.
Also a shout out to those students at Panania Primary School who've been traditional attendees at the swimming and track and field. And they're away. And there's a young boy from McKillop in lane 5. That's Benjamin Spadaro from Our Lady of Lords, Seven Hills at the moment, but he's been overtaken by our runner in lane 2, which is Jack Kane from CIS. So we got Jack Kane, Benjamin Spadaro, and Cameron Falconer from Warrnambool in a time of 2:28.35. Our competitors in the next heat, we'll see in lane 1 Hugo Barwick, Warrior Northwest. Lane 2 Samuel Goldsmith, CIS. Lane 4 Ethan Foster, Beaumont Hills, Sydney West. Lane 4 Hudson McGregor, Valgalla Heights, Sydney North. Lane 5 Hudson Bootsma, Cole Cannon in the Riverina. Lane 6 Roland Cohen, St Francis is at Byron Bay. Sorry, it's St Finbars at Byron Bay. Lane 7 is Edward Clay, Temora Riverina. And lane 8, Henley Flood from Paulding.
And Henry Flood's from St Lawrence's at Coonabarabran. So
thank you.
Good luck to Henley. He's certainly come a long way from Coonabarabran to race here today at the primary schools athletics championships.
And they're in the starter's hand. And we're just waiting. And I think we've got all runners choosing. Oh no, we might have 1 or 2 runners who are going to use the blocks. We'll just see. 2 runners using the blocks. Lanes 1 and 4.
We have a runner use the Crouch start, and he's not using the blocks. So we have a combination of starts here with these boys in the 8 to 10, 200 metres.
I'd always admire the way the competitors, they must be incredibly nervous if it's their first time here. And they have to front up, and they know they can't go early.
In the presentation area is the 11 metres boys high jump medal winners. We have a tie for second place with Duke Lamprey from Laguna Street and Harrison Corrigan from New Lambton South. Congratulations.
Just waiting for the start.
And our gold
A couple of very anxious competitors out there.
Connor Clune.
Yeah, and as Neil mentioned, a lot of these boys, this will be their first time competing at this level, and it's understandable that they could be prone to going early, but officials have it under control, and let's see how we go with the start.
And we're away. It's a good start across the field. It's a runner in lane 3 from Sydney West, I think, that's going to push through, although he's been challenged by the runner from Sydney North. And on the inside, lane northwest, so we've got lane 4 now has pushed up, and that is Hudson McGregor. He's ahead of Ethan Foster, and it's going to be and the runner out wide from Roland Cohen from St Finbar's Byron Bay. Will fill the 3rd position in a time of 28:39. All the heats have been around that time, with the exception of the first one, which was 26:62. Set by Lachlan Chappell.
So we'll move on now to the final heat, I believe, Neil, of the 8 to 10 200 metres. And the boys are just going over now to the starting area. And I believe we might have 8 in this race. So we have in lane 1, Jackson Engel from Harrington Park. Lane 2, Declan McQueen from Wallenbar. Lane 3, Teddy Sharp from Shaw Prep. Lane 4, Jensen Barrett from Mount Colah. Lane 5, William Dominant Sydney from Lennox Head. Lane 6, Hugh Kite from Binya. Lane 7, Percy Turl from Corindai. And in lane 8, Maximilian Yo from Annandale North. And once again, Neil, a full field for this, the final heat of the boys 8 to 10 200 metres.
This will be a fairly hotly contested race in lanes 3 and 4, Grant. Only 1/100th of a second. It splits them in their seed times. However, it's a different day, a different venue for most of them. And they're away. A good jump from the Sydney East runner in lane 8. That's Maximilian Yo from Annandale North. There's the North Coast runner in lane 5. Is William Damasceno from Lennox Head. But it's the CIS runner in lane 3. Being challenged now by the Sydney North runner. And it's going to be very close at the finish. And I think the CIS runner, and that's Teddy Sharp, had just a little bit too much for Jensen Barrett and William Damasceno in a time of 28:83. So it'll be Teddy Sharp, Jensen Barrett and William Damasceno that will progress through to the semi-finals.
We'll now move on to the girls 11-year-old 200 metres. And the girls have just gone round to the starting area, getting organised for their starts. And in lane 1 we have Lani Mogliotto from Griffith East. Lane 2, Spandala Yidram from Bankstown. Lane 3, Scarlet Nest from Barnier. Lane 4, Evie Armour from Forbes. Lane 5, Eleanor Scott from Burramurra. Lane 6, Marnie Lawrence from Claremont. Lane 7, Indy Bale from Bel Air. And in lane 8, Molly Gibson from Morgan Street Public School, and that's situated in Broken Hill. So well done to Molly. Long way to come, probably her first start or possibly a second start at the PSSA Athletics Championships. So good luck to all the girls in the first heat of the girls 11 years 200 metres. The record for this event, set by Chelsea Izok in 2017, is 25.96.
Someone should go and tell Mr. Rollins he should have his hat on. there in the sun. And they're in the starter's hands. And away. Strong start from lane 7. And that's lane 6 currently coming through at the moment is Marnie Lawrence from CIS. And she's ahead of the runner from Hunter, which is Indy Bale. And now we're looking to see who's going to be very close in third. But it was the runner from Sydney West. And that was Scarlet Nest from Barnier. So going through, we have Marnie Lawrence, Scarlet Nest, and Indy Bale. In a time of 28.07. 28.07 is the first heat. And we now look forward to our second heat, which will feature in lane 1, Chanel Holmes from Narina Hills, South Coast. Lane 2, Jade James from Moree, Northwest. Lane 3, Praise Kem from Campbellfield, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Bailey Fisher, Albury, Riverina. Lane 5, Sienna Fernie, St Patrick's, Port Macquarie. Lane 6, Valerie Pickup, Manly West, Sydney North. Lane 7, Alara Barnes, St Patrick's. I'm not sure of that one, sorry, it's not St Patrick's, it's CIS. Lane 7, Grace Gadd, Balcombe Hills North, Sydney West.
Yeah, just to confirm those schools now, Sienna Fernie is from St Peter's at Port Macquarie.
Okay.
And Alara Barnes is from St Philip's Public School, and they are members of, that school is a member of the Combined Independent Schools.
So what are you suggesting, Grant, is that I got those wrong?
Ah, possibly.
Good. And they're away. And that's a very good start from lane 7. Lane 7 being Alara Barnes from St Philip's CIS. And she's maintained her lead through the bend. She's been challenged now by the runner in Sydney North, and that's Valerie Pickup. Famous name. And we have the Riverina runner in Bailey Fisher in third, and their time was 28.06. 28.06. Previous heat was 28.07.
So remembering that we are running semi-finals and finals for the 200 metres and the 100 metres. So we'll now move on to heat 3 of the Girls 11 years 200 metres. In lane 1 is Chanel Holmes from Narina Hills. Lane 2, Jade James from Moree. Lane 3, I think we've already done those. That was heat 2. So we'll just wait for heat 3 to come up on our screens. So the girls are all round at the start of the 200 metres.
I might go off our start sheets we have here in front of us, Grant. We believe in lane 1 will be Jasmine Morrison from Wallsend South. Lane 2, Jada Christie from Penshurst McKillop. Lane 3, Alice Burgess, CIS. Lane 4, Charlize Dugood, Lennox Head. Lane 5, Miranda Yu, St Ives North. Lane 6, Jackie Lardner, Kempsey West, North Coast. Lane 7, Kalani Russell
from St Mary's.
St Mary's and St Joseph's, isn't it?
At Maroubra.
And in lane 8, Elwyn Evans.
And Elwyn Evans from St Mary's at Orange.
Okay, thank you, Grant. And they're away. And we had the runner from CIS in lane 3, Alice Burgess, who's put a huge gap in the field. And I think she might be quite comfortably, I could declare her the winner unless something dramatic happens.
We might keep an eye on the record here now, which is 25.96.
28.04. Sydney North in second when that was Marinda Yu in lane 5, and it's going to be the runner from the Hunter in lane 1, Jasmine Morrison. And they went through in 28.04. It's going to be a pretty competitive race when we get to the final.
So we start off now with our fourth heat of the 200 metres. In lane 1, Sandra Deary from Kings Langley. Lane 2, Isla Vilvin from Gymea North. Lane 3, Madison Tabret from West Pennant Hills. Lane 4, Molly Tom from Benora Point. Lane 5, Capri Vincent from St Anthony's Clovelly. Lane 6, Addison Lockyer from Tamworth South. Lane 7, Eden Stewart from St James Benora Point. And in lane 8, Hayley Bostic from Stanwell Park, South Coast. So in this, the third heat, we have the runner in lane 5. Looks like she might have withdrawn.
That'd be Capri Vincent Grant from McKillop. And the starter had to stand them up again. A bit of movement at the start line. And they're away. So we watch them attack the bend. We've got the runner in lane 3, Sydney North, and in lane 1, Sydney West. And then coming through in lane 2 is Sydney East. So Sydney West in lane 1, we have Sandra Deary from Kings Langley. And we've got a runner out here in lane 7. Was Kalani Russell, and in lane 3, Madison Tabret from West Pennant Hills. So going through that again, we have Sandra Deary, Madison Tabret, and sorry, I've lost the third runner there.
Well, we might move on, Neil, while you find that third runner, to the heat 5 of the girls 11 years 200 metres. In lane 1, Taylor Brennan from Canobolis. Lane 3, Maggie Trino from Caringbah. Lane 4, Indy Spriggs from Coringal. Lane 5, Rachel Gilmore from Mudgee. Lane 6, Lindsay Jabalino from McCallum's Hill. Lane 7, Ruby Morgan from Ross Hill. And in lane 8, Holly Braddock from Milton. So the girls are at the start of the 200 metres, just getting their final instructions from the officials. It's a bit of a strange day here at Sydney Olympic Park. The clouds have come over, but it's still quite hot. And in an effort to shade the students, you might see around the track, there are a number of marquees that have been set up at each of the events. And those marquees are being used by the competitors to shade themselves before they go out and do their events. So a very good initiative by the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association to look after the students who are competing at this championship.
And we do seem to have a bit of a hold up at the starting blocks. And it looks like we're down 2 runners in this event. Lanes 2, which would be Charlotte James from Charlestown. And lane 4, Indy Spriggs from Coringal, Riverina. And they're away. And Sydney East has pushed through in lanes 6 and 3. And that in lane 6 we've got Lindsay Jabanillo from Sydney East, and in lane 3 Maggie Trino from Caringbah, Sydney East. And the young girl from South Coast in lane 7, was it? Oh no, lane 8, Holly Braddock. So we had Maggie Trainer, Holly Braddock, and I keep losing that third runner.
Rightio, we'll move on now to the boys 11 years 200 metres. Again, we have 5 heats. The record for this event was set by Alex Jello in 2006 in a time of 25.29. So another long-standing record. In lane 1 we have Harrison Corrigan from New Lambton South. Lane 2 Corbin Fanger from Pico South. Lane 3 Mitchell Taylor from Corrimal East. Lane 4 Edward Burke from St Thomas's Willoughby. Lane 5 Axel Bryant from Kahaba. Lane 6 Jardi Ikanamu from Harrington Street. And in lane 7 William Bailey from St Ignatius College.
And on the screen you can see a presentation to one of our events for the Multiclass. And the medals were presented by Brett Thurgate, one of our principal reps from the North Coast.
And just as Nathan and Neil had mentioned previously, this year we have a record number of multi-class athletes, 168 competing, and that's a fantastic effort to all those concerned with the development of the multi-class athletics program.
Looks like we've had a couple of withdrawals here. So we're running from lane 3 to 7, and they're away. And they approach the bend, and powering through the bend, we've got the runner from Sydney North, currently just ahead, or maybe, no, I'm sorry, it was polling, CIS in lane 7, ahead of lane 3 and lane 4. So that would have been William Bailey from CIS, Edward Burke from Willoughby MacKillop, and in lane 3 Mitchell Taylor from Corrimal, South Coast, in a time of 27.84. 27.84.
So we move on now to Heat 2 of the boys 11 years 200 metres. The competitors are at the starting area. And the start list for this event is Liam Tagg from Narooma. Lane 2, Victor Ockbonner from Our Lady Mount Carmel. Lane 3, Henry Keane from Berry. Lane 4, Ethan Warner from Avalon. Lane 5, Owen Tang, Matthew Pearce. Lane 6, Josh Galloway, Wattle Grove. Lane 7, Anderson McMahon, Forbes. And in lane 8, Charlie Beale, Murrumbara.
Murrumbara down in the Riverina region.
We have a wide spread of schools here. Neil, we have Malcolm Anderson McMahon, from Forbes.
Yep. When we go to Narooma on the south coast and Berry, very good cake shop down the south coast at Berry. They used to do a beautiful banoffee pie. They're in the starter's hands. Yeah, no, it's not alcohol.
So once again, with the boys 11s, we now see the majority of boys taking the option of using the starting blocks. As we said, this is an education process, the primary schools athletics championships, and the younger age groups choose often to do a stand-up start, but as we progress through the age groups, the crouch start becomes more prevalent.
That was a terrific start, Grant, from the runner from Sydney North, Ethan Warner from Avalon Public School. And he's been closely followed by the Victor Ogbonna from Wentworthville in lane 2. In lane 5, Owen Tang, Matthew Pearce, in the time of 27.59. 27.59. We had Ethan Warner, Victor Ogbonna, and Owen Tang.
Now we move on now to heat 3 of the boys 11 years 200 metres. The competitors are at the start of the 200, and in lane 1 we have Beau Hanrahan from O'Connell. Lane 2, Zayden Fisher from Benora Point. Lane 3, Nolan Grantham from Burraneer Bay. Lane 4, George Lambusis from Ramsgate. Lane 5, Cruz McEwen from Dubbo West. Lane 6, Max Israel from St Aidan's Maroubra Junction. Lane 7, Cohen Jones from St Nicholas Tamworth. And in lane 8, Archer Wilson from Thurgoona, Riverina. Now I think we have a full field in this, which is terrific.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I was just listening to the new record for the boys 12 years, 13 years shot put. One competitor has put that shot 14.73 metres, I think it was, which is a pretty amazing shot put. I'll just see if I can find the old record. Oh. The old record for the 12-13 boys shot put. Bear with me while we're waiting for this race to start.
And while Neil is finding that record, the boys are in their blocks.
And I'll come back to it. I have located it, and it's a good start across the field. The Sydney East runner in lane 4, has shown them a clean pair of heels to come round the bend, and he's leading into the straight. He's got about a 5 to 10 metre lead, and the others are chasing. We've got the runner in lane 6. Lane 7, sorry. So we've got lane 4, Sydney East, lane 6, Sydney McKillop, and lane 3, Sydney East. So we had in lane 6 was hang on, which
it's a 3% speed increase.
with a time of 27.48. I'm sorry I'm just having a look at the list in front of me. It doesn't match up with the finishing order, so I'm sorry I couldn't get those names for you. That record that I was looking for used to be
Just while Neil's finding that
Well,
record.
14.75, so he's done it by 14.76, I think I said. But it's established a new record.
We'll move on now to Heat 4 of the Boys 11 years 200 metres. Lane 1, Rob Squires from Tamworth. Lane 2, Leo Donaldson from Kingscliff. Lane 3, Teo Starr from Nemmingar. Lane 4, Steve Kokoko from Cambridge Gardens. Lane 5, Isaac Robinson from Balgala North. Lane 6, Hamish Crittenden from St Joseph's, West Tamworth. Lane 7, Lucas Hill from Oxley College. And in Lane 8, Bo Agu from Blackwell.
And they are in the starter's hands. This is Heat 4, is it not, Grant?
Heat 4 of the Boys 11 years 200 metres. Looks like we have a full field now. 8 competitors starting in this race.
So the first 3 finishes I'll come back to for that previous heat. And we've got Sydney North, Sydney West leading the way at the moment with a big challenge from the CIS runner in lane 6, I think it is. But Sydney North, a young runner in lane 5. Lane 5 was Isaac Robinson ahead of Hamish Crittenden and Stephen Kokoko in third place, and the time of 27.62. The previous finishes, first 3 finishes in the previous race were George Lambousas from Ramsgate in first place. In second place, we had Max Israel from McKillop, and in third place, Nolan Grantham, Baronier Bay, Sydney East.
Well, we move on to the final heat of the Boys 11 years 200 metres. The competitors are just moving around to the starting area, getting their blocks set up for those that are using them, and awaiting the final instructions of the starter. In lane 1 we have Daniel Gilchrist from Griffith North. Lane 2, Luca Miletto from Narellan. Lane 3, Connor Knox from Hastings. Lane 4, Jackson Solomon from Mimosa. Lane 5, Ethan Suleiman from the local school, St Mark's Drummoyne. Lane 6, Ryan Jozo from Lutheran PS. And in lane 7, Kobe Brown from Walker Central. Now we might have a withdrawal here, Neil, possibly, and that could be
Lane 8. Yeah.
lane 8.
Nathan Elvis. Elvis Nathan, sorry.
Elvis Nathan, yes.
So they're up and running. And again, it's going to be CIS and Sydney North leading us into the straight. And they're setting a good pace. And the young runner from Sydney North in lane 4, Jackson Solomon. But he's been overtaken by Ryan Jose. And in third place was not sure. So we've got Ryan Jose ahead of Jackson Suleiman, ahead of Ethan Suleiman, and that time was 27.06.
And it might be now, we might pass over to Nathan Breen, our preeminent athletics caller, to take you through the next heats of the 200 metres. So moving on now to the heat 1 of the girls 12 to 13 years 200 metres. Once again we have 5 heats. The progression to the final will be via semi-finals. And we'll just wait for the official start list to come up. The girls are at the start, awaiting the instructions of the starter. Welcome back, Nathan.
It's good to be back. I've had a couple of muffins and I've rehydrated myself, and geez, it's beautiful weather out there. Just a little bit of wind though. But 200-metre runners have been pretty impressive performances so far. Remember, there's 2 rounds still to come for those who've qualified through. Top 3 next best times. What are we up to? Heat 1?
Yeah, so Heat 1, Nathan, we have Katani Milligan from Henschke. Lane 3, Eleanor McCann from Bargo. Lane 4, Louisa Metta from Seaforth. Lane 5, Mia Wood from Yowie Bay. Lane 6, Annie Lidbury from St. Aloysius Chisholm. Lane 7, Melanie Greenup. And in Lane 8, Zoe Lynch.
Yeah, so it looks like Mia Wood, she got a couple of records at Sydney East Championships, and here Mia Wood striding towards the line here. Very, very impressive young athlete. Had a massive program at the Regional Championships, and she has absolutely blitzed that. 26.38, so 25.50 from 1995, that record. That record has stood for a very long time here. 28 years, so we'll see if she can threaten that in the final, or even in the semi. 20 metres, I reckon, the margin. Incredible. Close for second place there, Melina Greenup, and also Louisa Metta of Seaforth in Sydney North region for that second and third spot, but all 3 will automatically qualify through to the final. Well done to Mia Wood of Yowie Bay Public School, first across the line in the first of 5 heats.
So we move on now to Heat 2 of the girls 12 to 13 years, 200 metres. And I believe on your screen you are looking at a presentation, and we're not 100% sure what that presentation is.
One of the field events. Saw incredible shot put, that record as well, by a man from Sydney North. Yeah, show she guns, mate. Well done. State podium.
And we have the start list for the second heat of the girls 12, 13 years, 200 metres. In lane 1, Lacey Doyle from Condobolin. Lane 2, Indy Straney from Nengingbar. Lane 3, Sienna Bereston from Bradbury. Lane 4, Chelsea Hodges from Lake Cat-Eye. Lane 5, Sienna Wade from Mowbray. Lane 6, Olivia Gordon from Cudell. Lane 7, Sophie Howson from Cronulla. And in lane 8, Sammy Rose Dowden from Guyra.
Called to their marks here, so it looks like we don't have Chelsea Hodges. Lane 4 vacant. The rest are here, though. So underway, really quick start. Sophie Howson of Cronulla Public School, Sydney East region. You can see how quickly her leg speed has ramped up, and she will have a pretty clear margin into the straight. The next of the challengers, Tudor inside Sienna Wade of Mowbray, Sydney North. We saw her in the 1500 earlier on, and Western Region's Lacey Doyle of Condobolin there, finding out for that third spot, but it is all Sophie Howson of Cronulla. Have a look at that margin. We thought Mia Wood's margin was massive. That is something else. Sienna Wade of Mowbray, Sydney North in second position there. 26.07. That might have been quicker than Mia Woods. I can't remember the time, but very good lean to the line there. Sophie Howson, incredible form. Well done as well to Sienna Wade.
So we move on now to Heat 3 of the girls 12 to 13 years, 200 metres. The girls are at the starting block. From the start list for this event, in lane 1, Kayla Stringer from Floraville. Lane 2, Ivana Rose Lawson from Darlington Point. Lane 3, Alice Wall from Inverell. Lane 4, Kyla Rankin, Anna Bay. Lane 5, Maya Wettimana from Excelsior. Lane 6, Madison McWilliams, Flinders. Lane 7, Sienna Vasella from St Ives North. And in lane 8, Georgia Wheeler from Young North.
Very good geographical spread here across from Riverina to Northwest. Inverell Public School represented. Good to see Alice Wall representing them. Behind the blocks now, ready for a start. This is Heat 3, top 3 automatic. And then the next fastest times after that to progress through to our semi-final, which will consist of 18 competitors for the girls 12 to 13 years, 200 metres. 26.07 from Heat 2. Such an impressive display by Sophie Howson. And in the first heat, also Mia Wood of Liawi Bay Public School. This is Heat 3 now. So away, Stringer on the inside, then Lawson, Wall, Rankin, Wedamuni, McWilliams, Vasella, and Wheeler on the outside. Sydney North competitor away well. Sienna Vasella of St Ives Public School on her inside as Madison McWilliams of the South Coast trying to draw level here. 3 to automatically qualify. You can see Wedamuni as well. Sydney West trying to get up there as well as Georgia Wheeler on the outside. But she's just pushed ahead here, Vasella, leading through McWilliams. And in third is Georgia Wheeler of Young North Public School, I think, getting the job done. Great replay there on the board. She was able to switch off. She could afford to do that. Sienna Vasella take the win. Madison McWilliams in second. And Georgia Wheeler guarantee herself a spot, subject to clearance from our track officials.
We move on now to Heat 4 of the Girls 12 to 13 years 200 metres.
Encourages all students to do their best.
In lane 1, Olivia Bailey from Lake Albert. Lane 2, Peyton McCrosty from Warhope. Let's wait till the official list comes up.
He was instrumental in the streamlining of system and structures, namely the introduction of bid managers to ensure a quality event.
We just wait till we can give you the full names of the schools. We have an abbreviated version on their start lists.
It's hard to remember all of them. There's 1,000 of schools here. Incredible. And 2,300 competitors in New South Wales.
So we have Olivia Bailey from Lake Albert. We have in lane 2, Peyton McCrosty from St Joseph's Warhope. Lane 3, Lily Young from Illaroo Road. Lane 4, Ava Pepper from Skeggs. Lane 5, Ruby Ford from Griffith North. Lane 6, Alexandra Bova from Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 7, Isla Scully from Russell Lee. And in lane 8, Janice Hicks from Edgeworth. So let's keep our eyes on the local runner. Isla Scully from Russell Lee Public School. Just went to grade year 6. Originally was a infant school. It's now a full-blown public school.
Is there many other schools in that position? Is that a rare thing?
It's quite rare. It's, I think Russell Lee might have been one of the last in that part of the area. You know, what had happened with the Russell Lee students, when they went to years 3 to 6, they fit into Drummoyne Public, Abbotsford Public and Five Dock Public in the main.
Okay. So Heat 4 here. CIS in the white, you can see in 4 and 6, that's Ava Pepper, Alexandra Bova. Standing up, the Riverina athlete, Ruby Ford. A little bit unsteady, I reckon they'll be called back, yeah. So, Lily Young, they do get a dispensation. Obviously, the start officials determine if it's a green, I'm not sure if they're using the card system or not, but a green card is normally unsteady, and there's no false start deemed. If there is a false start, though, it's not an instant disqualification at this age because they are allowed one chance, and the second time will be a disqualification. But our start officials have a keen eye for these things. It looks like we keep everyone here.
And you might note on your screen there, I believe that's Barry Pecker.
It is on the right now.
A very experienced official, ex-primary school principal. So Barry's had a long-standing relationship with the New South Wales PWSA.
So we're away here in heat number 4, and it is Isla Scully, Russell Lee athlete, who's got away to the best of the starts. Olivia Bailey's also moving well on the inside Lake Albert Riverina region. In fact, she might even have a lead. It's very, very close between herself and Isla Scully of Russell Lee, but it's Scully now just ahead. Olivia Bailey comfortable in that position. Ava Pepper coming through in lane 4, but it's Sydney East for the win. Isla Scully, the heads of Olivia Bailey and also Ava Pepper of CIS. They're your top 3. They're your automatic qualifiers. We've seen the first 3 relatively clear. It's been that 4th position that's been battled with quite hard. 4th, 5th and 6th so close there. With another one of the CIS competitors might be Alexandra Bova getting through for 4th, but we'll have to wait to see if her time is quick enough to progress through to the semi-final of the girls 12 to 13 years, 200 metres.
So we'll move on now to our final heat, Heat 5 of the girls 12 to 13 years, 200 metres.
Fifth and final heats. They would know roughly what time they'll need to do to progress here, but if they get in the top three, they won't have to worry about it at all. So an average of one athlete or less than one athlete per heat if you don't get in the top three. That's why it's pretty important to guarantee yourself a spot and don't leave it to chance. See one of our officials helping one of our athletes there set up blocks to make sure it's firmly secure. I know with some of the older, more powerful ladies and gents that if they are not firmly secured into the track, then it could definitely do a bit of damage. So just a reminder, we've got our field streams as well, plenty happening on every single corner of the competition arena here at the Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for day one of the New South Wales PSSA Championships. It's been an incredible day so far, great conditions.
Right, we move on to the start list for the final heat of the girls 200 metres. In lane 1, Quinn Nayland from St Catherine Singleton. Lane 2, Till Ajaka Pettit from Kingscliff. Lane 3, Audrey Heslop, Newcastle Grammar School. Lane 4, Cindy Tran. And I'll let Nathan take over from here because we have the start.
Jayla Lemmy on the outside of McKillop has flown away. Audrey Heslop as well of CIS, and up alongside her, well, it will be Sydney Tran as well of Cogra coming through here. So St Patrick's College Cogra, McKillop holding first and maybe third. Pushing up is Quinn Nayland as well of Polding. She might get into second, but it is Cindy Tran. I think it was St Patrick's College, St Patrick's Primary School there of Cogra. And looking really comfortable. Have a look at the form on her. She just keeps nice and strong, relaxing the upper body. Doesn't use any muscle that she doesn't need to produce and propel herself forward. She's got herself a spot in the semi-final.
And just a little bit of trivia. St Patrick's College.
I like trivia.
St Patrick's Primary School at Cogra is the old St George Leagues Club. Before it moved down to the Taj Mahal.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, we're moving on now to the boys 12 to 13 years. 200 metres. Our start list is as follows. Lane 1 is Ryan Bassanis from Laguna Street. Lane 2, Max Pinder from Mary Hill Christians, Sawtell. Lane 3, John Espinita from Kingswood South. Lane 4, Archie Higgins from Shoalhaven Heads. Lane 5, Jai Roach from St Patrick's Mortlake. Lane 6, Tamana Searle from Kiama. And in lane 7, Patrick Butler from St Pius X. And we also have a presentation at the moment, Nathan. Not 100% sure what it was.
Away here, so it's Bassanese on the inside. Pinder, Espinita, Higgins, Roach, Searle and Butler. City West competitor coming through in lane 3. John Espindina showing terrific form. 20 metres is the margin. City East on the inside, Ryan at Balnese. Look at this man power away. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Look at the clock. Can't even see the time. Can't keep up with him. CIS in second for the first tee there. That was Patrick Butler on the outside. South Coast. And coming through there, that might be Archie Higgins in third place there, I believe, in the first of our 5 heats for the boys 12 to 13 years. 200 metres here at the PSSA Championships. That was really, really good running by John Espindina on screen now in the yellow, blue and whites there. That is a margin and a half. 25 to 30 metres, I would say, over the rest of the field. Really putting himself in a good position to qualify through and be one of the main contenders if he does get through the semi-final as well, of course.
We move on now to Heat 2 of the boys 12 to 13 years, 200 metres. In lane 1, Billy Hutchinson from Whitecliffs. Lane 2, Callum Gilchrist from Barker. Lane 3, Max Kim, Sydney West. Lane 4, I think we just got a result that came up there.
Yeah, so 25-1-0, John Espandina.
which is taken off our start list, but we'll move on. Okay, I'll move on to the start list, which is in lane 4, Gabriel Santa Rosa from Bulwara. Lane 5, Westhuizen Van Der from Bega. Lane 6, KB Seymour Dubbo South. Lane 7, Sebastian Duddle from Kings. And in lane 8, Riker Moore from Parks East. And we have the runner in lane 1, Billy Hutchinson, Nathan, is from Whitecliffs, which is part of Barrier. So he has come a long way to compete.
How many hour drive is that?
That's a lot. So well done to Billy, and more importantly, well done to his family to get him here.
Welcome to all those who are watching the live stream from the classrooms across this great state of New South Wales. In seat 2, boys 12 to 13, 200 metres. And we're away. Really quick reaction. Sebastian Duddle, he's made his way up the inside shoulder of Riker Moore here and really started to streak away. So also Hunter Region, Gabriel Santarossa is holding quite well. And CIS on the inside, Callum Gilchrist, who has got the lead. CIS in 1 and 2 at the moment. Sydney West, Max Kim pushing up as well. This third spot is close, but CIS have got the job done here with Callum Gilchrist. And on the outside, Sebastian Duddle close for that third spot, but might just be Max Kim. Yates Avenue Public School, Sydney West Region, getting across the line in third place for Heat 2. The boys 12 to 13, 200 metres. A replay now to see how comfortable those boys looks there. Good finish as well on the outside. There was Riker Moore of Western Region, Parks East Public School, so well done to him. Western Region, of course, with the whites, the red and the green.
Move on now to Heat 3 of the boys 12 to 13 years, 200 metres. The competitors are at the starting area. In lane 1 we have Aaron Finity from St Catherine's, Sienna Presto. Lane 2, Harley Teal from North Coast. Lane 3, Safwan Haliki from River Arena. Lane 4, Dilwar Zaglia from North Coast. Lane 5, Xavier Saunders from Sydney North. Lane 6, Luca Giametti from Sydney East. Lane 7, Ben Golder from Temora. And in lane 8, Cody Benal-Leal from Manly Village.
On your block, boys. On your mark. Stand up, boys.
So
Stand
they're
up, please.
still finalising their warm-up preparations here for heat number 3.
On your mark. Set. Stand up, boys.
Be called up again. A little bit jumpy there with marine competitors.
Stand up. Stand up. On your block. On your block, please.
So just about set. Heat 3. So away here, and it was Cody Benoliel who's got away well. Luca Giametti of Wallara Sydney East. It's pretty close though between these competitors here. It might be just Giametti fighting it out with the Riverina competitor Haliqui, and also on the inside of McKillop is Aaron Finity. But it's our man from Sydney East, Luca Giametti of Wallara, who's going to take line honours here. Closed for second, third and fourth position, but it's Aaron Finity ahead of Safan Haliqui, and also Sydney North, Xavier Saunders coming through here as we see the replay, dipping perfectly, timing it to the line. see it's not an easy thing to do to time that dip right, but Luca Giametti, not that he needed to, but good to see him get himself in good habits. There he is on screen, your winner for Heat 3 of the boys 12 to 13 years, 200 metres.
Moving on now to Heat 4 of the boys 12 to 13 years, 200 metres. The competitors are at the starting area, awaiting the instructions of the starter. And in lane 1 we have Zach Cullen from Camden South. Lane 2, Cortez Monzon from Marion Horsley Park. Lane 3, Riley Mabry from Elibana. Lane 4, James Meekan from St Philip Neri Northbridge. Lane 5, Chase Milne from Hanwood. Lane 6, Jeremy Bofa from Burt Oldfield. Lane 7, Sean Matapuli from Ingleburn. And in lane 8, Lockie Harbridge from Parks East.
So it looks like we don't have a lane 5 there. The rest of them still there. The yellow, blue and black Sydney West region. That's Jeremy Bofo, third from the left. Ingleburn. See them represented here, Sean Matapel. And that's James Mikan. Is that the Polding singlet? Lane 4.
Yes, I think it is. Haven't got my list, but...
Okay, so underway here. Pretty even start between the outer 3 lanes anyway, with Jeremy Bofo getting good vision now, just creeping up on the inside. And going with him, though, Sean Matapuli of Ingleburn Public School, but Cortez Monson on the inside. He will lead them into the straight. On the outside, Sean Matapuli just trying to edge a little bit closer and stay away from that danger zone with third automatic qualifying position through to the final. Tell you what, plenty of form shown there as well by Jeremy Bofo of Sydney West region. He'll get that third spot, I believe, as we have a look at this replay. He got a little bit closer there, Sean Matapuli, to our McKillop athlete in Cortez Monzon through to the line. 26.19. As the boys have a bit of a chat about how things went. Some stories to tell. They're normally very talkative, Grant, after the race. They love, the girls and the boys, they love to say, what were you thinking? What was going on through your mind at that point? So, boys, great friends and great opportunity here to be lifelong friends on and off the track.
Oh, it's great to see, Nathan, that the kids can all mix together, obviously, in the marshalling area. They all sit there together and have a bit of a discussion about what's going to happen.
Yeah, some of them are in the zone. They want to have sort of tunnel vision. Some of them just are nervous talkers. They talk more than what they normally do because they're nervous. Some of them just talkers, and I'm sure their teachers in the classroom would be well aware of their chatterbox ability. So this is Heat 5, which is the last heat. Again, so good to see every single heat.
And quickly going through the start list, in lane 1, Jake Wood, lane 2, Kobe Ryan, lane 3, Ethan Vanderwerth, lane 4, Toby Woolley, lane 5, Maxio Wagner-Jordan, lane 6, Oliver Grennan, lane 7, Lincoln Aitken, and lane 8, Leon Lagico.
So Marco Wagner-Jordan in the centre. Sydney East is pushing up, holding on the inside. That's Jake Wood, who's moving into the straight. Kobe Ryan as well, moving up, and the Northwest competitors, two of them there in lane 3 and 4, but Vanderwolf just ahead of his teammate there. But Jake Wood on the inside of Polding, Brookvale athlete, he's really comfortable. He relaxed and leaned back that last 5 metres. Gets the thumbs up, or gives the thumbs up, 26-27. I'm no mind reader, but I think he's got something left to give based on that reaction at the time. With the Hunter Region athlete Kobe Ryan maybe just getting through in second. Strong running by Maseo Wagner-Jordan as well from Sydney East. Great shot of the crowd. It's a packed house here, Grant. It's packed.
It is, Nathan.
You need tickets to get in now.
And we now have Mr. Shering has returned, and he'll take you through the next events.
Beautiful shot of the crowd there. Well done. Thank you to all our regional team managers who've done a great job as well in making sure all our athletes, particularly our first timers here at the New South Wales PSSA Championships, feel comfortable, because it could be quite daunting, particularly for some of our country regions who have definitely not competed in a stadium like this before, one of the premier athletics facilities in New South Wales. The parents, the kids, the relatives, everyone here making it a memorable experience for all our competitors who've progressed through school, zone, regional point scores here. We've had a couple of presentations to some individuals who've made some significant contributions to school sport so far at these championships, so we thank all those from all the regions and associations across the state who make these opportunities happen, and some of them have been doing it for decades. So
now in her 12th year as manager, she continues to support athletes and their families throughout each championship. Kim's ongoing dedication to athletics as a team manager at state level has been exemplary. She has always conducted herself in a professional manner, providing McKillop athletes with positive experience.
next up on the track, it's time for the dash, the 100 metres. The dash for cash. We don't give out cash, but gold medal will feel just as valuable to these kids, because to have a New South Wales PSSA champion title to your name is an incredibly hard, incredibly difficult thing to achieve, and particularly in some of the major events on the program, some of the most competitive. You think of how many people have come through school carnivals doing their 100 metres. Every primary school has a school carnival across the state. They've all done the 100 metres. Now we're down to the top 40 or so. We'll progress it down to the top 18, and then further again to the top 9 in New South Wales for every age group.
We're just beginning to, not beginning to marshal. They're taking the 8 years girls competitors up to the marquee at the northern end of the field, where they'll await their race. Just interestingly enough, we've already seen this young girl run this morning. Pate Harlow holds the record for this, and she established it last year with a sensational time for an 8-year-old girl of 13.96.
Yep, she is definitely been setting plenty of records in these sprint events in particular. Harlow, saw her earlier in the 200 metre heat, got through unscathed there. This will be a second event. No doubt she'll be in relays.
She'll be in the 9-year-old girls, I'd suggest.
Yep.
I'm just having a quick look to see.
Yeah, she's a 9 this year, I believe.
Yeah, there she is in heat 1. And well, we'll talk about that when we get to that event. In lane 3, we'll have Lila Morris from Berkeley Vale, Sydney North. In lane 4, Aurora Butler, Oaklands, Riverina. Lane 5, Anika Langarak, Newey North Coast. Lane 6, Amelia Oxley, Quakers Hill, and that's from Killip. Lane 7, Kaylee Maxfield, Talara Hunter. Lane 8, Aria Sutherland, St Edwards Tamworth. Lane 9, Ruby Hanley, Maitland, Hunter. Lane 10, Zara Knockholds, Turvey Park, Riverina. And lane 11, Chloe Shardlow, Bargo, Sydney Southwest. Screen, and you may be able to see, I think you can, the results from the 12-13s heat 4 200 metre. That was a fairly closely contested race by the looks of it.
6 100s.
Yeah.
Nothing in it. Jake Wood, Kobe Ryan there. And, Jake Wood, Kobe Ryan. A little bit more of a distance. It was close between Ryan and Wagner Jordan, though.
Yeah.
Very, very tough.
Wow.
Racing there in Heat 5, just to progress through as the PWSA semi-final. As the officials put out the cones here, obviously some of these athletes are quite young, so the curved lane does tend to still confuse a few of them, which is understandable. So we've got our colour-coded cones, typical teacher thing to do, to make sure we prevent any issues before they come. Because it's all about education as well, making sure athletes know the rules and the procedures so that when they get a little bit older, they are familiar with what's happening. They feel comfortable in this environment, this state championship environment. Another great shot of the crowd here. The athletes waiting in the grandstand at the Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Western Region manager just
Looking after the students, making sure everyone's right.
It's more just reassurance than anything else as well. You get some, particularly parents as well, can get just as stressed as the kids if it's their first time here because they don't necessarily know what the protocol is with marshalling or whatever. So that's where the manager's role is very important, comes into play in reassuring and making everyone feel at ease. So we've got a little bit of a break here. Looks like they are setting up that we might have a few more minutes to go till the start of the girls' 8 years 100 metres. We will have 4 heats in this one. So 100 metre heats, and then we'll go through every single age, including our 13 years boys and girls. There's not a lot of them across the state, but good opportunity for our 13-year-olds in these 100 metre events. Then we'll move into the multi-class 200 metre times finals, which will commence at 1:10 p.m. this afternoon, and then 2:30 the 200 metre semi-finals for 8 to 10s, 11s, and 12 and 13 years before our 800 metre heats to finish off the program on day 1 of competition. New South Wales PWSA State Championships. So don't forget the field stream. We've got 2 field streams capturing as much of the action as possible across everything that's happening at the southern, northern, and eastern end of the ground. Western end not in use. We've got the long jump at the far end along the back straight. You can see some crowd and gathered there in the distance, so make sure you check out the field stream. It's field stream number 1 and field stream number 2. School Sport Unit, a YouTube channel. That's where you can access all of this, as you would know, because you're on the stream right now. Hope you enjoy the live stream again. To those who are watching from classrooms across the state, hope you are enjoying and seeing your athletes here as our 8 years girls stay in the shade with our Paulding athletes, having a chat to one of our Hunter region competitors. Very animated look on her face, very enthusiastic energy amongst our 8-year-olds, and a mixture of excitement and nerves, no doubt. But she's counting how many are in the race, so she's like, oh, I wonder how many I've got to beat to get through to the next one. I'm sure it's all friendly talk. There won't be any trash talk at this age.
It'll be
all
exciting.
Friendly, excited. As I said before, there's some nervous talkers, those who are a little bit more out of their shell than what they normally would be. It's their way of dealing with the nerves. But our 8 years girls, infectious energy, infectious smiles as well when they cross the line. It's great to see the enthusiasm for sport and physical activity for all our primary school athletes here. As we said, this is not the only thing they'll be representing in a lot of them. A lot of them will compete for their schools in many other different sports as part of the PWSA offering.
I'm sure they will. Well, a lot of these, Nathan, would come up against each other at Little A's meetings, and I'd suggest, would that be correct?
Yeah, they would be. And Little A's obviously starts very, very young. I think the 7-year-olds can go through to zone, but it stops there for them, and then the 8-year-olds can progress through onwards from that.
Yeah.
And then, of course, senior athletics pathway as well once they can actually start their senior athletics pathway at this age, but there's plenty of opportunities for athletics for this age group. Part of Little Athletics and Senior Athletics clubs. This venue very much used heavily throughout the summer season of athletics. We've got a really incredible summer coming up for Little Athletics and Senior Athletics competitions. This venue very much in use for a lot of the weekends a year.
Well, the first heat's ready to go. And I've already called the lanes, competitors in their lanes. So we'll just wait for them to move over to the starting blocks. Those teachers that have been recognised with a service award, it's awarded to those teachers who have participated and promoted this event for a period of 10 years. It doesn't have to be consecutive, but 10 years of constant or regular service over that time. And of course those teachers are probably also ones doing back at school and a lot of the regional and zone organisation. Short breakers. And the short breakers allowed a number of the officials to get a bite to eat. Most of them have been here from about 7:30 quarter to 8 this morning. And
the marching band was here at 5, I think. They were practicing apparently. So yeah, it was spectacular. We didn't catch on the stream, did we? But
no.
It's the first time I've seen it. First time I've been here at New South Wales PSSA Championships, and very, very impressive opening ceremony.
For those people who are watching, if you want to get a chance to see them, the Millennium Schools Band, if you attend the School Spectacular, which I would recommend to anyone out there, they often are one of the feature artists at that event.
Maybe we could have the whole school spectacular as part of the athletics championships. Maybe we could do this at night time and then just do the whole thing, and then have 15,000 people here.
Well, strangely enough, that's not a bad thought, because originally they weren't called an athletics championships, but every year they'd put on a display, and there'd be maypole dancing and gymnastics.
Wow. Okay.
And that was one of the very first things that the PSSA then, Public Schools Amateur Athletic Association, used to do. So if there was any major event, such as Australia Day or Empire Day, as it was back then, there'd be an event.
There you go.
And they'd have displays, and they would involve thousands of students. They'd have a theme each year. One year it was the Red Cross, and on the Sydney Cricket Ground they had thousands of students form the shape of a Red Cross. So, as I said earlier in the day, we've advanced from throwing a cricket ball to the stumps, a fielding trophy, to more traditional athletics events, but it has evolved over a great number of years. In fact,
what other items were thrown? Was that the only one?
I think that was the only one, other than, well, I'm not even sure if they did shot put. They used to do a standing long jump, and they'd have races over 50 yards, 75 yards, 100 yards.
Wow, there you go.
But delving back into the history of the events is quite remarkable. As I said, the first event was held in 1896. So the first major athletics championship was held in 1896, which was quite remarkable.
And obviously before this track came into action, 1994. Before then, obviously, it's had a number of different venues.
Predominantly ES Marks.
ES Marks, yeah, we'll be returning there actually for the Sydney Track Classic actually next year. It'll be a bit of a throwback for a lot of people, but the Sydney Track Classic, Australia's premier, or New South Wales premier athletics meet, one-day meet, will be held there at the end of March. So stay tuned for more information to come on that. We can see Australia's best athletes, many Olympians take part in that event at ES Marks. It'll be pretty cool because you can get an opportunity to be alongside the track and not necessarily be up in the grandstand and be a bit closer to the action than what you normally are. It's the girls here. The 8-year-old girls, first year at the New South Wales PSSA Championships, and they're ready to go. The first of 4 prelims. They're called to their mark. And they're set. Underway, really quick start. Aria Sutherland of Polding here, and coming through the centre. Amelia Oxley moving well. Sydney North on the inside. That's Lila Morris. In fact, Morris might have the lead. Ruby Hanley of Hunter coming through. Ruby Hanley's got there. She's qualified through to the semi-final. The 8 years girls 100 metres. 15.69. And she worked herself brilliantly. Even when she accelerated, her upper body did not change. Showing terrific form. Sydney North in second. Lila Morris on the inside.
Heat 2 will feature in lane 3 Freya McNeely from Minamara, South Coast. Rachel Clark from CIS in lane 4. Lane 5 Wendy Takara, St Joseph's Auburn. Lane 6 Ruby Lucerdo, Sacred Heart Mona Vale. Lane 7 Sophia Nella, Narrabri West, Northwest. Lane 8 Faith Adelaja from CIS. Lane 9 Jayla Withers from Tulare, Hunter. And lane 10 Elsie Sharp, Spring Hill Western. Lane 11 Zoe Bazing from Borkham Hills, Sydney West. Borkham Hills North, Sydney West.
Remember a primary school excursion, Neil, Minamara Rainforest.
Would have been good.
It was.
Tough walk. Just getting back to where the venues that this event has been held at has been prior to ES Marks. It was the Sydney Sport, the old sports ground every year.
So heat 2 ready to go. 8 years girls, 100 metres. Be done steady there.
A little bit of foot changing.
Way on this attempt, Ruby Lucerdo away, probably the quickest on her inside. Wendy Takaya, so it's Polding. McKillop here, pushing through is Rachel Clark of CIS. CIS have now moved into first and second position here, I think. So coming through, that was Faith Adelaja of CIS getting the win in heat number 2 with 15.44. About 2/10 of a second quicker than the first heat. Great job as well, Rachel Clark, it was, my apologies, from CIS getting through in second and dipping towards the line there. Wendy Takaya of Auburn doing a great job in the second heat of the 8 years girls 100 metres.
Our next heat will feature in lane 2 Tully Alexander from Wallerang, Western. Lane 3 Freya Colleran from Grays Point, Sydney East. Lane 4 Anna Schwatch from Dungowan, Northwest. Lane 5 Shreya Iyer from Darcy Road, Sydney West. Lane 6 Nellie Lowbridge of Oka Beach, Sydney North. Lane 7 Mia Brown, St Francis Xavier, Woolgoolga. Lane 8 Kyla Bamblett, Condoblin, Western. Lane 9 Addison Galloway, Shoalhaven Head, South Coast. Lane 10 Kaya Park, Naranda Riverina. And in lane 11 Asher Cook, CIS. I think that's Central Coast Grammar School. Yes, it is.
It is.
It's a good guess.
Just falling forward there, so it's a bit unsteady. Very, very quick start. Shreya Iyer, Sydney West. She has got herself to the early lead. The one to chase at the moment. Tully Alexander coming through, as well as Sydney North trying to hang in there. But it's a Sydney West competitor, Shreya Iyer. I'll tell you what, she's being challenged right on the line there and on the outside as well from CIS Asher Cook. So Nellie Lowbridge and Asher Cook closed brilliantly. From Shreya Iyer, who set it up so well at the end. In fact, she got ahead with about 30 metres to go. She put the head right down and then looked to the left and said, I reckon I got you. So Asher Cook of CIS has got the job done here. And this age, they won't be conservative. They won't be slowing down at all. 15-7-4. They're not going to be foxing and waiting for the semi-final, the final. They are giving it their all for every single round. As you should be in the 100 metres, you have to be very, very dominant to do anything else. Then give it your absolute best to progress through.
And we've got heat 4. Aubrey Zukovoki from Harrington Street, Sydney West. Lane 3, Chloe Lynn, St Eckman's Penshurst. I'll leave it over to Nathan.
So as we go through, they didn't muck around in between those ones. Darcy Hitchcock coming through here strongly. Sydney Southwest, Audrey Takafu. Fui coming through. So it's Sydney Southwest and Sydney East. It might be Hitchcock who narrowly gets the win there. Well done. And on the outside, having a strong run was also Evelyn Whittam of Sydney East and Maya Everett of Gerringong Public School South Coast. As we have a look at the replay here, again, really strong form for the Sydney East competitor Darcy Hitchcock, close between second, third and fourth positions for the Heat 4. And that will round out our heats for the girls 8 years, boys 8 years next up on the track. And again, 4 heats for this one. We'll go straight into it. Reggie Joseph in 1. Lincoln Kelly 2. Lachlan Brownlee in 3. Brandon Durbridge in 4. Jack Russ in 5. Ryan Wygun in 6. Sam Ramadan in 7. Jaden Grant in lane 8. Harry Brown in 9. Hugo Davis in 10. Archer Woods in 11. That's from the top of your screen to the bottom. So full field here, 11 competitors. You rarely see 11 in one of these sprint races, but away here from the centre of the track. Ryan Wygan off pretty well up alongside him. Jack Russ moving strongly. Northwest competitor Lincoln here. So it's Hunter's Jack Russ in. Wygan and also Ramadan might get there. He does. Wow. Very, very close finish in the 3 middle lanes. Ryan Wygan had the edge early. Sam Ramadan came through. Jack Russ is there as well. Let's have a look at the last 20 metres or so. And it is the McKillop athlete who just gets him on the line, Sam Ramadan. But it's just to keep alive and through to the semi-final. But closest race we've seen so far in the hundreds. And it came from Heat 1. The 8 years boys, 100 metres. 3 heats still to come.
Garney Kraus from Temora and Riverina. Lane 3, Lower Mayor, Inverell, Northwest. Lane 4, Harrison Davies, Durham Bombera, South Coast. Lane 5, Jimmy Blackburn, Timbumbury, Northwest. Lane 6, Tal Stanley, Maclean, North Coast. Lane 7, Harry Watkins, Terry Hills, Sydney North. Lane 8, Adam Vestley, Manly Village, Sydney North. Lane 9, Brody Zani, Milpera, Sydney Southwest. Lane 10, Marcus Yardom, Bankstown, Sydney Southwest, and lane 11, Charles Lucas, Willoughby, McKillop, St Thomas of Willoughby. A little bit unsteady on the line, or someone's toes just over the line. Oh. A bit anxious in lane 7 there.
Would be so nerve-wracking.
Would be, wouldn't it? And it's all over in such a short time.
And we stood up again.
The starters marshals will be giving them clear instructions, suggesting they need to hold.
Underway on third attempt. So Harry Watkins there. Pretty good start by him of Sydney North colours. Now pushing up Teo Stanley and North Coast. And it's the other Sydney North competitor, Vesely, ahead of Watkins at this point. Vesely pushes ahead. Watkins will get second, but Vesely too strong over the last 50. The North Coast competitor, Nao Stanley, will get through in third, I believe, there with a 15.72. The time for Sydney North taking the win. Heat 2, the boys 8 years, 100 metres. Don't know what the wind readings are at the moment, but it looks to have gotten a little bit better than what it was about an hour ago for our 200 metre events. Sydney North 1 and 2 there, reversing the way around. Watkins started out the best, and Vesely took over halfway through.
We now move to Heat 3 of 4. In lane 2, we've got Emmett Rahiti from CIS. Lane 3, Caleb Dawson, Engadine, McKillop. Lane 4, that's John Bosco, Engadine. Lane 4, Mason Lahoud, Thornley West, Sydney North. Lane 5, Frankie Payne, Belmont, Hunter. Lane 6, Charlie Isaacson, Byron Bay, North Coast. Lane 7, Ryan Stewart, Yass, South Coast. Lane 8, Daniel Warwick, Excelsior, Sydney West. Lane 9, Oliver Lane, Birchgrove, Sydney East. Lane 10, Seb Lonsdale, Toronto. And lane 11, Callum O'Neill from Francis Xavier, Narrabri.
So it doesn't look like Callum O'Neill starting here. Seb Lonsdale, closest to screen for Hunter, and just getting a little bit jumpy there. The McKillop athlete on the inside. Then about 4 attempts at the start for the previous heat. So Heat 3, 8 years boys, 100 metres. Maybe they need to do what they do in the horse racing and just let them out of gates. Can't false start there.
And away.
So here we go. So it looks like Mason Lahoud there. Very quick start. And it's the McKillop athlete as well, Caleb Dawson. So pretty close between him. Frankie Payne as well, the Sydney East athlete, Oliver Lane on the outside. Beautiful, quick. And the Hunter Region athlete, he was pretty happy with that. Frankie Payne looks to someone in the crowd and says, "Did you see it?" I think they saw it. They all saw it. So he was happy to get through in second, that man. Watch his reaction here. Sydney East took the win, but he just goes very, very happy. Second in his heat, through to the semi-final here of the 8 years boys 100 metres. One heat still to come to kickstart our 100 metre heats program.
And we have in this heat, in lane 2, we have Finn Last from Mater Day Wagga. Lane 3, Oliver Copeland, Grenville, Sydney West. Lane 4, Thomas Leslie, Condobolin, Western. Lane 5, Charlie Fitzgerald, School of the Air, Barrier. Lane 6, Joshua West from William Clark, CIS. From 7, Lewis Lee will be out, and he's from Lethbridge Park, Sydney West. Lane 8, we've got Blake Broom, Griffith, Riverina. Lane 9, we've got Daniel Waganavalagi from Bankstown, Sydney Southwest. Lane 10, Levi Tupou from St John's Lambton. And lane 11, Brooklyn Nakamaka from Ramsgate, Sydney East. And they're away. No, full start. Come back, boys. Relax. They are all very anxious. They want to get away to a flyer, get that little bit of an edge over their competitors.
Some interesting haircuts here as well. We've got,
we've got
normally the mullet game's a little bit stronger, to be honest, than what I've seen. I think the boys need to pick it up a little bit. Well, hopefully, maybe the later age groups, the 12s, will be right on it. This is the final heat for the 8 years boys.
And away.
So the City West competitor is away the quickest there. Lewis Lee pushing through hard as well on the inside. The McKillop athlete, Finn Lars, and also Western Region, Thomas Leslie coming through the line. City East on the outside in Makamaka as well. But it's Sydney West. They're doing a fantastic job. I think it's Lewis Lee of Lethbridge Park.
Yeah, it was.
Getting the job done in the fourth and final heat. To book himself a spot in the semi-final for the 8 years boys, 100 metres. Charging through on the outside, Brooklyn, Makamaka as well, Ramsgate Public School. Down in Sydney East region, but
I think it might have been young Louis' haircut that might have given him a bit of an advantage there. He was very streamlined.
Studies have been shown a 3% speed increase for
short
haircuts
hair?
like that, yeah.
Okay. With that piece of information, we'll move on to the girls. 9 years, 100 metres. Heat 1 of 4. In lane 1, Amelia Tedesco, Thirlmill, Sydney Southwest. Lane 2, Ava Sihini Tualuka from Coleroy Plateau, Sydney North. Lane 3, Lacey Lee, Bateman's Bay, South Coast. Lane 4, Alice Roma, Inverell, Northwest. Lane 5, Hayley Gazelle, Nords Wharf, Hunter. Lane 6, Harlow Pate, Wilton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7. Is it Pate Harlow or Harlow Pate? Pate. Harlow Pate, sorry, from Wilton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Fleur Strawley from the School of the Air Barrier. Lane 8, Vivian Mordew, Stanmore, Sydney East. Lane 9, Tess Drew, Urungilly, Riverina. And Lane 8, Maya Hill from Kororo, North Coast.
Just about set heat 1. The girls 9 years, 100 metres. Very quick reaction on the inside. Amelia Tedesco, Thermal, Sydney Southwest. Very, very quick low. Sydney Southwest is Harlow Pate. Not expecting anything less than this. Have a look at the margin she's opened up. I tell you what, it was a good run by Harlow Conning. So both the Harlows here doing a great job. Gerringong Public School. Harlow Conning is from the outside, storming through. But Harlow Pate stopping the clock there to get another heat victory through to 2 semi-finals now. So this is the second race for most of these ladies in the 9 years girls 100 metres. See what the next 3 heats have to offer.
I think, Nathan, that was a record. May have been set then in that race. The record was 13:88, 1997 by Vanderdaal. But young Harlow Pate has an unofficial time of 13:85.
There you go. In the heat.
In the heat.
What she got to do in the... She looked like she ran all the way through to the line, though. She didn't ease up at all. She dipped right. She didn't slow down her drive, or she didn't lean back at all. She just kept that forward lean all the way through that one. So, very, very exciting, though, to see what she can do in the semi and the final.
And we now move to Heat 2, which will feature Claudette Scott from Dubbo South in Lane 2. Lane 3, Sierra Seal from CIS. Lane 4, Laura Wilkinson, Tamworth Northwest. Lane 5, Zoe Dilworth, Maitland, Hunter. Lane 6, Chloe Harmer, Armidale City, Northwest. Lane 7, Molly Curry, CIS. Lane 8, Josephine Hand, Manly Vale, Sydney North. Lane 9, Isabella York, Junction, Hunter. Lane 6, Danielle West, St Patrick's, Maxville. And lane 11 is Desu Surrender Dracuma from Crestwood, Sydney West.
It's underway here. Good start by Sierra Seal, CIS. She's got away to an early lead, early margin here. Molly Currios from CIS in second. Back on the inside to Zoe Dilworth of Hunter Region on the outside as well. Chloe Harmer pushing through for that second place, but her start set it off brilliantly. Sierra Seal of CIS in lane 3 is your winner for heat number 2. Molly Curry just held off a very fast finishing Josephine Han. It was at Manly Vale Public School in Sydney North Region for heat number 2 there.
Heat 3 of this girls 9 years 100 metres. We've got Maya Barnes, Westlaw, North Coast in lane 2. Lane 3, we have Stacia Seraphin from CIS. Lane 4, Ruby Dempster, Morgan Street. Barrier. Lane 5, Madison Adams, Hassel Grove, Sydney West. Lane 6, Maddie Timmins, the Good Smart and Ferry Meadow. Lane 7, Desiree Adame, Red Hill, Riverina. Lane 8, Asher Simpson, Malabar, Sydney East. Lane 9, Sophie Schmood, St Mary's, Armidale. And lane 10, we have Charlie Demaniel from Forbes Western. And lane 9, from Griffith, McKillop, Holly Velati.
Way here, pretty quick start. Stacia Seraphin of CIS. She's moved into an early lead. Riverina coming through. Desiree Adiemi in second at the moment, trying to chase down Seraphin of CIS. She's held on to this lead. She's held her form. She takes the win. On the outside, McKillop athlete Holly Velata of Griffith there, doing a fantastic job. 14.60 the time for that one as we have a look at the replay. Brilliant form from the girls here. Adiami pushed through. So McKillop get third and fourth there. Velata ahead of Maddie Timmins, I think it was, the second of the McKillop athletes across the line in heat 3 of the girls 9 years, 100 metres. One heat to come. And as we said before, Harlow Pate unofficially new record. I think 13.84 came up on the board I just saw before. 13.88 Way back the year I was born, 1997. It's a long-standing one, 26-year-old record. There you go. So one heat to come, fourth and final heat for the girls' 9 years, 100 metres. And we'll go through the field. So Evie Raphael in 2, Stephanie Lee in 3, Liv Donaldson in 4, Sophie Eddy in 5, Ellie Walsh in 6, Eva Smith in 7, Lauren Foster in 8, Mia Brown in 9, Zoe Lynch in 10, Evelyn Paul. Lane 11 closest to screen there for Sydney West. So 14.59 from Heat 3. The winning time there for Serafin Adiani. 14.86 and 15.05 for Holly Vallata. This is the final heat. Underway there, really quick start by Liv Donaldson of Earlwood, Sydney East. Also the McKillop athlete there, Mia Brown as well. But on the inside, it is Stephanie Lee challenging Evie Raphael. Raphael gets the win. On the outside, storming through is Mia Brown of Our Lady of Fatima Primary School in Caringbah for second place there. But Sydney North, Evie Raphael getting the win from Terry Hills. McKillop in second. Sydney Southwest, Stephanie Lee in third. For Heat 4, the girls' 9 years, 100 metres.
I'll start again. We now have the heats for the boys, 9 years old, 100 metres. And I was just, we have 4 heats in this one. The record stands at 13.58 and was set in 1998, the year after Nathan was born, by Jay Mulligan. In lane 3, Nixon Kennedy, Martins Gully Northwest. Lane 4, Hudson Bootsmark, Colcan, Riverina. Lane 5, Asher Waller, Holy Family, Scanners Head. Lane 6, Isaiah Campbell Davis, Wallsend Hunter. Lane 7, Zach Watson from CIS. Wycliffe Central Christian School. Lane 8, Hudson McGregor, Balgala Heights, Sydney North. And they're away. I'll hand you over to Nathan. No, I'll keep. Oh no, it's a false start, so that was good because Nathan was having a mouthful of food. Lane 9, Xander Nigaka from Caringbah North, Sydney East. Lane 10, Sam Kelly from St Mark's, Drummoyne, and lane 8, Ari Hogan from Falls.
It's up to the boys here whether they want to use blocks or not. We've got 2 athletes in this heat choosing to do so. Heat 1, the boys 9 years 100 metres. Underway here, quick start by Campbell Davies of Hunter Region, Wallsend, and we've also got pushing up of Sydney North here, doing a great job. But on the outside there, Balgala Heights, Hudson McGregor driving towards the line. And at lane 8 there, doing a great job in battling it out with Zach Watson of the CIS region. As we have a look at the replay, pretty close between both Watson and Campbell Davies of Wallsend, really battling it out and just edging through Zach Watson for that second place there in the 9 years boys 100 metres. First heat done and dusted here. Some great sprinting so far we've seen. I hope you enjoy the live stream of the New South Wales PSSA Track and Field Championships for 2023. So we commence our 100 metre heats. Run all the way through to our 13 years boys and girls later on. Then we move into the first final that we've seen since, on the track at least, since the 1500 at the start of the program. 110, the multi-class 200-metre finals. And we move into the 200-metre semi-finals at 2:30. 3:05 will feature the 800-metre heats for juniors, 11s and 12s and 13 years boys and girls at the end of day one of competition. Reminder, 2 field live streams. So head to the field event stream number 1, midfield stream at number 2 to catch the action of the throws and the jumps.
And we have heat 2. The lineup in lane 2, Oliver Dennis from Crestwood, Sydney West. Lane 3, Xavier Rackley, Nimingar, Northwest. Lane 4, Paddy Crenner, Sydney Grammar, St Ives, CIS. Lane 5, Oliver Emery, Martins Gully, Northwest. Lane 6, Braden Wine, Anna Bay, Hunter. Lane 7, Logan Parkins from Canberra South, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Caleb Luck. I'm sorry.
That's all right. So it's our Sydney West competitor on the inside, almost toppling over. He leant forward that much. Just doing the windmill arms there. Heat 2, Oliver Dennis of Crestwood Public School getting the job done. Sydney Southwest as well, making a good go of it there. Might be Caleb Luck there having a strong run. Heat 2, 9 years boys, 100 metres. Showing some incredible form. And backing up well, a lot of them, remember, have done the 200-metre heats earlier on. We'll see them in the 200-metre semi-finals. So these sprinters have done, looking at probably 3 events, or sorry, 3 races, by the time the 200-metre semi-finals come around. And we've got a couple of long jump events as well taking place today on the back straight.
And we move now to our heat 3, the boys 9 years, 100 metres. Lenny Hayward from St Thomas Small Roost, McKillop, lane 3, Tom Fisher, St Pius, the 10th, Unadera, lane, McKillop, lane 4, Hugh Kite, Binya, Riverina, lane 5, Matt Rounds, Oberon, Western, lane 6, Malik Garang Hall from Bangalore, North Coast. Lane 7, Jared Flack, Corrimal, South Coast. Lane 8, Felix Platoon, Minamara, South Coast. Lane 9, AB Sapato, Ramsgate, Sydney East. Lane 10, Leo, Ralph Blackles Park, Hunter. And lane 11, Max Dowler, Warrawee, Sydney North. And the hands of the starter.
Called up again. They're getting a word from Mr. Barry. This is heat 3 of 4 for 9 years boys, 100 metres. 40 of the state's quickest in this age group. Underway here, a little bit of a stumble there, but he still stayed all right, Tom Fisher. And it is the McKillop athlete Lenny Hayward, though, leading through Felix Patu of Minamara Public School. Now Fisher starts to come back into it, gets a little bit close to his teammate there. But it's Hayward and Felix Patu coming through there. It might be Jarrah Flack, my apologies, for Corrimal South Coast getting through there. So really, really impressive running by the South Coast athlete as well. It was Jarrah Flack of Corrimal Public School, with Lenny Hayward of McKillop in heat 3 of the 9 years boys, 100 metres.
We now move to heat 4, the final heat of the boys 9 years 100 metres. Running out of lane 2, we have Ryan Chidamba, MacArthur, Anglican School, CIS. Lane 3, Maximilian Yo, Annandale North, Sydney East. Lane 4, Alexander Bourne, Our Lady of the Stars, C. Terrible. Lane 5, Jake Lambert, North Rock, Sydney West. Lane 7, Isaiah Dewey, Raglan Western. Lane 7, Brody Scott 4, Maribyrnong Lake, Sydney North. Lane 8, Nate Hardy, Central, North Coast. Lane 9, Latrell Beale Smith, Shelby, Sydney West. Lane 10, Axel Massinsoldi, down Downing, South Coast. Lane 11.
said use that.
I was somewhere.
I said he'll drag you along.
Sydney West, Southwest.
Final heat. Just about set.
A little bit unsteady at the start line. And away.
So CIS on the inside, Ryan Chidumba battling out with Maximilian Yeo of Sydney East. Yeo of Sydney East has started to push ahead. Chidumba trying to come through, and also Sydney North. Scott Fall in the centre of the track, but Sydney East, have a look at the leg speed on the young man. Well done, Max Yeo, getting through ahead of Ryan Chidumba. They're 14.01. Let's have a look at the replay of the fast-flowing, smooth-moving Maximilian Yeo of Sydney East taking the win. In heat number 4 of 4 for the boys, 9 years, 100 metres. And that will round it out for that age group. Moving on next to the girls, 10 years, 100 metres. Chelsea Ezioki's got the record in this one from 2016, an accomplished sprinter, now well into her teenage years. 2016, her record still stands 7 years later. 4 heats again in this one.
And in heat 1, we'll have Madeline Johnson from New Lambton, Hunter. Lane 2, Ava Leung from Illawarra Grammar School, CIS. Lane 3 from Maya Tanko, Caringbah North, Sydney East. Lane 4, Scarlett Larson, Golgol, Barrier. Lane 5, Phoebe Dobson, Harbour, Sydney North. Lane 7, Madison Cohen from CIS. Mariah College, CIS. Lane 7, Alexandra Winzinski from King Park, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Nakisha Williams, Narandra Riverina. Lane 9, Jakara Landsborough, Tinga Northwest. Lane 10, Julia Teofilo from Yass, South Coast. Teofilo. And in lane 11, Gabriel Powell, Broken Hill Barrier.
I was waiting for someone to come from Broken Hill. That's made my day. Broken Hill, put a dot in the centre of Australia. That's where it is. Every single corner of New South Wales represented here.
It is.
Gabrielle Powell in lane 11, and she is here on the left of your screen there, second lane from the outside. So good to see her there. Where's Tinga?
Tinga
Where's
Northwest.
that on a map?
In Northwest, it's between, is it Armadale? Oh no, it might be Centrefield and Moree.
Long way away.
Yeah, it's a fair drive. Of course, Tinga was the home of the famous rugby league player, Grant. Who was the rugby league player? Thank you, Nathan Blackwell. Being a Saints supporter, I knew he'd know that. Isn't it also Ben Barber? Huh? No? Ben, no? Okay.
I'll tell you what, it's good they've actually colour-coded these right, because when I've seen this done before, I've seen them just do multicoloured.
Yeah.
And they actually confuse more than they do, so the fact that they're in the same colour is smart. Focus, look 10 metres ahead of you. They would be...
It's really pronounced when you see the start, isn't it?
Yeah. So we're underway here, and Looks like a pretty good start there by the Sydney East competitor, Maya Tanko of Caringbah North Public School on the outside. The outside of her in the centre of the track. Cohen's pushing well for CIS, but a great win. Quite a convincing one as well by Maya Tanko. Caringbah North, who came into the event with a 13.73. 13.86 is where she stops the clock on that occasion. She's still got the semi-final and final to go. Terrific form as she goes towards the line. Well done. And also Nikisha Williams of Narrandera, Riverina region, coming through and also looking like she will get a semi-final appearance provisionally at this stage.
And we now move to Heat 2 of 4. Lane 1, Daisy Ryan, Port Macquarie North Coast. Lane 2, Alexis Fox, St Angela's Castle Hill. Lane 3, Suma Anderson, Kiama South Coast. Lane 4, Lara Hooper, Calare Western. Lane 5, Jessica Josiah Bray, Moama Riverina. Lane 6, Matilda Cantrell, Orange Western. Lane 7, Ellie Benefield, Kentor, Sydney West. Lane 8, Ava Jupp, we've seen her before today, Miranda North, Sydney East. Lane 9, Charlotte Harper, Golgong Western. Lane 10, Ava Harris, School of the Air Barrier. And lane 11, Florence Cheng from CIS. Now, Ava Jupp's coming to this event with a seed time of 13.74.
That's considerably quicker than the other ones coming in. Interesting to see. Because it's not a long period. A lot of the regions, it's only been a 2-week gap because a lot of them were in term 4, weren't they? Were there any in term 3? Because it seems to be a lot of them. That first week back, there seem to be a lot of them back-to-back here at Sydney Olympic Park as well. The Sydney-based regions, I'm not sure about the others.
The country or the rural regions, most of those are towards term 3.
Yeah. So a little bit of time to train in between, which means the results can change around quite a bit as we get underway here in heat number 2. Daisy Ryan pushing up well on the outside, as you mentioned. Marina North athlete Ava Jupp, she's pulling away from the field here. Good to see Lara Hopper battling it out with the 2 Western region competitors. Lara Hopper of Calare Western region, Matilda Cantrell of Orange Western region. I reckon second and third. They're definitely second and third in heat number 2, but it's the Sydney East athlete Ava Jupp coming through. Strong running as well on the inside. Daisy Ryan, Port Macquarie, North Coast, doing a great job as well. Not too far outside the top 3 in heat 2 of the girls' 10 years 100 metres.
We look at heat 3 now, and we have a Ruby Curry from Moama Riverina. Lane 3, Brianna Black, Panania, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Rain Ross, St Brendan's Lake Memorial. Lane 5, Haven Papua from Oxley Park, Sydney West. Lane 6, Ruby Kete from Seaham Hunter. Lane 7, Aga Newton, Killarney Heights, Sydney North. Lane 9, Chloe Pun from Lillipilly, Sydney East. Lane 10, Alana Bozic from St Patrick, Sutherland. And lane 11, Emmanuel Duran, St Mary's, Tootley.
We might do one in the 200 semis as well.
Why was it back?
You don't think so?
Just about set here, heat 3. The girls 10 years, 100 metres. Away here, very quick start there by Sydney Southwest to Brianna Black coming through. She's got the lead at the moment in lane 3. On the outside, pushing well, McKillop is Lana Boswick, and Boswick, I reckon, will get there. She does. She gets a win. Ahead of the Hunter Reach competitor as well, who finished off really strongly in the back end, the last 40 metres or so. Ruby Keats, Ruby Curry as well, the early leader. Brianna Black, the early leader, who you can see in the lead now, but it's McKillop. On the outside, St Patrick Sutherland, Lana Boswick, who gets there in the end. And dipping towards the line, that Hunter Region athlete from CM College, Ruby Keats, in heat 3 of the 10 years girls 100 metres.
Heat 4 in the girls 10 years 100 metres. We'll see Havana Gray, Terry Hill, Sydney North. In lane 2, lane 3, Leanne Barayuga from Sacred Heart Mona Vale. In lane 3, lane 4, Imogen Wynn, Shelley, Sydney West. Lane 5, Kiani Vero, Musselbrook Hunter. Lane 6, Emma Leon, St Catherine's Guyamere. Lane 7, Harper Mays, Pottsville Beach, North Coast. Lane 8, Alira Tallis, Byron Bay, North Coast. Lane 9, Aaliyah Sampson, Oran Park, Sydney Southwest. Lane 10, Lacey Swilks, Kentucky Northwest. And lane 11, Emily Ryder, Currabubula, Northwest.
So the 100 metres, the only event where 4 athletes are able to qualify for the New South Wales team as well. Top 3 in every other event. Opportunity to represent their state. The School Sport Australia Championships, this is heat number 4 for the girls 10 years, 100 metres. And we're underway. Really quick start. Havana Gray and Baruga as well on the inside. Got away pretty well, but Sydney North competitor at the moment. Havana Gray, Sydney West, and Imogen Wynn coming through, trying to edge a little bit closer here. And she'll just miss out, I reckon, that she closed quickly. Definitely that last 30 metres or so. Havana Gray got the win. Terry Hills Public School, 13.88 she came into the event with. Not quite at that at the moment. There is a bit of wind swirling around, though, so I wouldn't read into the times too much. Leanne Baruga came back into it as well for holding, I believe. Sacred Heart Mona Vale. So, incredible effort there. And that will round out our 4th and final prelim for the girls 10 years 100 metres. Boys 10 years next up. There's some pretty good incentives as well for our regions and our schools. We've got the Colgate Cup. It is awarded to the school that achieves the most points in the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. So looking forward to see who can take that one out. The most outstanding athlete in multi-class events. We've also got Queen Elizabeth II trophy for the most outstanding athlete as well. And of course our regional point scores up for grabs here as well at the PSSA state titles. The Colgate Cup last year went to Cambridge Park. It's for Shell Cove Public School in 2022. And Queen Elizabeth Trophy last year for the most outstanding athlete went to Harry Keats of Oxley College, CIS region. Champion region last year was CIS. And as we said, McKillop have got a lot of titles in that. Sydney North have been quite strong over the last 5 to 10 years as well. So just about set here.
And in the bottom of your screen, you can see the start list.
And we're away. So heat 1 is underway, and the McKillop athlete in the centre, the tall figure of Lachlan Chappell, powering through to the line here. He's got an absolutely dominating margin over the field here. Absolutely flying. Great run as well by the Sydney Southwest competitor there, who took a while to slow down. Karitz Fayati of Glenswood Hills dipping towards the line and still running through there in the green and white of Sydney Southwest. But the man from Botany in the centre there of McKillop, Lachlan Chappell, setting the standard for 3 heats to come in the 10 years boys 100.
And actually, it was very interesting. It was 2.97. The record for this event is 12.97. The record for this event is 12.85, held by Alex Jallo from Sydney East, set in 2005. So he did very well. Heat 2 sees Ethan Costa from Sacred Heart, Matraville. In lane 2, William Shin in lane 3 from CIS. Lane 4, Hugo Barrick from Morialda Northwest. Lane 5, Edward Clay, Tamora Riverina. Lane 6, Jackson Bradbrook Orange. Lane 7, Tomasi Kakasar from Hamwood Riverina. Lane 8, William Damasceno, Lennox Head. Lane 9, Tex Air from Charleston East, Hunter. Lane 10, Dominic Ia from Jamison Town, Sydney West. And lane 11, Jamaraki Were from Forbes, Western.
Senior Girls Multiclass Shot Put. Our bronze medalist from Nambucca, North Coast, Lexi Brown. Silver medalist representing Sydney Southwest, Panania, Chloe Hunter. And our gold medal winner from Kalinda, Sydney Southwest, Epelizi Tapamahu.
Called set marks here. Heat 2. Sydney's boys, 100 metres. So boys getting a choice again of using the blocks or the standing start. Away here, very quick start. Ethan Costa of McKillop on the inside. Also pushing well here. Thomas Kasey of Riverina in the centre, and also CIS William Shin holding down a narrow second place here. But Ethan Costa working towards the line. Look at him, 13.38. Well done, Ethan. Doing a great job. Plenty of crowd support as well. He's a bit of a fan favourite here at Sydney Olympic Park. That's the biggest cheer I've heard of the day. This young man of, where's he from? He's from McKillop. Do you want to work out the school?
Sacred Heart. I think he's from. He's run a very good race. We now move to Heat 3 of the 4. And we've got Declan McQueen from Wollongbar, North Coast. Nate Russo in lane 3 from Port Clare, Sydney North. Lane 4, Jax Colburn, Corindai, Northwest. Lane 5, Jackson Engel, Harrington Park, Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, Quinn Lingia from Million Creek, Western. Lane 7, Zachary Sharp, Milpera, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Oliver Scully from St Joseph's, Merriweather. Lane 9, Archer Coltman from Bathurst, Western. Lane 10, Teddy Sharp, who ran a very good race from Shaw Prep earlier today, and he's from CIS. And representing Engadine, Sydney East in lane 11 is Grayson Oropa.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of athletes talk about these seed times. It is the heat, so we don't know 100% if these athletes are giving it absolutely everything, particularly if they're at the front. They can afford to do that, but 100 metres you don't have much time for complacency. But we've seen a lot of these times being brought down, so no doubt the training that's been done between the regional and state competitions has paid dividends for some of their junior athletes here. And we're just about set for heat number 3, and we're underway. So Sydney North, Nate Russo getting away quite well. He's powering through, muscling his way through this one. On the outside as well is Oliver Scully of Merriweather coming through, drawing level. Couldn't quite get there, but Sydney North takes the win. Nate Russo in the centre as well. Sydney Southwest, Harrington Park athlete Jackson Engel with a strong performance there. And again, plenty with the pink shoes, as you observed early. Must have some impact on performance. Point Clare athlete Nate Russo was the athlete who took line honours in Heat 3. One heat to come. 10 years boys, 100 metres. What time do we get there?
13.56.
13.56. So
that's 12.97, 13.38, 13.56. But I'm sure they'll all lift when they're up against young Lachlan Chapel.
Definitely 12.97, 12.85, that record under siege with 2 more opportunities to do it.
And we'll go into heat 4 of 4. We've got Archer Keradis from Mount Terry, South Coast. Jalen Zazeki from Michael Drive, Sydney North in lane 3. Lane 4, Jack Kane, Lindisfarne, CIS. Lane 5, Felix Poole, Badala, South Coast. Lane 6, Patrick Boafa from Bird Oldfield, Sydney West. Lane 7, Hunter Davis, Taree West Hunter. Lane 8, Miles Essen, Tacking Point, North Coast. Lane 9, Jensen Barrett, Mount Colah, Sydney North. Lane 10, Nicholas Whitehead, Jindabyne, South Coast. And lane 11, Jaden Hoteni, Hunter, Anna Bay, Hunter.
Trophy Girls and Trophy Boys 100 meters.
Here we go, 4th and final prelim for the 10 years boys, 100 metres. Underway, super quick, Archer Keradis on the inside, and Jalen Zazeki, Jack Kane also edging through. This is a close one. Patrick Bofo as well, trying to push back in. I reckon Bofo will come through, and I reckon he'll take the win, he does. And CIS on the inside, Jack Kane doing a great job, as well as Jensen Barrett as well in the red, black of Sydney North. The outside there, let's have another look at it. He was in about 3rd place. Our man from Sydney West here, Patrick Bofo, Burt Oldfield Public School with a 13.96. Stop the clock. So not quite as quick, and we mentioned that 12.97 from Lachlan Chappell to put that record well and truly under threat. That has stood since 2005, 18 years old, that record. See what the boys can do here. That will round out the 4th and final heat for the boys. 10 years, 100 metres.
Now move to the girls 11-year-olds 100 metres. Record here is 12.72, set in 2017 by Chelsea Izioki. And we have in lane 2, Chelio Lewis from Lake Illawarra South Coast. Eleanor Scott is in lane 3. She's from Barramurra, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4 is Charlize Dewgood from Lennox Head, North Coast. Lane 5, Maggie Traynor, Curringbar, Sydney East. Lane 6 is Lindsay Giabanello from Cullums Hill. Lane 7, Marnie Lawrence from Claremont, CIS. Lane 8, Sandra Deary from Kings Langley Public School. Lane 9, Lani Migalotti from Griffith East. Lane 10, Molly Gibson, Morgan Street Barrier. Lane 11, Ella Robinson, St. Joseph's Bulli, and they're away. And we're looking at Marnie Lawrence, CIS. She's head of the Sydney East competitor in lane 5, which was Lindsay Giabanillo, and the time was 13.27.
This is the first marshal
Heat
call
2.
now for track events 25 and
Heat 2 will
26.
be Isla,
Girls
Vivaldi,
T14
Guy
Boys
Mere, North
class
Sydney
100
East.
metres.
Lane 3, Harley Bilger, Lennox Head, North Coast. Lane 4, Talia Brandon, Kelso, Western. Lane 5, Jasmine Morrison, Wallsend South, Hunter. Lane 6, Capri Vincent's, St Anthony's, Covelli. Lane 7, Alice Burgess, Alice Burgess, St Catherine's, CIS. Lane 8, Tilly Albert, St Augustine, Coffs Harbour, McKillop. Polding. Ruby Morgan from Ross Hill is in lane 9. Chelsea Wright from Wellington County, Sydney West, is in lane 10. And in lane 11, Kalani Russell, St Mary and St Joseph, Maroubra. And we've got them in the starters' hands. Most, about 50-50, choosing either of using the blocks or a standing start. And they're away. And the young girl from Polding seems to have jumped for the best at the moment, although she's been challenged by the CIS runner in lane 4, and that's Capri Vincent, who has gone through. Sorry, that was lane 7. In 13.7, lane 7 was Alice Burgess, St Catherine's. CIS. St Catherine's, and that's at Bondi. Lane Heat 3. We see Spandala Yadam in lane 2 from Bankstown, Sydney Southwest. Lane 3, Indy Spriggs, Coringal, Riverina. Lane 4, Sienna Rutovsky, Oak Flats. Lane 5, Molly Tom, Benora Point, North Coast. Lane 6, Lexi Elliott, Columbong, Hunter. Lane 7, Arlie Partridge, Ross Hill, Northwest. Lane 8, Olivia Toshak, North Sydney, Sydney North. Lane 9, Mackenzie Couchman from Bagola Plateau, Sydney North. Lane 10, Evie Battle from Columbia's Adamstown. Lane 11, Chloe Anthony from St Catherine's, CIS. Catherine's is in Bondi, as I mentioned in the previous race. Last third. And they're ready to go. And they're away to a good start. Powerful start out of lane 3, out of lane 5. Lane 5, and that is Molly Tom from Benora Point. But she's now being challenged by the runner in lane 7 from St Catherine. Not from lane 7, lane 11, Chloe Anthony from St Catherine's in a time of 14.09. As we watch the replay, second place was Sydney North, lane 8 was Olivia Toshak, and Molly Tom from Benora Point. We move to lane 4, heat 4 of our program, the Girls 10 years 100 metres. And lane 2, Eva Colden from the Junction Hunter. In lane 2, lane 3, Ruby Young, Cowra, Western. Lane 4, Bailey Fisher, Albury, Riverina. Lane 5, Sienna Furniss, St Peters, Port Macquarie. Lane 6, Capita Rose Suniolo from Sarah Redfern, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Scarlet Nest, Barnia, Sydney West. Lane 8, Holly Braddock, Milton, South Coast. Lane 9, Rachel Gilmore, Mudgee, Western. Lane 10, Manitou Ashman, Gyra, Northwest. Lane 11, Essie Liang, Eastwood. Yep. And we're in the starters' hands. And they're away. Strong starts from across the whole whole line. And we've got the South Coast girl in lanes. So it's Holly Braddock from Milton, ahead of Essie Liang from North Coast. Time of 13.67 was a good run as we watch the finish again. And I think it's the Sydney West runner. That was Scarlett Nest from Barnia. We now move to the boys. 11 years, 100 metres. And the record here stands at 12.25 and was set in 1998 by Robert Boateng. And our first heat we'll have Saxon Scott from Dubbo South. In lane 1, William Stawley, lane 2, School of the Air, Broken Hill. Lane 3, Edward Burke from St Thomas's Willoughby. Lane 4, Billy Herb from Sylvania Heights. Lane 5, Axel Bryant, Kahiba Hunter. Lane 6, Jack Spencer, Baronia Park, Sydney North. Lane 7, Ryan Uni, Camden, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, and watch young Lane 8, George Lambusis from Ramsgate, Sydney East. Lane 9, Hamish Finch, School of the Air Barrier. Lane 10, Levi Bartle, Parks, Western. Lane 11, Ethan Elvis Nathan. And we're away very shortly. George Lambusis, the seating time of 13.03, was running out of lane 8, the Sydney East competitor. He had a very strong run in the 200. We anticipate that he would also perform well in this, and he is away very quickly. Up and running. And he's between himself and the gentleman who lane Sydney North runner and the Western runner and a Sydney North runner. So it was George Lambusis in lane 8. It's Jack Spencer in lane 6 and Saxon Scott lane 1 in a time of 12.83. 12.83. And a very strong run from George Lambusis again. So he'll be fronting up again for the semis. We now move to the heat 2 of the boys 11 years 100 metres. In lane 2 we have Bo Hanrahan from O'Connell Western. Lane 3 Lucas Hill, Oxley College CIS. Lane 3 Cohen Jones, St Nicholas Tamworth. Lane 5 Nate Schofield, Lake Albert Riverina. Lane 6 Chance Brooks, Lake Albert Riverina. Lane 7 Moira Nalamalapu from Bonyami, Sydney West. Lane 8 William Bailey from St Ignatius CIS. Ethan Suleiman, St Mark's, Des Moines. And in lane 10, Jack Calcroft, Minamara, South Coast. And lane 11, Owen Tang, Matthew Pearce, Sydney West. And they're away. And you can see the students have worked with the blocks before. They're the ones that come out. It's a very good run from the CIS lad in lane 3. And that is Lucas Hill. But he's going to be challenged. Oh, that's one's going to go to the
photo finish.
Photo finish. Thank you, Grant. So that was lanes 3, 4, and 5. 3, 5, and 6. So an incredible run from Moira Nalapuni, Brooks, William Bailey, and Lucas Hill. 13.43. We move to the third heat of 4. As one of our athletes walks past and gives us a wave, Harrison Wriggle from Martins Gully Northwest is out of lane 2. Steve Kokoko from Cambridge Garnish, lane 3. Lane 4, Jared Edwards, Armidale City Northwest. Lane 5, Liam Tagg, Narooma South Coast. Lane 6, Ryan Jose,
Lutheran Public School.
Lutheran Public School, thank you. Lutheran College, yes. Dominic Augustine St Joseph's, Oran Park. Lane 8, Jake McMurphy, Nambucca Heads. Lane 9, Ethan Beecher, St Joseph's Merriweather. Lane 10, Corbin Flaenga, Pico South, Sydney East. And 11, Riley Deeth, Annandale. And here we go, there's a massive run from the runner in lane 6, Ryan Jose. And he's gone through in 13:39. 13:39. We'll watch the replay. The replay, we have Jose, McKillop and Lane Annandale South, Riley Deeth. We move now to the final heat of this 11 years boys, 100 metres. In lane 2, we've got Daniel Gilchrist, Griffith North, Riverina. Lane 3, Josh Calloway, Wattle Grove, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Henry Keane, Berry, South Coast. Lane 5, Ariki Wahungi, Manly, West Sydney North. Lane 6, Connor Knox, Hastings, North Coast. Lane 7, Aidan Fisher, Benora Point, North Coast. Lane 8, Cooper Kleindienst, Wingham Hunter. Lane 9, Victor Ogbono from Our Lady of Mount Carmel, Wentworthville, which is McKillop. Lane 10 is Ethan Warner, Avalon, Sydney North. Lane 11, Callum McDonald, Westdale, Northwest. One run unfortunately missed the jump totally. And that's a big run from the Sydney North lad in the outside lane. He's come through, and that was Ethan Warner from Ariki Wahungi. And in third place, Victor Obama. A time of 13:26. Unfortunately, one of the runners did miss that start totally. We now move to the girls 12 years 100 metres. One of 4 heats, and we've got the record was set in 2011 by Natasha Hall with a time of 12:69. We have in lane 2, Olivia Bailey, Lake Albert, Riverina. Lane 3, Amarelli Darkowski, Shell Harbour, South Coast. Lane 4, Chloe Britton, Maurer, Anglican College, CIS. Lane 5, Georgia Wheeler, Young North, Riverina. Lane 6, Madison McWilliams, Flinders, South Coast. Lane 7, Louisa Meta, Sydney North, Seaforth, Sydney North. Lane 8, Aubrey Heslop, Newcastle Grammar School, CIS. Lane 9, Melina Greenup, Central North Coast. Lane 10, Sienna Vaselli, St Ives North, Sydney North. And lane 11, Sophia Christie, St John's Lambton, Paulding.
So the runners are in the hands of the starters. Mr. Sherring is casting an eagle eye over the competitors. You'll note that some are taking the option of using the starting blocks, some are taking the option of doing a stand-up start. And it'll be interesting to see what the reaction times to the starter's gun is.
We have a very quick time here in lane 10, 12.60 is her seeded time. So if she repeats that, Grant, I think we may have a chance of putting pressure on the record. So that's in lane 10.
Yeah, well, on submitted times, Sienna's time of 12.60 does better the time of 12.69, which is the record set in 2011 by Natasha Hall. So we'll have a look and watch that race very carefully, which will be the next race.
A bit of a delay at the starting blocks. Discussion between the starter and between the starter and the starter's marshal.
So we have a bit of a swirling wind here at the moment, and if anything, the runners will be running into it. It seems that at the PSSA there is no wind gauge, which is quite different to the secondary championships where they do use the wind gauge.
Anxious runners there by the looks of it. They're starting working out what the hold up is. Now they're ready. And as we've gone through the ages, Grant, as the number of students using the blocks has increased dramatically. And away. And a good start across the line. And we have a runner from South Coast, is it? Coming through very, very quickly. I think it's the South Coast runner. Yes, it is. And that is Madison McWilliams. And she's gone through in 13:13. So we watch the replay with South Coast, Sydney North. And Sydney North. So Sienna Vaselli. Madison McWilliams. Sienna Vaselli and the other Sydney North competitor was Louisa Meta. So that was a very strong race.
Right, moving on now to Heat 2 of the girls 12-year-old 100 metres. In lane 2, Sally Seateth from Roos. Lane 3, Lila Oliver from St Bernadette's College, Castle Hill. Lane 4, Mia Wood from Yowie Bay. Lane 5, Sophia Keys from Leichhardt. Lane 6, Til Agjaka Petit from Kingscliff. Lane 7, Maya Witty Mooney from Excelsior. Lane 8, Katani Milligan from Henschke. Lane 9, Carla Lenny from St Finbar's Byron Bay. Lane 10, Matilda Shedden from the Junction. And in lane 11, Ruby Graham Wadwell from Moree in the northwest.
And what a great start from all the runners. And it looks like lane closest to us. Oh no, over in Sydney East girl. She has blitzed them. Lane 4, Mia Wood, 12.85. And we'll watch the replay because that was a great run from all the girls. And then we've got Mia Wood ahead of Sydney East in lane 5, which is Sophie Keys, and lane 10. Matilda Shedden. So 12.85, that was a very, very quick race, and she's a very powerful runner, Mia Wood. And she's from Yowie Bay Public School.
So we'll move on now to Heat 2 of the girls' 12-year-old 100 metres. Sorry, Heat 3. Starting on it will be Lillian Paynes from Currajong North, lane 3, Penny Hughes from Grenfell, lane 4, Abby Crawford from Tumut, lane 5, Olivia Gordon from Cudal, lane 5, Mayoli Wittenmoney from Excelsior.
Lane 5, Malia Peckham from Wellington. Emily Swan from Rutherford Hunter. Lane 8, Tria Hanley, Corindai, Northwest. Lane 9, Janice Hicks, Edgeworth Hunter. Lane 10, Abby Freeman, Wallagrove, Sydney Southwest. Lane 11, Sophie Halson, Cronulla, Sydney East. Unfortunately, they have left the previous races' results up when we're out trying to call the starters, but we've got the right list there now for you. And they're away. And it's a very strong start from the middle, but the girl from Hunter is pushing hard, pushed by Sydney East. Yes, and that was lane 10, the girl from Hunter, Abby Free. I'm sorry, I'll have to wait. Oh, it would have been Janice Hicks. That's the previous race. Janice Hicks from Edgeworth in the last race. That was a race before that one. And here it is. We've got lane 6 and lane 9, lane 11. Janice Hicks and Sophie Halson in first and second, and their time was, that's not going to give it to me, so we'll go through the start list for the Heat 4. In lane 2, we've got Lorraine Amu from Mary Immaculate, Eagle Vale. Lane 3, Chelsea Hodges, Lake Cat Eye, North Coast. Lane 4, Millie Radburn, Thurul. Lane 5, Ada Pepper from Skeggs, CIS. Lane 6, Ruby Ford from Griffith North, Riverina. Lane 7, Quinn Nayland from St Catherine's, Singleton. Lane 8, Chelsea Chapman, Pitttown, Sydney West. Lane 9, Eleanor McCann, Bargo, Sydney Southwest. Lane 10, Sarah Mehta from Sydney Seaforth. And lane 11, Alice Wall in Burrell. And they're away, and we've had a very good run from the girl from McKillop in lane 2, and that is Chelsea Hodges, Lorraine Armour from Eagle Vale, and she's gone through in 13.22. So we've got lanes 2 and 10, and Sarah Mehta from Sydney North, and CIS in lane 5, Ava Pepper.
Right, we'll move on now to the boys. 12 years, 100 metres. And in lane 2, John Espinita from Kingswood South. Lane 3, Kobe Seymour from Dubbo South. Lane 4, Kobe Ryan from Nolkabar. Lane 5, Sean Matapuli from Ingleburn. Lane 6, Cortez Monson from Marion Halsey Park. Lane 7, Ethan Vanderworth from Tamworth. Lane 8, Westhuizen Vander from Bega. Lane 9, Charlie Guzman from Thurgona. Lane 10, Luca Giametti from Wallara. And in lane 8, Zach Cullen, Camden South. I'll just go through lane 8 again. We believe that's Ewan van der Westhausen. Our screen is not showing the full name there, so apologies, we believe, to Ewan.
And the record here was set in 2016, and it is 11:87, set by Brady Perry. Just having a quick scan of the entry times. Lane 2 might be a hot chance in this, with his entry time of 11:71. But we'll wait and see. And they're ready. And away. And he has got away to a magnificent start, the boy in lane 2. And he has put 10 metres in the field already. And he's going to go through in a 12:02. 12:02. And I'll watch the replay because unfortunately I was interested in see how he went, because it's very close for second. Second is in lane 10, and third I think will go to lane 6. Luca Giametti from Wallara in lane 10, and Cortez Monson from Horsley Park.
Right, moving on now to heat 2 of the boys 12 years 100 metres. In lane 2, Sean Jaden Delgado from Pumpton. Lane 3, Tayton Rogers from Narrabeen Lakes. Lane 4, Riley Maybury from Elibana. Lane 5, Aaron Finnerty from St Catherine's. Sienna Preston. Lane 6, we believe that's William Thompson. William Nelson Thompson, my apologies. Lane 7 is Toby Woolley from Corindai. Lane 8 is Jake Wood. Lane 9 is Billy Hutchison from White Cliffs. Lane 10, Oliver Grenham from Willumbar. And in lane 11, we have Jude Dunn from Brittany Glenmore Park. And Jake Wood in lane 8 is from St Augustine's Brookvale.
And off they go. Get a good start for across the line. And we have the young man from in lane 9, I think it is, from Polding. Lane 8, ahead of McKillop and the Northwest runner. So it was lane 8, Jake Wood, Brookvale. St Augustine's Brookvale, ahead of Aaron Finnerty and Toby Woolley from Corindai.
Right, moving on now to heat 3 of the boys 12 years 100 metres. In lane 2, Caden Tui from Barnsley. Lane 3, Harley Teal from Karangi. Lane 4, Cooper Bland from Tathra. Lane 5, Sebastian Duddle from the King's School. Lane 6, Beau Weldon from St Lawrence's Forbes. Lane 7, Jay Byrne from Canowindra. Lane 8, Jeremy Beaufort from Bird Oldfield. Lane 9, Caleb Tamuri from Gosford. Lane 10, Maxio Wagner-Jordan from Burke Street. And in lane 11, Marley Mapagua from Shell Cove.
Waiting for the starter. I remind those people who, if you'd like to have a look at some of the field events, we've got a few events to program to start very shortly. some technical issue with the equipment down there. I'm not sure why we're had this long a wait. They move to their blocks. And it looks like we're down 2 competitors in this one. That's lanes 3 and 4. South Coast and North Coast runner, and they're away. And the CIS runner is up very quickly, and that is Sebastian Duddle from the King's School. But he's been challenged out wide by the Sydney West runner. And the Sydney West runner, I think, in Marley, as North Coast, South Coast runner, I'm sorry, in Marley Magapoo from Shell Cove, I think, has beaten him through, and 12.82 is the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the medal winners.
That's pretty tight for those minor placings. We'll leave that one to the judges in photo finish. Moving on now to heat 4 of the boys 12 years 100 metres. Our final heat, Henry Keane from Berry in lane 1. Saran Algi from Turvey Park in lane 2. Lane 3, Noel Platt Young. Lane 4, Callum Christie. Gilchrist from Barker. Lane 5, Toby Morgan from Ross Hill. Lane 6, William Holden from St Matthew's Mudgee. Lane 7, Xavier Curry from St Patrick's. Lane 8, Sebastian Turner from Mudgee. Lane 9, Reuben Eastwell from Bangalow. And in lane 10, Leon Legee from Manly Village.
That's a very good start from the CIS runner in lane. Polding's coming at him. Oh, I think the Polding lad got him in lane 6. Lane 6 is William Holden from St Matthew's Mudgee, ahead of Xavier Curry from St Patrick's, I think, and
in third place was a runner in lane 4, Neil.
Callum Gilchrist.
Callum Gilchrist. Moving on now to the first heat of the girls. .100 metres. That's Marley. No, it's not. That's Selena Bowen from Bass Hill, lane 2. Lane 3, sorry. Alani Hicks from Guildford. Lane 4, Tara Bedard from Coyambly. Lane 5, Keisha Morris from Browanara. Lane 6, Sonia Dewey from Denison East. Lane 7, Cassidy Mason from Nowra. Lane 8, Luna Squira from Fairfield West. Lane 9, Elizabeth Carroll from St Mary's Tukley. And in lane 10, Gemma Solway from Wambarall. So the runners are just awaiting the instructions of the starter. Interesting to note all runners have chosen to not use the blocks for this 100 metres sprint. I'm just awaiting the instructions start. There is a little bit of leeway here with the girls and the boys with regard to the start, with going prior to the starting signal, but the officials have deemed there was no infraction. And they're often running in a good start to all the girls. It'll be the runner in lane 5. And that'll be a good win to lane 5, followed by 6 and possibly 8. So that's a good run there to the runner in lane 5. We'll just come back. And that'll be the Sydney North runner. And in third place will be the runner in lane 9. So they're your place getters for that particular heat. We now move on to the second heat of the girls, 100 metres, 13 years. In lane 2, Zoe Rolfe, Riverwood. Lane 3, Taylor Jewell from St Benedict's, Edgeworth. Lane 4, Tita Mahakel from Gladesville. Lane 5, Phoebe Soares from Gilston. Lane 6, Alicia Munro from Bathurst West. Lane 7, Lucy Anderson from St Patrick's. Lane 8, Chloe Grigg from Malali. Lane 9, Sienna Thornton. Lane 10, Honor Grout from Bomaderry. And lane 11, Hannah Rebecki from Penrith. So it's a good finish here, and it'll be the runner in lane 6 who'll cross first. Followed by the runner in lane 10 and the runner in lane 9. So they're your top 3 place getters there. So moving on now to heat 3 of the girls, 13 years, 100 metres. In lane 2, Ellie Withers from Gravesend. Lane 3, Lisa Cagliola from Lansvale East. Lane 4, Jasmine Young from Bega. Lane 5, Charlotte Churchill from Inverell. Lane 6, Chana Hall from CIS. Lane 7, Kelsey Anderson from Eulabong. Lane 8, Kalani Piermont from Tumut. Lane 9, Katie Uren from Lochinbar. Lane 10, Tegan Aylett from Lockhart. And lane 11, Alina Matskova from Luddenham.
And they're away. And we've got the runners in lane 4, lane 3. Going to be a good race there. Lane 3, I think she's just going to get over the top. And she does in lane 3. That was the Isa Cagliola from Lansvale East ahead of Jasmine Young from Bega. And a very good run from the CIS girl, Cheyenne Hall. We have the first of our boys' heats in the 13-year-olds 100 metres. And I'll feature Cabello Groves from Miranda North, Sydney East. Jaden Ginoli from Somerton Northwest. Axel Butler, Batemans Bay, South Coast. Nulla Cook from Dora Creek, Hunter. Xavier Karma from Wyong, Sydney North. Damien it would be. It is Damien Coglan-Berg from Our Lady of Star of the Sea, Terrigal. Lane 8, Keldron Solace from St Mary's Concord. Luke Marshall, lane 9, Rouse Hill. Lane 10, Nate Withers of Sunshine Bay, South Coast. got 4 heats in this event. It's the first of the 4 events. The record is held by set in wasn't set then. It was held by a young man from the 100 called Clinton Hamburger. A record of 12:21 set at E.S. Marks Field in, I think, 1990.
That's definitely pre-2000 now.
Yes, it was.
Because we haven't used E.S. Marks for a long while.
95, and the runner from Sydney North in the middle here is Xavier Kana. Has gone through in 13.1, and he's happy with that too, so he should be. There's a boy from Hunter in second place. That was Nulla Cook from Dora Creek.
Moving on now to the second heat of the boys 13 years 100 metres. In lane 2, Tyler Davis from Point Clare. Lane 3, Ethan Lanska from Tamworth South. Lane 4, Milan Makovic from Cecil Hills. Lane 5, Tanner Ramsey from Kendall. Lane 6, Riley Plenty from St Peters. Lane 7, Edsban Sandich. Now that could be the second name, so we think it might be Alan Sandage Edsban.
Yep.
And he's from Bathurst. In lane 9 is Rian Riley from York. And in lane 10, Flynn Keeble from Howlong.
We may have had a withdrawal from this race, or 2.
Looks like we might have 6 starters out of the 9 that were listed now. So lane 1 was vacant originally.
And we've got lane 2, lane 3, lane 4, lane 5. We're missing lane 6 and lane 8. So Riley Plenty is not a starter. Yeah, that's right. And they're off. It's going to be a fairly tight finish. This the Sydney North boy on the inside lane, I think, is going to have it, and that is Tyler Davis from Point Clare, ahead of Ethan Lanskar from Tamworth. Right, sorry. From there, Tanner Ramsey, Kendall, and Alan Sanji Edson from Bathurst West.
So moving on now to heat 3 of the boys 100 metres. It's featuring in lane 2 Liam Belfield from Bel-Air. Lane 3 Liam Wardby from Camden South. Lane 4 is a competitor from Sydney East. Lane 5 Marthin Figueroa from the Junction. Lane 6 Tristan Daly from Arndell. Lane 7 Cohen Schleves from Mulyan. Lane 8, Dimitri Du from Putney. Lane 9, Kobe Hoskins Quinn from Boambi. And in lane 10, Jake Buchner from Aria Park.
Oh, okay. Don't get in a physical altercation.
Okay, as we approach the 25 metre mark, it looks like the competitor from Sydney North might just get there over the competitor from CIS. So I'll stand by for the official placings there. But that's certainly very close. Sydney North from CIS and possibly Hunter. Right, we're moving on now to Heat 3 of the boys 100 metres. Now we're moving on to heat 4. That's Joshua Kershaw in lane 2. Lane 4 is Dilwar Zaga. Lane 5 is Brody Watman. Lane 6 is Simon Rogan. Lane 7 is Lucas Pereira. Lane 8 is Memphis Mackay. And lane 9, Jaden Westcombe. So there are our finishers there in that heat 4 of the boys 13 years 100 metres. So that'll be a win to the runner in lane 4, and that looks like that will be Dilwar Zaga. So we're now moving on to the 200 metres multi-class events, and we're going to start with the girls 8 to 10s, of which there are 2 heats, and these will be timed finals, remembering that the multi-class results are calculated through the multi-class comparison system using the Australian standards. So we won't immediately know the results of those events until such times as all the competitors are finished and the results have been fed into the multi-class calculation system.
Then she progressed into the role of the multi-sport coordinator, overseeing multi-class competition for 2 years.
So having a slight break here while the competitors get organised.
Responsible for the selection and management of the New South Wales PSSA athletics team competing at the National School Sport Australian Track and Field Championships. She's fulfilled this role 10 times, including 2 Pacific School Games in Melbourne and Adelaide. Has been presented the School Sport Australian Service Award, celebrating her commitment to athletics at the national stage. Joelle has displayed a great passion for the sport of athletics throughout the past 20 years. She has dedicated innumerable hours ensuring students of New South Wales have the best possible experiences at both the state and national level. Congratulations, Joelle. Well deserved. We have the medal winners from the 11 years boys discus. Our bronze medalists from Glory Public School, Sydney North, Isaac Putelli. Silver medalists representing Umina, Sydney North, Caleb Atherton.
What do you need anyway? Your wallet? What do you ask for? My drink bottle. No, when can we come up?
And our gold medalists representing Walker Central, Northwest, Blaine Cooney.
They're bringing up the 200-metre athlete, multiclass. I've still got a bit of time. Can they go toilets? Go to toilets and we can come back.
Okay, we're coming up now. We have the start of the girls 8 to 10 200 metres multi-class, and a terrific field here of 6 runners, and they're varying classifications in this event, so I'll quickly go through our competitors. We have Sienna Compton, who is a T10 in lane 1. We have Ella James, who is a T13 in lane 2. In lane 3 we have Talia Davis. In lane 4 we have Mia James, who is a T20. In lane 5 we have Ava Preston, who's a T20. And in lane 6 we have Alison Murnane, who's also a T20. So they're our competitors in this, the first heat of the girls 8 to 10 200 metres multi-class. And just to go through very quickly with those, I'll let Nathan just call this race, and we'll go very quickly through the particular athletes' classifications and the type of disability they have.
Yeah, so pretty quick and a good battle here between Sienna Compton of Chisholm and also Ella James. They're in different classifications, so racing against the clock here. Sienna Compton, 38.40. Let's see how quickly she can go. I reckon she might get under that. 37.82 she does. Well, and so Talia Davis it was in second. Coming back to Alison Murnane in the T20 classification, which is the most popular classification. Lanes 4, 5 and 6 as we see come across the line there in Heat 1, Ava Preston of North Nowra Public School, South Coast.
Right, quickly going through the classifications, we have hearing is vision impaired is T11, T12 and T13. Intellectual is T20. Physical is T32 to 56. And transplant is T60. So there are your classifications very briefly, so that you've got a bit of an idea of the type of disabilities the students have got when they're competing in these events. So we now have our second heat up. And in lane 1 we have Lexi Cornwell, who's a T13. We have Stellis Krause, who's a T20. We have Daisy Falconer, who's a T20. Kira Bladen, who is a T20. Chloe Moore, who's a T37. Stella Pace, who's a T20. And in lane 7, Violet Fuller, a T35. And again, as Nathan mentioned, the girls are running against the clock, and their times will be submitted into the multi-class calculator, which will then determine their classification, and finally, comparison to the Australian standard will determine the winner.
So a good start here on the inside. Lexi Cornwell, a Rana Heights athlete, looking to try and better her seed, performed to 44.26 of Western region here. She'll lead into the straight T13 classification. No one else in that classification, but we do have 5 athletes in the T20 lane, 2, 3, 4 and 6 here. So they will be racing each other as well as the clock, as we were talking about before. So Lexi Cornwell coming towards the line here, 44.26. She's going to smash that. She's going to smash it by about 2 or 3 seconds. And Daisy Falconer, T20, the first of the T20s across the line. Then back to lane 7, Violet Fuller, T35. Stella Krause, and a good little finish here between the next two McKillop girls, with Stella Pace just edging out Chloe Moore. Different classifications, Castle Hill and Bulli, as we see Kira Bladen cross the line from Foster High School in Hunter region in the second of 2 timed finals. So they won't progress through to finals here. Their times will be compared. It is a very busy 2 days for our para-athletes who do plenty on the field as well. And your replay there on the board with Lexi Cornwell taking line honours.
And as we did mention previously, we have a record number of multi-class athletes competing at this year's championships, 168. So well done to all those students, and well done to their support staff. It's been a terrific effort to get them to the 2023 PSSA Track or Athletics Championships. Moving on now to the boys 8 to 10 200 metres multi-class. And I believe we have, if everything is correct, we have 4 heats in this event. So we have in lane 1, Kobe Johnston from Carryong, who is a T1. We have in lane 3, Noah Blackmore, who is a T20. In lane 4, we have Samuel Rugenderk, who is a T47. He's from Woy Woy. In lane 5, we have Craig McDonald, who's a T20 from Chittaway Bay. And in lane 6, we believe that could be Mackenzie Machud from Burt Oldfield. But we'll just wait till the official listings come up on your screen.
How good is this, Grant? 4 races in the one age group for multi-class. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's incredible.
This would be a first. Nathan, the good thing about it is our multi-class students are starting to come in earlier.
Yep.
And that is only going to mean that as they progress on, the depth and the number of competitors is going to exponentially increase, which is absolutely terrific.
These guys like extra competition as well. Sometimes because they want to be the same status as well as the able-bodied, and to field the same numbers definitely gives it that recognition it so very much deserves. We're underway here in the first with a matchup coming through from Bert Oldfield. He's on the outside. He's looking to the left. And he's got a pretty good position. Sydney North very strong in this one with Kobe Johnson. Carrying also taking a look to the right shoulder to see where his competitors are, but he is going to lead into the straight. Also up there, Craig McDonald, T20 athlete. He's in third place with Matchot of Sydney West just ahead of him at the moment, but it's Kobe Johnson in lane 1 of Carry On Sydney North, 35.52. He coming to the event with. It's going to be pretty close to that, just outside it. And a great job by the Sydney West competitor there, Matchot and Craig McDonald on the inside, doing a fantastic job. So lane 1, the winner there, and doing a great job. He is in the T01 classification. He was the fastest on paper going in from these regional championships, and 3 time finals to come.
So T1 or TF1, Nathan is hearing impaired. So well done to him.
We had the aide or the teacher, one of his team managers, I think, making sure he went right on the starting signal, give him a tap on the back.
Yep. Okay, we're moving on now to Heat 2. Heat 2 of 4 for the boys 8 to 10 200 metres multiclass. In lane 1 we have Lachlan Sharp, T47, T46 from St Peters. We have in lane 2 Jack Hurd, a T20 from Nabiac. Lane 3, lane 4, sorry, I'll go through. Steve Carrozza from Strathfield North. Steve is a TF41. In lane 5, we have Noah Ziberus from Nengamay. Noah is a TF20. In lane 6, we have Luca Boljabazak, and he is from St Gabriel's Castle Hill, and he is a TF20. And we have Owen. I didn't get the last one there, but Nathan will pick them up as they go through.
Yeah, so 3 athletes, 2, 5 and 6 in T20 classification. We normally see more in this classification, and it is those lanes, I believe, are in the top 3 positions, all in the same classification, so they will be racing each other. Jack Hurd of Hunter Region in third place, just ahead of him, our Sydney East competitor, and on the outside of McKillop is Luca Beljabasic there of Castle Hill, and he is working fast towards the line, real quick. 41.38 again. He's going to go well under his time for the regional championships. So we see a Sydney East competitor coming through, and then Jack Hurd, followed by Sydney West Noah Ziberus, who's also in the T20 classification here as we look towards our McKillop athlete who did take the win, Luca Beljabasic, doing a brilliant job as we keep the support coming here for our man there in lane 7 of Sydney Southwest. And that's Owen Havenar of Roos, Sydney Southwest.
Yep.
So a late addition to that race, I believe.
Yeah, we do apologise there. Our heat sheets weren't updated, but well done to those boys. And apologies if we did miss a name or two. So there is a replay. I'm not sure which one it is, but there is a replay there.
So time finals here. These guys this is the only 200 metre race they will do, the multi-class competitors. No heats and finals. Timed finals. And our man from Polding just getting his game face on here.
Okay, we have in this the Heat 3. And we have in lane 2, Riley Johnson. Lane 3, Kobe Wheeler. Lane 4, Seth King. And in lane 5, Lachlan Reed.
There you go here. So we've seen a bit of this school, Arana Heights, Western Region. One of the most strongly represented schools, I think, from Western. Riley Johnson, that is just behind our man from the Riverina, the shorter statured Cody Wheeler, who is moving really well into the top of the straight. pushing hard on the outside as well. T54 classification is the wheelchair division, and Lachlan Reid there of Polding, I think it is, in third place. But it is Cody Wheeler who's trying to hold off Riley Johnson. Johnson gets a bit of a surge here. He looks around and says, no, surely not. 40 metres to go, and our wheelchair competitor as well, Lachlan Reid. It's right close on the line. It's one of the closest races we've seen. I don't know what extra gear they've got. They found something, all of them. And Cody Wheeler couldn't believe it there, as we see our man from Polding is looking around at the crowd, loving his time here at Sydney Olympic Park. So well done as this young man, Seth King of Polding, crosses the line and gets the job done here for the third time final for the 8 to 10 boys.
So well done to those boys. We'll now move on to Heat 4, our final heat of the boys 8 to 10 200 metres multi-class. And just seeing a quick replay there of that finish, which was unbelievably close.
The crowd lifted him the last 50 metres. He put his hands up to say, come on, give us a bit more noise. He's a entertainer, that young man from Polding, Seth King.
And we have now the line-up for the final heat of the boys 8 to 10 200 metres multi-class. In lane 2, Bailey Lloyd Small, TF20 from Tottenham. Lane 3, Jackson Logan, TF20 from Blacktown. Lane 4, Hudson Wan, TF63 from Our Lady of Mount Pritchard. Lane 5, Bodie Papworth from, is also a TF20 from CIS. And in lane 6, Sebastian Stace, a TF38. He's from Polding, so well done to those boys.
So underway here, and Sydney West again showing a strong job here with Jackson Logan in lane 3, T20 athlete. Bodie Papworth also in that classification, and Bailey Lloyd Small from Western Region in lane 2, but he's got a clear margin into the straight. He's again looking at the crowd. I suggest he looks a bit ahead to try and put some extra speed in, but he's smiling too much. He's having too much fun, this young man. And you know what? That's the main priority. As long as he stays in his lane, I think he did that all right. So 41.69. Doing a great job there to take line honours with Sebastian Stace, T38 of Maitland, doing a great job here. And also coming through Bailey Lloyd Small of Tottenham in Western Region, who'll come across the line here. Great to see so many Western Region athletes. Barrier as well represented here at the PSSA Championships. And this young man as well, I think CIS maybe?
In lane 4 was, lane 5 was Bodie Papworth, I believe.
There we go. And our Hunter competitor there in lane 1 doing a great job.
So that completes the boys 8 to 10 200 metres. We'll now move on to the girls 11 to 13 years 200 metres, I believe. And we have, again, which is terrific, we have 4 heats of these finals. Again, the winner or the place getters will be determined using the multi-class calculation system. So the girls are ready to go. In lane 1 we have Chloe Hunter from Panania. She's TF1, which is the hearing impaired. In lane 2 we have Margaret Jordan, who's TF13 from Kensington. In lane 3, Lexi Brown, a T47 from Nambucca Heads. Lane 4 we have Melissa Fitzgerald from Chittaway Bay. Melissa's a TF20. And in lane 6, we have Sora Wong from Putney. Now, hopefully that matches up with what we have on our sheets here. And Sora is a TF13.
So just lane 5 missing here.
Yeah, we believe that could be Kylie Holmes, but I don't think she's showing up on our sheet. So we'll go with the 5 we've got. And while we have a short break here, we'd just once again like to thank all our officials who have been here today. It's quite a long day, very, very big event with over 2,000 competitors, and they'll all be back again tomorrow. Do the great job they always do. Front of screen there is Barry Pecker, who is one of the long-standing PWSA officials. So well done to Barry to get everything under control and get everything on the move.
Just about set here. First of 4 heats for the senior girls. Multiclass 200 metres. Underway here. So Sydney North got a couple on the outside here, but it's our North Coast competitor in Lexi Brown off to an absolute flyer of a start. Really pushing well here and floating as she moves into the straight. This is incredible form she's showing here. She's coming with a 30.35. That's going to be well under threat, I reckon. This is incredibly smooth moving by the North Coast competitor from Nambucca Heads, and 28, I think, 99.
28.99.
Wow. Wow. Chloe Hunter coming through in second. Well done to her. Sora Wong of Putney, and a very close contest there between Margaret Jordan and Melissa Fitzgerald of Sydney East and Sydney North, respectively, in the first of 4 timed finals. And a replay there on the terrific form shown by...
Well, that was an excellent run, wasn't it? And more importantly, an excellent time. So well done to those, well done to Lexi, and more importantly, well done to all the other girls. Now we have the start list now for Heat 2, and I believe we might only have 4.
So missing 2 and missing 5.
Yeah. Okay, so in lane 1 we have Annalise Sherry from Pitt Town. She's a TF13. In lane 3 we have Layla Northey from Cambridge Park, who's a TF20. Lane 4 we have Crystal Gill from Casino West, T35. And in lane 6 we have Angela Ayres from Nangus Riverina, and Angela is a TF20. So there are our 4 competitors in this, our second heat of 4 for the girls 11 to 13 years, 200 metres multi-class.
So underway here, these 4 competitors, T13, T20, 2 T20s and T35. Our T20 athletes in lane 3 and 6. And it is in lane 3, Leilana Northey of Cambridge Park, who's moving pretty well. Sydney West, Annalise Sherry on the inside, pushing up, and they're in a line of 4 into the top of the straight. Annalise Sherry just pushing ahead here. North Coast is Crystal Gill, who's just trying to keep in touch. On the outside, that's Angela of Riverina, trying to get a little bit closer. Annalise Sherry, I reckon she will. They're drawing level, and it's the Riverina athlete who's timed it really well to get line honours. And they own separate classifications. T20 for our race winner, Annalise Sherry, in second from T13. So, great job there by our leading 2 competitors in the second time final. A replay on the board which shows Crystal Gill of Casino North Coast getting through in third, and Leilana Northey of Cambridge Park in 4th position for time final number 2.
And we're moving on now to Heat 3 of the
1, 3 and 5 we got.
girls 11 to 13 200 metres. Now we have the competitors just moving onto their starting positions, I believe. So we have in lane 1, Kalani McMahon from Bomaderry. Kalani's a TF01. In lane 3, Viola Ramsey from McKillop, a TF38. In lane 4, we have Charlie Sue West, who's a TF20 from Murrumburra. And in lane 5, we have Sienna Hagg, who's a TF21 from Scanner's Head. And we might be missing one there, Nathan. I think I can only see 3 runners.
Yeah, so Kalani McMahon in 1, Viola Ramsey 3, Sienna Hagg, and it is the South Coast competitor, Bomaderry, represented by Kalani McMahon. Into the home straight here, McKillop, represented by Violet Ramsey in second on the left of your screen there, 41.35. Her time coming in, Kalani. See what she can do here. Won't be too far outside it. She put a bit of a surge there with about 30 metres to go, and she's going to take the win, or line honours at least, in that time final. One time final still to come. Violet Ramsey crossing the line in second. Back to the Polding competitor, Sienna Hagg of T21. So T21 means track. F21 means for fields. Sometimes the classifications just vary, or the numbers vary a little bit. That's why we have a separate for track and field, depending on how much the disability has a bearing on performance. Sometimes it's different in running events as opposed to throwing or jumping. So we move to time final number 4.
In time final number 4, we have in lane 1, Mia Hogan, TF13. Lane 2, Molly Spiteri from Kincumber, TF20. Lane 3, Alexia Codling, who's the TF20 from Foster. Lane 4, Jade Reeves, a TF37 from Redhead. And in lane 5, Eva Lisa Tupanua from Kalinda. And Eva Lisa is a TF20.
Mia Hogan flying out of the blocks really, really quickly. The McKillop athlete in the inside here. Riverina on the outside. That's Evalisi Tapamuhu of T20 classification as well, but it's a T13 athlete all the way from Albury. She's made her trip worthwhile with this run. Well done, 33, over a second quicker than the time we've got here on paper. As we see, it will be the Riverina athlete, Evalisi Tapamuhu of Kalinda, getting across the line here. Next through will be Alexia Codling of Foster High School. Seen a few from Foster High School. Keep forgetting their primary. Foster Public School from Hunter Region. And coming through here, Molly Spiteri, Kincumber, back to the Hunter Region competitor from Redhead Public School, Jade Reeves, T37 athlete. And you see the replay and the terrific form, striking right underneath the hips, leaning forward, relaxing the shoulders, doing everything right. Mia Hogan, very strong in time final number 4. Moving on to the boys.
And moving on to the boys, and we have we've got 5 heats, which is absolutely fantastic for the boys, 11 to 13 years, 200 metres multiclass. And that is another first, Nathan. We've never had 5 heats before.
Well, I don't think we've had 4, but
that's right.
There we go.
No, absolutely fantastic. Okay, in lane 1 we have Haderi Medi from Toongabbie West, and he's a TF1. In lane 2 we have Xavier Wilson from Shell Cove, who's a TF12. In lane 4 we have Skylar Govar from Annandale, a TF21. In lane 5 we have Leyland Swift from The Rock Central School, the TF36. And in lane 6 we have we have Jamison Sheether, who is a TF60, and he's from Balgala North. So there are our competitors in this heat 1 of the boys 11 to 13 years, 200 metres multi-class.
There we saw Skylar Gover give a bit of a wave to the crowd as well. Enjoying and soaking up the atmosphere here. And I was reliably told before, you think it's busy now, wait till relay day tomorrow. It's going to pack out even more. So
these boys look pretty relaxed, Nathan.
They do. And good to see Leland Swift doing a bit of a dance. Xavier Wilson, we saw him in the 1500 before. He took it out pretty hard in that one, so he's got a few, well, at least that race in his legs already. Toongabbie, represented here by Meaty Haderi
Yeah,
in number 1. So they're pretty quick on paper, or pretty close together. Lane 1 and 2, expect a very close contest between them, as well as Jamison Sheether. There's only 1.5 seconds or so separating their seed times. So lane 1, 2 and 6 with Skylar Gover, Annandale Public School on the inside of Leland Swift. Just a reminder, field stream is also underway. The New South Wales PSSA Championships, day 1 of competition here. We've seen some fantastic action in the next generation in action on the track and the field here. We will add their list as a new PSSA champion of New South Wales. Holding them a bit, obviously, maybe a technical difficulty. Lane 4 is ready. Skylar Gover's ready. He's been waiting. He's going, come on. What's the hold-up? They do use the electronic gun. They used to use the big booming real gun.
The Colt 45.
Yep. Now they probably woke up the neighbours a bit too much. I don't know. Neighbours complain about things these days. We're just about ready. And underway. So our two City West and South Coast in the inside there, but it's Jamison Sheether on the outside who's pushing quite well. And as we said, it's only going to be nothing in between these three competitors. Meaty Haderi in 1, Wilson in 2, and on the outside is Sheether, who's just trying to hang in touch with our 2 race leaders. Meaty Haderi's got the edge on Wilson at this point, but Xavier Wilson's coming back level with him. Almost there. He's still shadowing. He draws level. Oh, jeez. He really surged with about 5 metres to go. I cannot quite pick it. I would say Meaty Haderi, he did hold on, I think, but I'm not 100% sure by any means. And here comes Skylar Gover, the man who is showing excitement to the crowd and jubilance as he crosses the line. Well done to the Annandale Public School representative. And we also see come through here the Riverina competitor, Leland Swift, coming across the line here as well to finish off his 200 metres here, the first of 5 timed races for the 11 to 13 years boys, some of them in their final year of primary school. Have a look at this finish. Let's try and pick it. Grant, what do you reckon? So he still looks behind, still looks behind, still looks behind, still looks behind.
Oh.
Boom! That's, I would say to the thousandths of a second, that's, what do you reckon, boys? To the thousandths of a second? Dead heat?
Dead heat. We're going to go for dead heat, Nathan.
Honestly, like, you normally see something in front of the torso, something, even if it's 100th of a second. No, that's a dead heat.
So we're moving on now to Heat 2, and we have Hunter Lentil from Penshurst, and Hunter's a T1. Now I think we've got lane 2 vacant, so we'll go on to lane 3, which is Cooper Smith, and he's a T35. We'll go to then lane 4, which is Riley Paul, lane 5 Archie Whalen, and in lane 6 William Johnston.
It is Riley Paul who was quick out of the blocks, the Blacktown representative from Sydney West, and he's tearing away from the field now. Let's see how quickly he can post a time here. Won't quite have the opposition in terms of those around his same pace that the previous heat did come, but he knows he's got to concentrate and focus on what he can control, and that's posting the quickest time possible. Pretty good, 32.14. Back on the inside to Hunter Lentil. Hunter Lentil in second place for Hunter Region as we take a look at the replay. Riley Paul, T20 Blacktown, 34.06. He's dropped that down to 32.14. Hunter Lentil in second. 3-time finals to come.
Moving on now to Heat 3. Remember Heat 3 of 5. In lane 1, Quante Glass, who's a T1. Lane 2, Jeremiah Middleton, T13. Lane 3, Edward McPherson, T20. Lane 4, Hayden Reid, a T20. Lane 5, Messino Casino, T37. Lane 6, Paul Scott, T20. And in lane 7, Eddie Clare, T37.
Eddie Clare on the outside there, so we're missing lane 4 by the look of it.
Looks like lane 4, and that's Hayden Reed, possibly Nathan.
Yep.
Is not with us for this event.
So 2 McKillops. Hunter, CIS, Riverina, and South Coast. Underway here, South Coast. That man got the best of the reactions. Moving up to the inside is Paul Scott, and moving up to the inside of Eddie Clare. On his inside is Massimo Casino of McKillop, but leading is Jeremiah Middleton in the white of CIS into the top of the straight. He's in the T13 classification. Paul Scott of T20 and Bombarderi in second, maybe, with T01 competitor Quonset Glass in lane 1. But this man from CIS, T13, and he is doing a great job. Jeremiah Middleton, 32.51, his time coming in, not too far outside that. Second place, a blanket finish for third. I reckon McKillop might have got there.
Yeah, I think
Paul Scott. Yeah, Paul Scott from South Coast in second. Bombarderi Public School. Massimo Casino. What a name. Massimo Casino. McKillop, I think, getting through for third, but CIS on screen there. That is Jeremiah Middleton.
6, lane 5.
Yeah, I reckon.
Okay, moving on now to our final heat, heat 4 of 5. In lane 1, Kai Davies, T1 from Mona Vale. Lane 2, Liam Demensky, T13 from Port Kembla. Lane 3, Blake Heath, T46 from Parkview. Lane 4, Aidan Cavett from Our Lady of Rosary, Wyoming. Lane 5, Lachlan Rickard, T20 from Tamworth South. Lane 6, Tiger Hand, the T21 from Frank Partridge, VC Public School. And in lane 7, Caleb Hislop from St. Aloysius Chisholm. And Caleb is a T43.
So away here, North Coast getting away pretty well. Aidan Nevitt's right up there, but our man from Sydney North, Kai Davies, is tearing around this bend. Stays at the outer edge of lane 1, but he is motoring, leading into the bend like he's a race car. And South Coast here, this might be Liam Damchevsky in lane 2 coming through as well, but it's Kai Davies showing good form. He's got the open palms, he's driving, pushing hard towards the line. He's flying through 31.78, 0.2 of a second quicker than his seed performance coming in here. On the outside, that was a good run by Caleb Hislop there, and Liam Damchevsky in third for South Coast. And coming through there, Blake Heath of Riverina, as well as in lane 5, Lachlan Rickard of Tamworth as well. Polling competitor crossing the line there, Aidan Nevitt. Replay now on the board. Some good form here as well. And this man from Sydney North. Look of determination on his face as he tries to get himself onto the podium here. One-time final still to come, which the boys will no doubt be watching.
And this is the last final, Nathan, is heat 5 of 5. And we have on the starting area, we have our 6 competitors, and they are Zane, in lane 1, Zane Graham from Lisarow. And Zane is a T1. In lane 2, Gabrielle Barclay, who is a T13, and Gabrielle's from Scots All Saints. Lane 3, Ivan Tonkin from Kareen, who's a TF20. In lane 4, Elijah Duckworth from Lucas Heights, T35. Lane 5, Mason Gardner, a T46 from Foster. And in lane 6, Teal Philippek from Hastings, and he is T36.
So it is the Lucas Heights competitor Elijah Duckworth who's got away the quickest here. Also Gabriel Barclay and Zane Graham the inside of Zane Graham there of Sydney North, but it is CIS coming through here. Gabriel Barclay trying to challenge Elijah Duckworth, who had about a 10-metre lead, maybe a little bit less than that. It's going to be super close on the line here. He's still holding on, but just at the end, the last 20 metres or so. Gabriel Barclay, he got there. Got there for sure. 32.72. And who gets the win, the 5th and final time race we see come towards the line here. Our man from Hunter region, Foster Public School again, Mason Gardner. Well done, Mason. Working hard towards the line. Doing a great job. That will round out the fifth and final. Oh no, we've still got, we've got Teal Philippek coming through. Doing a great job. T36 classification. So, the physical disability here, that's from the T32 to the 56 range. And this young man, he'll get to his feet. He will. He's determined. Doing it. Doing the North Coast region proud, and Hastings Public School as well. Let's see if he can get under his seat time. 2:03. Teal Philippek is what it's all about here at the PSSA State Championships. What school sport is all about. Well done, young man. Fifth time final. Great to see the boys applauding him as he, and the teacher officials as well, as he crossed the line.
I think the grandstand gave him a great round of applause too, Nathan. Fantastic effort by young Teal from Hastings Public School.
So we see the replay now on the board, and the incredibly perfect timing and execution of Gabriel Barclay in that last times final. Semi-final time. Semi-final time on the track next. And then after that, after the 200-metre semi-finals, we'll move into the 800-metre heats after that. So top 18 in New South Wales, ladies and gentlemen, is what we're down to in each of the age groups here. It's the first of our semis so far on the program. And we're looking forward to seeing what they can do. So they represent their schools, regions and associations here at the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships for 2023. This is day one of competition at Sydney Olympic Park.
And as Nathan said, we are now moving to the 10-year-old girls 200 metres semi-finals. We have two semis. In lane one, in semi number one, is Daisy Ryan, Port Macquarie, North Coast. Lane 2, Ailey York, Shell Harbour, South Coast. Lane 3, Rain Ross, St Brendan's, Lake Munmora, Paulding. Lane 4, Imogene Wynn, Shelley, Sydney West. Lane 5, Harlow Pate from Wilton, Sydney South West. Lane 6, Havana Gray, Terry Hill, Sydney North. Lane 7, Desiree Adeyemi from Red Hill, Riverina. Lane 8, Tayula Teofilo, Yass, South Coast. Lane 9, Lara Hooper, Calare, Western. Remembering, ladies and gentlemen, that these girls probably have all competed in the same number of events today, or track events at least, 3 of them. We had the heats of the 200s this morning. We've had the heats of the 100s, and now into the semis of the 200. And there's some very good, very strong athletes in all of these events now coming up.
So the top 3 again from each semi-final, plus the next fastest time to complete the field of 9. Just about set here. First of 2 semis. It's underway here in the first of 2 semis. Ryan on the inside. York, Ross, Wynn, Patty, Gray, Adeyemi, Teofilo and Hooper on the outside. The Sydney Southwest competitor, Harlow Patty, as expected, goes to the front of this field. Havana Gray as well on the outside in second place. Back on the inside, Imogen Wynn of Sydney West. Also pushing through, top three to automatically qualify for the final here. And Harlow Patty pushing away from the field. And she is going to get the first automatic qualifying position through. 27.35. Sydney North in second. Havana Gray. And also Sydney West, Imogen Wynn. So 27.35, the record 27.61. I think we might have got another one here at the New South Wales PSSA Championships. Harlow Patty in semi-final number 1 of the girls 8 to 10 years 200 metres.
We now move to semi-final number 2. In lane 1, Estelle Osifo from the Good Shepherd Plumpton, McKillop. Lane 2, Kiani Vero, Musselbrook Hunter. Lane 3, Emily Chen, PLC Sydney CIS. Lane 4, Lana Bosick, St Patrick's Sutherland, McKillop. Lane 5, Ava Jupp, Miranda North, Sydney East. Lane 6, Maya Tanko, Caringbah North, Sydney East. Lane 7, Evie Moore Mackay Barara, Sydney North. Lane 8, Matilda Cantrell, Orange Western. Lane 9, and Akisha Williams, Narandra, Riverina.
Pretty hard to top that first time, I tell you what, but top 3 is all they need to do. Top 3, next fastest 3 times, I believe it will be, to make this field of 9. Semi-final number 2, just about ready to go here. So Ava Jupp and Maya Tenko, keep an eye on them. 2 semi-finalists from Sydney East there. See them from in the centre of the track. They're called to their marks. Semi-final number 2. Just a bit unsteady there that we called back. As expected, you get a bit nervous. They've got to be on point for a lot of different races here, as we said. We've got the 100 heats, which a lot of these girls would have been in. They did their heats for the 200 this morning. This is the semi-final. So underway here in semi-final number 2, the Seafield on the inside, Vero, Chen, Bosick, Jupp, Tenko, Mormal K, Cantrell, and Williams on the outside. So Maya Tenko of Caringbah North, he lead into the straight here. Pretty close for second place at the moment. It might be Lana Bosick just pushing ahead there. Ava Jupp still in there as well. But it's Tenko with the lead of Sydney East. McKillop in second, Lana Bosick, and also Ava Jupp. And 3 to automatically qualify and taking the win, Maya Tenko. In semi-final number 2 from Caringbah North Public School, Sydney East region. Get herself a spot through to gold medal race in the final for the Girls Junior 200 metre Championship of New South Wales. And there she comes, well, 28.49, the unofficial winning time.
And now we move to the boys, 8 to 10 years, 200 metres semi-finals. Again, 2 semi-finals. In lane 1, Edward Clay from Temora, Riverina. Lane 2, Roland Cohen, St Minbars, Byron Bay, Paulding. Lane 3, Jackson Engel from Harrington Park, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Teddy Sharp, who's had a big day already, Shaw Prep, CIS. Lane 5, Lachlan Chapel, St Bernard's, Botany. McKillop. Lane 6, Hudson McGregor, Bagala Heights, Sydney North. Lane 7, Jensen Barrett, Mount Colah, Sydney North. Lane 8, William Damasceno, Lennox Head, North Coast. Lane 9, Ethan Foster, Beaumont Hills, Sydney West. I think this is another big chance of challenging Alex Dulo's record from 2005, 26.48. We've got a couple of competitors here that will push each other.
Was it the 100? His time was like only a tenth of a second out?
In both,
both the 200 as well. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it was only 0.13 of a second out in the 200. But his Lachlan's run in the 100 was a 0.07.
Yeah, nothing much at all.
Might have been a gust of wind.
That's all it takes.
This is the business end this afternoon for these young lads. They're fighting for a place in the final. Top 3 fastest times, plus the top 3 in each heat, and then the next 3 fastest times to make a field of 9.
So away in the first semi-final for the junior boys, Edward Clay on the inside, Cohen, Engel, Sharp, Chappell, McGregor, Barrett, Domencino and Foster. And have a look at the man from McKillop here, Lachlan Chappell, towering into the straight here. On the inside of him, we've got Teddy Sharp from CIS who's pushing up, as is the Riverina athlete, Edward Clay. 3 automatic qualifying positions, a blanket for second and third, but no disputing our winner of semi-final number 1, Lachlan Chappell there. So we see come across Hudson McGregor, also in Jensen Barrett as well. Close racing for the first semi-final of the junior boys 200 metres. 27.52, the unofficial winning time. So you can see on the replay there, it was a good run by the North Coast competitor too in William Domencino. Wasn't too far off the pace at all. Hope for his sake he gets a spot through to the final there. From semi-final number 1, 1 semi still to come in the junior boys 200 metres.
In the semi-final will feature in lane 1, Miles Essen from Tacking Point, North Coast. Tex Air from Charleston East, Hunter. Grayson Roper from Engadine, Sydney East. Lane 4 is Benjamin Spadaro, Our Lady of the Lord, Seven Hills, McKillop. Lane 5, Nate Russo, Point Clare, Sydney North. Lane 6, Jack Kane, Lindisfarne, CIS. Lane 7, Ethan Costa, Sacred Heart, Matraville. Lane 8, Cameron Falconer, Warnervale. McKillop Warnervale, which is in Paulding. And lane 9, Patrick Boafa, Bert Oldfield, Sydney West. And Nate Russo had a very strong run this morning.
Did Ethan Costa as well, very impressive this morning. Well, the 100 he was even more impressive, I would have thought. It's a pretty competitive race. Now, Sydney East man just finalising his block preparation. You can see by this point, all of them are starting with blocks. So it's definitely an advantage if you have trained and gone through the school zone regional carnivals with that. So 2 McKillop boys in here. Sydney East, Paulding, Sydney West, CIS, Sydney North. Pretty good spread across all the regions throughout New South Wales. Book themselves a spot in the final. This is semi-final number 2 for the junior boys, 200 metres. So underway, semi-final number 2 on the inside. Essen, Air, Roper, Spadaro, Russo, Kane, Costa, Falconer, Bofo on the outside. Pretty even. Costa might just have the edge here. It is pretty close. A Sydney North competitor, though. Nate Russo into the top of the straight. Ben Spadaro on the inside of McKillop. But Sydney North, Nate Russo's put the hammer down here. Costa trying to hang in touch. Also coming up is Jack Kane in the wide of CIS. They're getting a little bit closer here. But it will be our Sydney North athlete from Point Clare's primary school, Nate Russo, getting the job done. Semi-final number 2, getting himself a spot through to the final. The unofficial time, 28.39. A great run by Costa as well. Jack Kane coming through. That will be a fascinating final, Neil. Junior boys.
It will be very close.
200 metres.
I'm also looking forward to this one with the girls 11-year-old 200 metre. We have 2 semis, of course. In lane 1 we have Praise McKem from Campbellfield, Sydney Southwest. Lane 2, Jasmine Morrison, Walton South, Hunter. Lane 3, Rachel Gilmore, Mudgee, Western. Lane 4, Sandra Deary, Kings Langley, Sydney West. Lane 5, Maggie Trainer, Carringbar, Sydney East. Lane 6, Marnie Lawrence, Claremont, CIS. Lane 7, Miranda Hughes, St Ives North, Sydney North. Lane 8, Bailey Fisher, Albury Riverina, sorry. And lane 9, Eden Stewart from St James, Benora Point, up on the north coast, and that's from Paulding.
"11 years girls," so only against their own age group. So the 8 and 9-year-olds. In fact, there was only one 9-year-old in that boys junior event. It was Hudson McGregor from the first semi-final. But only against their own age group here. The 11 years girls, first at 2, same situation. Top 3 to not have to wait on time. The next 3 fastest times across both the semis. So Marnie Lawrence, definitely one to watch here. 4th from the left. 4 from the left. Looks like we don't have lane 1. Is that right?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yep. So that's Praise and Campbellfield, Sydney South West, that's right.
So underway here from the inside is Morrison, Gilmore, Derry, Trenner, Lawrence, Yu, Fisher and Stewart. And it is the CIS competitor, Marnie Lawrence. On the inside of her, Maggie Trainer, not too far behind of Sydney East. So tight for that 3rd automatic qualifying position here between Sandra Deary, Western Region on the inside, Rachel Gilmore just pushing into 3rd place right now. But CIS, Marnie Lawrence tearing towards the line here. Maggie Trainer as well coming through in 2nd place. 27.19 the time to win the semi-final. And the form was pretty impressive. One semi still to come for the 11 years girls.
And 3rd place in that one was Sandra Deary from Kings Langley, Sydney West. Heat 2 will feature Kalani Russell from St Mary's Joseph, Maroubra. In lane 2, Madison to Brett, West Independent Hills, Sydney North. Lane 3, Scarlet Nest, Barney, Sydney West. Lane 4, Holly Braddock, Milton, South Coast. Lane 5, Alice Burgess, St Catherine's, CIS. Lane 6, Alara Barnes, St Phillips, Primary School, CIS. Lane 7, Valerie Pickup, Manly West, Sydney North. Lane 8, Lindsay Giovanello from McCullum's Hill, Sydney East. And Lane 9, Indy Barr from Hunter, from Belair Public School in the Hunter. And as I said earlier, the pickup name is a famous name for those people who used to follow rugby league. In fact, Valerie is Tim Pickup's granddaughter, and Tim Pickup was a very good rugby league player for both Canterbury and North Sydney Bears, I think, in his final years.
Semi-final 2 underway for the 11 years girls. Russell on the inside, Tabaret, Nest, Braddock, Burgess, Barnes, Pickup and Bale on the outside here. So it's the outer lanes probably getting the best of it at the moment. Alara Barnes, Valerie Pickup as well. And on the inside of them is Alice Burgess in the centre of the track. It's probably Burgess now alongside her CAS competitor in Alara Barnes. You're leading to also pushing up is Holly Braddock of the South Coast, battling out the 3rd here. But it's CIS 1, 2 and a great finish by Valerie Pickup. Manly West Public School, Sydney North, getting through, I think, automatically there as well. 28.07 for the 2nd and final semi-final for the girls, 11 years, 200 metres.
Another very strong race with great finishing. We now move to the boys, 11 years old, 200 metres, first semi-final. And in lane 1, we've got Hamish Crittenden from St Joseph's, West Tamworth from Paulding. Lane 2, Axel Bryant, Kaihiba, Hunter. Lane 3, Connor Knox, Hastings, North Coast. Lane 4, William Bailey, St Ignatius, CIS. Lane 5, Ryan Jose from Lutheran Primary School, CIS. Isaac Robinson is in lane 6 from Balgowlah North, Sydney North. Edward Burke, St Thomas's, Willoughby, Paulding. Lane 8, Ethan Suleiman, St Mark's, Des Moines, McKillop. Lane 9, Victor Ogbonna from Our Lady of Mount Carmel, Wentworthville. And the record here was again held by Alex Jello of Belmore's North Public School in 25.29.
Quick.
Very quick. And was lightning on a football field.
go. We're starting to see the pace really start to heat up here. 11 years boys, 200 metre semi-final. Top 18 in New South Wales. Going to take a rough guess at about 35 to 40,000. 11-year-old boys in New South Wales. Your fastest 18. It's been narrowed down to for the 200 metres. To CIS, centre of the track. To McKillop on the outside. Years boys, 200 metre semi-final number 1 underway, and Crittenden's on the inside. Bryant, Knox, Bailey, Josie, Robinson, Burke, Suleiman and Bonner on the outside. Very close this one with the Sydney North competitor Isaac Robinson, and challenging him Ryan Josie and William Bailey here as we see Ryan Josie just pull ahead a little bit here. Robinson trying to keep in touch, as is William Bailey in third. CIS, Sydney North, CIS in that order, with Ryan Josie ahead of Isaac Robinson and William Bailey. They're your 3 automatic qualifiers with 1 semi still to come. Remember, it is the next 3 fastest times.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the junior boys multi-class 200 metres.
The second semi-final of the boys 11 years 200 metres will feature Jardi Ikamui from Harrington Street, Sydney South West. Lane 2, Owen Tang, Matthew Pearce, Sydney West. Lane 3, Nolan Grantham, Barony Bay, Sydney East. Lane 4, Jackson Solomon, Mimosa, Sydney North. Lane 5, George Lambustis, Ramsgate, Sydney East. Lane 6, Ethan Warner, Avalon, Sydney North. Lane 7, Lucas Hill, Oxford College, CIS. Lane 8, Steve Kochoko from Cambridge Gardens, Sydney West. Lane 9, Max Israel, St Aidan's Maroubra Junction from McKillop.
Congratulations to Hello Kate from Wilton.
George Lambustis had a big morning. He ran a very strong 200 and ran a very competent 100.
Pretty close seed times here. So we got 2, 3, 4 in the 27 range. We have 3 in the 27 range from the prelims for the first semi. So maybe just a fraction quicker overall here. Semi-final number 2. No lane 1. Semi-final number 2 underway. Owen Tang on the inside. Grantham, Solomon, Lambustis, Warner, Hill, Kachoko and Israel on the outside. The Sydney East competitor here, George Lambustis, will lead into the straight. Also pushing up either side of him, Jackson Solomon and Ethan Warner. It is on the outside. Is probably the next of the challengers. Very close for third between Nolan Grantham and Solomon there. But the Sydney East competitor here, George Lambustis of Ramsgate Public School, takes the win in semi-final number 2. 26.89. Semi-final number 2. It's quick running here for the 11 years boys, 200 metres. And you can see there on the replay, Sydney East and Sydney North as he pushes towards the line. So it's Lambustis from Warner of Avalon Public School, Sydney North.
We now move to the 13-year-olds 200 metres semi-final, 2 semis. In lane 1, Maya Awetamuni from Excelsior, Sydney West. Lane 2, Olivia Gordon, Cudal, Western. Lane 3, Sienna Estelle Burston from Bradbury, Sydney South West. Lane 4, Quinn Nayland from St Catherine's, Catherine Singleton, Paulding. Lane 5, Sophie Halson, Cronulla, Sydney East. Lane 6, Isla Scully, Russell Lee, Sydney East. Lane 7, Olivia Bailey, Lake Albert, Riverina. Lane 8, Louisa Metar, Sydney North from Seaforth Public School. And Lane 9, Melina Greenup from Centaur, North Coast.
There you go. So the average number of athletes these schools have is just over 2. That's how many schools we've got represented here. 2,300 athletes in almost 1,000 schools. So because primary schools are so small, and it's very equitable because you don't have, you know, big private schools or anything in the primary schools division. It is quite even across the regions and associations.
Except for the schools who are isolated by distance a lot of the time. But they get an event, two special events. We have what's called the Nigel Bagley Relay Trophy and the Norman Elizabeth Austin Relay Trophy, and they're specifically for small schools. And they'll be on tomorrow, and they're great events because some schools may only have 13 students in the school, and the whole community will come down and visit Sydney for the day.
Yeah, good's that. We've seen some photos of some classrooms as well, where they've put a stop to classes and put on the live stream the New South Wales PSSA Championships to support their school mate. As we said, sometimes for a lot of schools it's rare to get athletes to this level of competition. The sheer number of public government, public Catholic and independent schools in the state. So away here, semi-final number 1 for the girls. 12 to 13, 200 metres. Mooney, Gordon, Barriston, Nayland, Howson, Scully, Bailey, Meta and Green up on the outside. So looks like it is Sophie Howson of Cronulla Public School. Sydney East in second is the other Sydney East competitor, Isla Scully. Pushing up is Louisa Meta as well in third. 3 to automatically qualify. This is a convincing victory for a semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. Sophie Howson, very impressive. 26.62 for semi-final number 1. One semi still to come for the girls, 12 to 13, 200 metres. What a performance. Have a look at that. Driving towards the line, 50 metres to go. She leans. She almost looks like she's about to fall over sometimes, the amount of forward lean she gets, but she just gets that extra bit of free speed through the gravity, just ticking that leg speed over just a fraction more than what some of the other athletes who are a bit more upright. So brilliant technical running by our champion there in Sophie Howson.
Yes, and we heat 2, the semi-final 2, we have Lacey Doyle from Condobolin Western, Ava Pepper from Skegg CIS. Lane 3 is J. Lemmy from Sacred Heart Westmead McKillop. Lane 4, Madison McWilliams Flinders South Coast. Lane 5, Sienna Vaselli, St Ives North, Sydney North. Lane 6, Mia Wood, Yowie Bay, Sydney East. Lane 7, Sienna Wade, Marlborough, Sydney North, Marlborough Public School. Georgia Wheeler in Lane 8 from Young North, Riverina, and Audrey Heslop from Newcastle Grammar School in Lane 9, and she's representing CIS. There are a couple of very likely runners in this event too with some...
Yeah, Mia Wood, as we mentioned, a couple of regional records, Sydney East Championships. Yowie Bay Public School representative, she's 4 from the left in Lane 6. Sydney North got 2 representatives. Sydney East.
1.
CIS got 2.
Western South Coast, Riverina, and McKillop.
Full field here. Semi-final 2 for the girls, 12 to 13. So underway here in semi-final 2. Doyle on the inside. Pepper, Lemmy, McWilliams, Vasella, Wood, Wade, Wheeler, and Heslop. Pretty even this one. Mia Wood, though, of Yowie Bay Public School, might just have a narrow margin here. The inside of her, Madison McWilliams of South Coast. The nearest of the challengers in between them is Sienna Vasella. But it's Mia Wood. Broke a couple of records at the Sydney East Championships. Look at the form on her as she works towards the line. This is impressive. 26.32 to take the win. Great job as well by Madison McWilliams, Flinders Public School, South Coast, getting second across the line there. And the Sydney North athlete, Sienna Vasella, in third. For semi-final number 2 for the girls, 12 to 13 years, 200 metres.
We now go to the boys, 12 to 13, 200 metres. Record here stands at 23.83, set in 2012 by James Gallagher from Ulladulla Public School on the South Coast. Lane 1, we've got Leon Aladeggio from Manly Village, Sydney North. Lane 2, Jeremy Boaffa, Bird Oldfield, Sydney West. Lane 3, Xavier Saunders, Warrenvale, Sydney North. Lane 4, Sebastian Duddle, the King's School, CIS. Lane 5, John Espineda, Kingswood South, Sydney West. Lane 6, Jake Wood, St Augustine's, Brookvale. Holding. Lane 7, Kobe Ryan, Nuckelbar, Hunter. Lanes 8, Massio Wagner, Jordan, Burke Street, Sydney East. Lane 9, Callum Gilchrist, Barker, CIS.
So Mia Wood's time there, 26.31 confirmed. The scoreboard here, 26.95. McWilliams, 27.42. Vienna Vassell, those three well clear. Second clear, the next best competitor. In the girls 12 to 13. Two more semi-finals to come for the 200s before we move on to our 800-metre heats. Finish off the program for day one on the track.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the senior girls multi-class 200 metres. Our bronze medalists from St Patrick's, Albury, McKillop, Mia Hogan. Silver medalist from Panania, Sydney Southwest, Chloe Hunter. And our gold medal winner from Nambucca Heads, North Coast, Lexi Brown.
So just about set here.
Oh.
So a bit unsteady there, just a bit excited. They know how cutthroat it can be to get through to this PSSA state final. They're at the age where they do get another chance at the false start, but I think that one just deemed unsteady. One standing start here. So the boys 12 to 13 semi-final number one is underway. Ladija on the inside, Bofo, Saunders, Duddle, Espinita, Wood, Ryan, Wagner, Jordan, and Gilchrist on the outside. And Sydney West, John Espendina is absolutely powering along the straight here. The polling representative, Jake Wood, getting after him. And on the inside, Sebastian Duddle, he's in third. Relatively clear at the moment. They're closing quickly on him, though, as John Espendina flies through the line. 24.94, if you don't mind. First semi-final for the boys, 12 to 13. 200 metres. Super quick running by our boys here in the last year of primary school in the 200-metre semis. One semi still to come. The boys 12 to 13s.
And this semi will feature Cody Benelil from Manly Village, Sydney North. Lane 2, Max Kim from Yates Avenue, Sydney West. Lane 3, Archie Higgins, Shoalhaven Head, South Coast. Lane 4, Sean Matapuli, Ingleburn, Sydney South West. Lane 5, Luca Giametti, Wallara, Sydney East. Lane 6, Cortez Monson, Marion Horsley Park, McKillop. Lane 7, Aaron Finity, St Catherine Siena Prestons, McKillop. Lane 8, Swan Haliki, Turvey Park, Riverina. Lane 9, Patrick Butler, St Pius X, CIS.
Here we go. Last one. Semi-finals for the 200s. Finals will be first thing tomorrow morning, day 2. Just about set. The last of the semi-finals underway here for the boys, 12 to 13. Benoli on the inside. Then it's Kim, Higgins, Matapuli, Giametti, Monzon, Finity, Haliqui, and Butler on the outside here. Pretty even this one. You can see the Sydney East athlete, Luca Giametti, up alongside Sean Matapuli there. McKillop on the outside. Cortos Monzon trying to get a little bit closer to Giametti. These three are well clear, though, and will get themselves a spot in the final. Dipping towards the line there, Luca Giametti making sure of that one. Not leaving anything to chance. 26-38. Take the win in the second of two semi-finals for the boys, 12 to 13. 200 metres. And you can see the McKillop athlete, he did a good job too. Marion Horsley Park, Representative Cortez Monzon.
Hopefully some of them will now go and be able to have a rest before tomorrow.
It's been a big day for them.
We now move to the 800s.
800 heat time.
Heat time, and the first event is event 35, which is the girls 8 to 10 years 800 metre run. We actually have 5 heats in this event. And the record is held by C. Pearson. It was set in 2004, so of 2:22.44. So that's some 19 years ago. And according to my start sheets here, in lane 1 we have Jemima Pun from Lillypilly, Sydney East. Lane 2, Tamali Quinlan from Gledgewood Hills. Lane 3, Maeva Clifford, St Patrick's Gateshead. Lane 4, Sophie Edie, Mathara, Riverina. Lane 5, Ava Kajetsky, Lennox Head, North Coast. Lane 6, Elise Keating, Floraville Hunter. Lane 7, Brooklyn McWilliams, Flinders, South Coast. I seem to have a little bit of a break at the moment.
Got a break. You got any more fun facts for us, Neil?
Yes, I probably...
I like fun facts with Neil. You should start a show. Should start a YouTube channel.
Yeah. What's a YouTube?
What's that YouTube thing?
Yeah. I know what an S-bend is, but I don't know what a YouTube is. Fun facts about the New South Wales Primary School Athletics Championship.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah, I have. I'm just trying to think. Well, of course, we had a number of people like the Amiable Express, Debbie Wells, who won the 100 and 200 metres and ran on to go to the 3 Olympics. And she first represented Australia as a 15-year-old at the 1976 Olympics, which was in Montreal. I've just referred to my colleague in crime to confirm, and he just gave me a very blank look.
In the presentation area, we have the winners for the senior girls long jump.
Yeah.
A bronze medalist from Picton, McKillop.
Back in many years ago, where the athletes used to come from all around the state, but they came and they were billeted in Sydney. And they'd be billeted mainly when we were at ES Marks. And we were billeted with all the students from Sydney East. And that sort of had a different flavour to it because they'd come down for 3 days. The kids from Barrie would come down for 4 days. And they used to enjoy their time with the host families in Sydney East. But times have changed since then. North Coast, they used to come down on buses. The kids from down the River End would catch the train up. They'd be met at the train stage, Central Station, at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning and shuffled off to their billets.
Organisational nightmare by the sound of it.
Oh, no, there was a culture of billeting which made it easier.
Well, yeah, if everyone's on board, then it makes it easier. But I can imagine there's a lot of pieces of the jigsaw puzzle to get right. You know, it only takes one cog not to be turning for it to
grind to a halt.
Go to a bit of a shambles.
Yeah. We have had a number of events over the years that had to be called off due to inclement weather, and I can remember one of them at ES Marks. It was actually torrential rain for about. It started on the night of the first night.
I'm honestly surprised they don't give Sylvania Waters International Athletics Stadium a look in for the PSSA Championships. I would have thought the state-of-the-art facilities there would be able to host the 2300. No, not quite.
Not quite. ES Marks used to be a bit of trouble when you're trying to get there, and there was no parking.
Well, you got the light rail now, at least. That's something.
Yeah, but you'd have to leave a couple of days to get there, catching that because it's not that reliable. Yeah. No, we never used Narrabeen. I know the combined high schools one year used Narrabeen, or a couple of years. I think that you're almost flooded out down there. I'm just trying to think of some of the other fun facts. So we used to have exhibition races from time to time. One year we had some university runners, and Matt Shevington was also running there. And that was
If you don't know Matt Shervington, you probably wake up listening to him on Sunrise now.
Yeah, no, he's done extremely well, but he came out. So we also had a couple of rugby league stars out here one year doing a sprint.
Oh wow!
And they'd gone through the CHS athletic system and the PSSA, and I think it was one of them clocked some remarkable time, just over 10. I'm just being told we're having a presentation downstairs, but I don't know if the camera's going to catch it for us. But the maypole dancing was very important back in the day. We have got the presentation.
Our bronze medalist from Shell Cove, South Coast, Xavier Wilson.
It's for our para 200 metres, probably our 8 to 10, I believe.
Our silver medalist from Lucas Heights,
It's student with disabilities 8 to 10 year old, or is it their? Yeah, it would be. The medals have been presented by Mr. Peter Cardy, who's the athletics convener for New South Wales Primary School Sports Association, and has the courage of this event each year for the last 5 or 6 years. And he's been doing a remarkable job. I was talking to one of our dignitaries before, Nathan, who had described athletics as, that's the running, throwing and jumping event. And I said, yes, that's correct. But she is my year, and I said, you would have remembered the tunnel ball. We used to have tunnel ball and captain ball at the state athletics.
Popular weather PE activity.
Yeah, and that was a most sought after position.
Maybe we could have a teacher's 400-metre handicap at the end of the program.
No, I don't think that'd be sensible because we haven't got enough first aid people out here. Tug of war, yes, tug of war, of course, was a very popular sport. Really? Graham was just telling us, for those people, I'm talking up to his side, and he keeps forgetting he's not on the system at the moment. In 1913, they had, at the first track and field event for CHS, they held a tug-of-war competition. But that then would have been just a boys' event, wouldn't it? Boys' car championship.
What's the flag? Is there like beach flag component to it? What type of flag are we talking? Yeah. Maybe they just called the baton the flag. Maybe they just came up with a different name for it. I still remember with beach flags, when I was doing nippers, they used to use the hose, like the broken up, chopped up hose. Now they have professional looking things.
And we have our first, the girls 800 metres heats on the starting blocks. On the starting line, I'm sorry, Grant has just corrected me. It's obviously late in the day because he's starting to get a little bit terse with his commentary. So we have in lane 1, Jemima Pun from Lillypilly, Sydney East. Lane 2, Tamali Quinlan, Gledgewood Hills. Lane 3, Maeva Clifford, St Patrick, Gateshead. Lane 4, Sophie Eddy from Mathara, Riverina. Lane 5, Ava Koseski from Lennox Head. Lane 6, Elise Keating, Floraville. Lane 7, Brooklyn McWilliams, Flinders. They have 2 laps. There's 5 heats. Is at the top.
So looks like it's a bit different in this one. Looking at the rules here, heats to finals for the 800, first place from each heat automatic, and the next fastest time. So you've got to, they can't be afforded to fox too much unless they are in a clear lead, because only first place to guarantee themselves a spot. Heat 1 of 5. We're underway here. So, punt on the inside in 1, Quinlan in 2, Clifford 3, Eddie 4, Kojiki in 5, Keating 6, McWilliams in 7. Pretty even with the seed times, with the exception, I think, here of Brooklyn McWilliams. We saw her in the 1500. She was on the podium there. Brooklyn McWilliams did a great job. 9 seconds faster on paper than the nearest of her rivals here. And she's going to not be quite as aggressive as that unless these athletes in behind are trying to be ambitious with their early tempo, and just see how long they can keep with her here. Brooklyn McWilliams leading through, Maeva Clifford of Polding, and then it's back to Jemima Punt. Those three in that order. See numbers 7, 3 and 1, the Flinders South Coast representative at the front of this field. 2:32.54 is her seed time coming in. Polding coming through here. Maeva Clifford coming through as well. Doing a great job. 2:41. She's coming to this event with, based on her regional championships, and they're pulling away. Only first to automatically qualify through to the final in the 400 metres. 400 metres to go. And 1:12 through with 1 lap to go. She's on PB pace here, or definitely quicker than her regional championship. Remember that she's already run a 1500 earlier on. Brooklyn McWilliams is absolutely flying here around the track. With Polding there doing a great job. Maeva Clifford trying to hang tough here. Remember, unless she gets that first spot, she's just going to have to rely on the time she posts, which is why she's still going so aggressively along the back straight. They've opened up a big margin here, which is understandable, the gaps in this field, Neil, because there's 5 heats here. And you can imagine, you know, with the strength of some regions compared to others, it is going to be quite some margins when you split or dilute the field into 5 races, but we've got to have heats here because of the sheer numbers we've got. So we're looking at roughly 8 in each one, 40 athletes in the 800 metres. So our top 2 competitors in the first heat pushing through with South Coast. Representative Flinders Public School, Brooklyn McWilliams. 1500 she's got in her legs already, and she's driving towards the line, and she has well and truly wrapped this one up to get herself a spot in the final for the junior girls 800 metres. Doing a great job. 2:33, that's pretty quick. Maeva Clifford, second place Polding. And look at this battle for third as well. Jemima Punt of Lillypilly Public School in Sydney East gets through ahead of Ava Kojiki there, Lennox Head North Coast. It's back to Sophie Eddy, followed by Elsie Keating and also Tamali Quinlan, Glenswood Hills.
We move into our second heat, and we'll have in lane 1 Sophie Leonard from West Wyalong Western. Emily Payne from Coomera South Coast is in lane 2. Running out of lane 3 is Josephine Hand from Manly Vale, Sydney North. Evelyn Vale is in lane 4, and she's from Narrowena. And I'll have to wait till it comes up on the board to give you that school. Emma Shields, Tukley, Sydney North. Lane 6 is Vijay Lee Patua, Walker, Northwest. Lane 4, Madison Ball, Appin, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Kaylee Simpson, Malabar, Sydney East. And Sir John the Apostle at Narrowena was lane 4, Evelyn Vale.
So another recognisable name there in Emma Shields from the 1500 earlier. She took the win, I believe, from Tukley Public School, Sydney North. Watch out for her in hip number 5. Very similar seed time. She's got 2:32.63. She did her regional championships. Might have someone missing here as well.
They're off.
Underway. So Sophie Leonard 1, Emily Payne 2, Josephine Hand 3, Evelyn Vale 4, Emma Shields 5, Vijay Patua 6, Madison Ball 7, Callie Simpson in position number 8 for Sydney East region. So competitors here merge across when they pass those yellow bottles here, and they will be used to a lot more congestion than this. The 1500s, we saw about 20 in each of those races, so this field of 8 will be a lot more comfortable for them. So we see Emma Shields go to the lead position, the long loping trademark style she's got, working through the 200 metres in about 35 seconds. The margin at the moment over Josephine Hann, I believe, in second. So we see the rest of the girls just start to shuffle through.
Big outside run coming from the girl from the south coast. That would be Emily Payne from Coombe, pushing herself up too wide, which is making it hard for herself. But
got to risk it to get the biscuit.
Yep.
Here's my cliche of the day. So Emma Shields coming through here to collect the bell. Remember, 2:32 she's coming to the event with, and 1:14. So she does a pretty even split. She won't be too far outside her time she posted the regional championships. Josephine Hann in second, followed by Callie Simpson of Malabar Public in third place. Wearing hip number 8 there, tucked in behind Josephine Hann of Sydney North.
But she's opening up a very strong lead now. Our front runner, Emma Shields. And that front on shot doesn't really tell you the distance between the runners. She would have a 30-metre lead at the moment. She comes up to the final bend. Still looking reasonably relaxed.
Certainly does. Second and third looking pretty good as well. Now we see South Coast and Polding, Emily Payne, and might be Evelyn Vale, I think they're from Polding just behind, but into the top of the straight now. The 1500 champion looking to book herself a spot in another final, looking for a second gold medal is what she'll be after. The 800-metre finals from 9:30 tomorrow morning. Only first automatically qualify through to the final, and that spot goes to Emma Shields from Heat 2, with Josephine Hann of Sydney North having to wait on time. Fast finish behind her, Callie Simpson. Back to the Polding competitor, Evelyn Vale of Narrowena there, and Vija Lee Patua of Walker Northwest. Across the line, big finish here by Sophie Leonard as well. Wylong, great job to Sophie in Heat 2.
And we move now to Heat 3. In lane 1, Macy McDermott, Old Bar, the Hunter. Lane 2, Molly Stone, Wingham Brush. Lane, I think Wingham Brush is also the Hunter. Lane 3, Sadra Stilis from Girraween. Lane 4, St Anthony's Girraween. Lane 4, Beatrice Emmanuel from Skeg CIS. Lane 5, Lacey Curran, Canolis Western. Lane 6, Vala Parsons, Carora, North Coast. Lane 7, Jenna Hayden, St Catherine's Gymea. Lane 8, Alina Gogos, Winston Hills, Sydney West.
So away here, Heat 3 underway. Pretty aggressive start by the McKillop athlete. That's St Catherine's Labore School in Gymea, I believe. Doing a great job on the outside. That's Jenna Hayden, who's got away aggressively. Just looked to the left to suss out her opposition there as she moves across to the inside position. And McKillop go 1-2 at the moment. So led by Jenna Hayden through the 200-metre mark in about 34 seconds. The white headband there, the other McKillop competitor. I think that's Shraddha Shalish in second, wearing hip number 3. So hip number 7 and 3 leading through here, followed by Beatrice Emmanuel of CIS, and she is in third place. They're pretty spread out though as they work their way around. Remember, only first automatically qualify. This is the middle heat, Heat 3 of 5, and it's the McKillop girls out in front with Jenna Hayden leading through Shraddha Shalish. And they will come through and collect the bell with 400 metres to go in 1:15. Impressive tempo these girls are setting. They're only 8 to 10 years old, remember. And our 2 leaders are 10-year-olds. We do have 2 9-year-olds in this field. Lacey Curran, hip number 5, and Vala Parsons wearing hip number 6. It's McKillop girls out in front, battling out for that first spot. And even if the other one doesn't get it, they will try to be dragged along to get the quickest possible time. Beatrice Emmanuel, I think, is still in third position there. As we see the battle for fourth shaping up as well. Looks like a Hunter region singlet there. Maybe a 200 region singlets actually, fourth and fifth. So that'll be Macy McDermott of Hunter region and maybe Molly Stone there as well. But 150 metres to go now for our leaders. And it's Jenna Hayden coming through. Just putting a little bit more distance into her nearest rival. Sneaky look over the left shoulder as she works into the top of the straight. We've had two high quality winners from the first two heats, and she has put a great effort in as well. Not going to be too far outside their tempo. Jenna Hayden takes the win in heat 3. I tell you what, Shalish came through hard, as did Beatrice Emanuel of CIS, with the, might be Molly Stone there. No, with Macy McDermott. I think Molly Stone just crossing the line now. Hit number 2 there. Sydney West coming through, North Coast, and then Western Regions. Lacey Curran of Canobolas Public School in heat 3. Replay on the board. McKillop girls doing a good job.
And we're moving on now to heat 4 of the 5 prelims for the girls. 8 to 10, 800 metres. Terrific to see so many girls in this event. 5 heats. Outstanding. In lane 1, Lila Aitken from Griffith, North. Lane 2, Laya Darga from Carramar. Lane 3, Annabelle Clifton from Toongabbie. Lane 4, Taya Sant from Burraneer Bay. Lane 5, Stella Mace from St Joseph's Walgett. Lane 6, Ayla York from Shell Harbour. Lane 7, Alana Gibb from Our Lady of Fatima Caringbah. And in lane 8, Melody Yu from Oxley Vale Northwest.
So it looks like the outer lanes here getting off to the quickest of the start. Looks like maybe Polding and McKillop taking up these leading 2 positions, running side by side here as they work towards the 200 metre mark in about 32 seconds. What? 8 to 10-year-olds. 32 seconds through the first 200 metres. So it's still a Mace on the inside of Alana Gibb. The Walgett St Joseph's, is it? St Joseph's Walgett Polding representative, sorry, and Alana Gibb of Lady Fatima Caringbah, who's moved up into the lead position now. And 20 metres the margin to the South Coast athlete. That might be Ayla York there, Shell Harbour Public School in third. Now battle at the front for this one and only qualifying position through to the final. The junior girls 800 metres. And they are coming through in a tempo around about 74 seconds. So 2:28 pace. It's the quickest first lap, I think, so far. And given that first 200 metres, you can understand exactly why. In the white cap there, we've got the blue cap, we've got Melody Yu of Oxvale in the Northwest region. Pack there just behind as well. We've got Annabelle Clifton leading that pack of 3. Taylor Sant in amongst there as well. There are 2 leaders on screen now. Polding and McKillop. Polding in front of McKillop. Stella Mace leading. Alana Gibb. There's Gibb again. Doesn't want to... Happy to move into lane 2. She does so along the back straight. And she's just shifted behind here a little bit. We'll slip in the slipstream with 200 metres to go. They've opened up the margin. South Coast athlete, she looks still full of running. On screen now, that's the Shell Harbour representative, Ayla York. Now leading 2 with 100 metres to go in the girls 8 to 10, 800 metres. So 2:32 seems to be around about the pace we've seen so far to be really in contention for the podium position. This is the heat, and it's Stella Mace who's lifts it again as she pushes towards the line. Alana Gibb will come through in second place. The only automatic qualifier, though, is Stella Mace. Alana Gibb will have to wait on time. Go back to Ayla York just behind there. And great contest in behind here. Melody Yu just holding off a very, very fast finishing Annabelle Clifton, and also the Riverina competitor there as well. Replay now on your screen of the quality junior athletes we've got here. The 1500 we've seen them, the 800 heats, at least they've got plenty of rest.
So with the finish of Heat 4, we go into Heat 5, Nathan. This is the last heat of the girls, 8 to 10, 800 metres. And in lane 1, we have Marley Legg from Moree. Lane 2, Indy Gardner from Canobots. Lane 3, Sienna Maris from Borkham Hills North. Lane 4, Annie Duraski from Nowra. Lane 5, Lola Parkin from Sawtell. Lane 6, Alexia Coburn from Kambala. Lane 7, Evelyn Lully from Manly Village. And in lane 8, Charlotte Gatacre from Deniliquin North in the River Arena.
I think we've got another, just waiting for a service award recipient again, one of our Western region teacher officials.
They are prepared ahead and supported during the championships. You will always hear Shelley in the stands promoting the talents of her athletes. She is a very positive team manager, actively encouraging all the athletes, even those in the other regions. Shelley's ongoing devotion to athletics is to be admired and is a real credit.
We thank all the teachers for their service of many years. I think they've got to be 10 years plus to get one of these service awards.
I think you're right, Nathan, yes. And look, we're very proud of our teachers that contribute to these events, and terrific to see them publicly recognise that the...
Looks like he's proposing down there. It looked like he was showing a ring. But it's a service award pin, I believe. The New South Wales PSSA, long and rich history of these championships, and we're underway here in the 5th and final prelim for the girls 8 to 10 years, 800 metres. And we are underway. So Marley Legg, number 1, Indy Gardner 2. It looks like our outer echelon of athletes pushing ahead here, the white of CIS. So that'll be Alexia Coburn in there, as well as Annie Zabinski. So Annie Zabinski goes to the lead of CIS, 200 metres in, 32 seconds is where she goes through. And the other CIS competitor in Alexia Coburn, very close. About 0.2 of a second between them. CIS, well, their times coming into this event, which I'm assuming is at the CHS Championships, and these 4 have got themselves in amongst striking distance of our race leader here. We'll see how compressed they get. At the moment, it's separated. And it's Sabinski pushing through. 5 metres the margin. Alexia Coburn. We see Evelyn Lully move past the shoulder of Lola Parkin of Sawtell, North Coast. And Annie Zabinski collecting the bell. She's getting plenty of crowd. We can hear the cheers in behind us from the grandstand of Annie Zabinski, or as someone in this field anyway, as our leading 4 go through and extend their margin even further. Zabinski looking full of running though, looking like she's got another 2, 3, 4 gears if she needs it, with 300 metres to go. And striding through, CIS in first and second place here. Only one automatic qualifying position, as we said. It is so hard. We can't run semis in the 800 because it is a distance event. We've only got a 2-day program, but it's for that reason, because we've got 5 heats, it means only first can guarantee themselves a spot. So 5, and then I believe maybe the next 4. I think we might fill all 9 lanes, or at least 3 non-automatic qualifying positions, but it is Zabinski, 2:46.4 she's coming to the event with. And with 100 metres to go, the margin is out to 20 metres. We've got a change in second place, though, and it's the Sydney North competitor, Evelyn Lully of Manly Village, who's in second place. But this is impressive. Annie Zabinski, 2:40.64 she's coming to the event with. She's going to smash that time. And she's going to be about 2:35, 5.66 thereabouts. You can see Evelyn Luley really strong there. Alexia Coburn just holding off Lola Parkin, who finished brilliantly for North Coast. Charlotte going to take up Deniliquin in Riverina region, and also Sienna Maris at Balcombe Hills, Sydney West. Great running. Fifth and final heat.
All right, Nathan, we're moving on now to the first heat of the boys 8 to 10 800 metres. And once again, we have 5 preliminaries in this event. The record is 2:19.84, set in 2017 by Joshua O'Connell. So in lane 1, we have Flynn Rourke from Finley. Lane 2, Jet Dennis, Holy Family Menai. Lane 3, Hudson Fisher Aubrey. Lane 4, Wesley Harper Seaforth. Lane 5, Hugh Fitzgerald, School of the Air. Lane 6, Archie Herb, Sylvania Heights Public School. Lane 7, Archie Galvin, Woonona. And in lane 8, Hugh Kite from Binya in the Riverina.
So an aggressive front-running performance here by the McKillop athlete. Jet Dennis flying through. Holy Family Menai doing a great job. And on the outside, we've seen this young man in action before. Archie Herb, Sylvania Heights, Sydney East. And tracking him is Archie Galvin of Winona, South Coast, the yellow headband. And he is on point with his colour coordination, the yellow headband in the yellow singlet here of South Coast. I like the South Coast singlet, stands out from a mile away. And these three are pushing each other well through to the one-lap split, doing a great job here. But it's Archie Herb of Sylvania Heights, 2:24, his steed time. On his shoulder is Archie Galvin. Back to Jet Dennis, one automatic qualifying spot. But these three are definitely in contention of making a finals appearance if they're able to stay in touch and keep this tempo rolling. Hudson Fisher, followed by Wesley Harper there, another Riverina competitor, that's Flynn Rourke, and also coming through Hugh Kite of Riverina as well, the 400 metre split. They've separated a bit at the front of this field, and it's Archie Herb, a 9-year-old here competing up an age, well, it's in a group's age group, but they're up against 10s as well. Now, South Coast athlete, we've spoken about Archie Galvin, is still in amongst it, only a couple of metres away, and trying to get this automatic spot. Archie Herb is lifting again, though. The McKillop athlete, Jet Dennis of Holy Family Primary School in Menai, is in third and trying to keep in touch as much as possible. 20 metres behind our leading two competitors here into the top of the straight. It's a great race and great quality we're seeing in the opening heat. If any of these heats are like this, then we're going to be in for something special as he goes again. Archie Galvin of Woonona, South Coast, 2:32.08. He's come into competition with his time this well. He's absolutely obliterated the last 70 metres. Stops the clock at 2:26. Great job to Archie Herb as well. And Jet Dennis coming through in third place there with Hudson Fisher of Albury Public School, Riverina, just behind. And Wesley Harper there of Seaforth. Well done to all the boys. 4 heats still to come. Jeez, the standard is good, isn't it? It's great. Great standard.
Yeah.
Depth as well.
Well, the thing about it is that the amount of heat says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We have a great depth of talent across all of our schools in New South Wales in the primary section. So fantastic.
Honestly, there's be fit high school teenagers who wouldn't keep up with these boys. That's incredible running.
No,
this is 3-minute kilometre pace they're running. I know it's only 800 metres, but still.
And these are only 8 to 10s.
Exactly.
So we move on now to Heat 3. Remembering there's 5 preliminaries in this event. So Heat 2. In lane 1 we have Kobe Short of Valentine. In lane 2 we have Lane 3, we have Sage Lewis from Sandy Beach. Lane 4, Oliver Finch from St Ives. Lane 5, J Radford Ross Hill. Lane 6, Reed Martinez from CIS. Lane 7, Xavier Bates from McKillop. And in Lane 8, Jacob Meredith from Escol Park. And Xavier Bates is from St Christopher's.
Underway here in Heat 2. And I would say Reed Martinez, that is going aggressively away. Xavier Bates moving up his outside as well. McKillop just pushing through here, trying to stay in touch. When they do make the crossover, they'll want to be pretty close together. I imagine without having to put an unnecessary extra surge in. Hunter Region, that man as well in the white headband there coming through. There's only one in the field, so it must be Kobe Short. Trying to stay with some quality athletes. Reed Martinez impressive in the 1500 earlier. Xavier Bates, St Christopher's Panania, that is, of McKillop in the blue singlet. And the other blue singlet with the yellow as well. The white headband, as we said. Just moving wide he is here. The Hunter Region competitor, Kobe Short. It's at the top of the straight for the first time. So these three moving away. And Reed Martinez it is, who's coming towards the line, ready to collect the bell in the lead position. Followed by Kobe Short, and now big move by Xavier Bates as well, but squeezing in between them. He actually timed that quite well, Kobe Short, that move, in just making sure he didn't get swallowed up out the back. And he's made the McKillop athlete Xavier Bates work a little bit harder to try and stay in touch when he did put a massive effort to surge, and he wasn't around the bend, so he had to run the extra distance. 300 metres to go here. And it's still Martinez in the wide of CIS. On the inside of Kobe Short of Valentine in Hunter Region. And the McKillop athlete Xavier Bates, who's come into this event with a 2:31. Reed Martinez come in with a 2:28. The CIS athlete out in front. And he's representing New Women Primary School there as he starts to wind it up a little bit more. Only one to guarantee themselves a spot. The rest have to nervously wait on time and to see what the other heats can produce. That is why they are fighting so hard for this win. And Martinez has gone again. He picked up the leg speed and the arm drive, and he's working towards the line. He's going to take the only automatic qualifying position through to the final from heat number 2. Great job by Kobe Short as well. And Xavier Bates from St Christopher's Panania. 2:24 the time.
Moving on now to Heat 3. Sorry, we'll just wait for the other finishers to come through, and they are coming through. And well done to our pace getter there. Well done to those boys. A lot of these boys have had events prior to this one, and they're showing some great stamina to be able to compete at this level so late in the day. Okay, moving on to Heat 3 of the boys, 8 to 10, 800 metres. Remember, 3 heats of 5. In lane 1, Hunter Plask from St Peters, Port Macquarie. Lane 2, Tremeriki Dunn from Bunningyong Western. Lane 3, Sullivan Russell from Southern Cross. Lane 4, Blake Miller, Cambridge Gardens. Lane 5, Leo Ralph, Blackwell's Point. Lane 6, James Ellis, Birchgrove. Lane 7, Jesse Baker, Holy Cross, Helensburgh. And in lane 8, Zane Fletcher from Foster in the Hunter.
And they've hit the crossover point. They'll come into the lane 1 and 2. And they'll jockey for position here. And you can see there's a little bit of, not argy-bargy, but a bit of jockeying. And we have our runner from Paulding. Hit number 1. So that's Hunter Poxiask in first place, and he's followed by the runner from, I think it's Sullivan Russell, Southern Cross.
We have the medal winners for the senior boys high jump. Our third medal winners
As they come down to the first 400 metres, they are setting a good pace. They're going to go through in a split of 1:12.63, so that puts them, if I can maintain that, that's about a 2:24. And we've got in number 3. I think it's Leo Ralph from Blackwell's, a hunter, who's sitting in 4th position at the moment, but he's just been challenged by our runner from Cambridge Gardens. That's Blake Miller, from Cambridge Gardens, Sydney West. So Hunter's moving up the back straight, closely followed by, and I'll just make sure I've got the right competitor, and I can catch his hip number as I come into the bend. No, I didn't catch it. But I think it is a Sullivan Russell, Southern Cross. No, it can't be Russell. Might be Jesse Baker from Helensburgh, number 7. He's going to come in. Going to be first here is Hunter. And he's hit his watch, and it was number 7, Jesse Baker from Helensburgh. And he's gone through in 2:28.30. In 3rd place was a runner from Cambridge Gardens, Blake Miller. The first person who comes first is automatic qualifying, and then it's the next fastest times. That'll lead us into heat number 4.
Right, the starting list for heat 4. We'll just watch this replay, and then we'll move on to our start list. And just reminding you, there are 5 heats of the boys 8 to 10, 800 metres. Terrific field. Okay, moving on to heat 4 in lane 1. Bobby McRae from St Mary's, Warners Bay. Lane 2, Levi McKenzie from Mowarra. Lane 3, Zane Roman from Manly Village. Lane 4, Tayam Reading from Winston Hills. Lane 5, Quinn Lingia from Moen Creek. Lane 6, Tamo Carl from Thurrool. Lane 7, Reese Bergen from Ironbark Ridge. And in lane 8, David Kirby from Perthville.
Sorry, I missed the start there altogether. At the moment, we've got from Sydney Southwest runner number 2.
That'll be Levi McKenzie.
Levi McKenzie, and Levi had a very good run in the 1,500 metres this morning, and he's setting quite a pace out there in front. He's ahead of our runner in 2nd place from Sydney West, and I think that might be either Reese Bergen or Tayam Reading, but I'll be able to tell you as I come past the line. And that is Levi McKenzie setting a cracking pace. He's gone round in 1:09.06. It is Jesse Baker, Reese Bergen from Ironbark Ridge, and he's followed by the Tayam Reading from Winston Hills. And we've got the South Coast runner from Thurrool, that's Tamo Carl. As they move round into the back straight, Levi McKenzie's got a 50-metre lead at present. Sorry, Grant.
No, and Levi McKenzie had the fastest qualifying time, Neil, so he's obviously living up to that standard. He's opened up, as you said, at least a 50-metre split on the field, going around past the 200-metre turn and coming into the 100-metre straight.
And comes round, he's just gone round the bend at 2:04, so he's in the straight. He's got under 100 metres to go. The record's 2:19. I don't think he'll be challenging that, but he's run a very, very good race, and he's led from go to woe. A very powerful run. He's lifted his rate coming into the final few steps, and he's bettered his qualifying time. He finished in 2:23.47. In second place, we have Reese Bergen. In the third place, Tam Redding, both from Sydney West, followed by Tamo Carl, and then Bobby McRae from Warners Bay. Young Western runner from David Kirby from Perthville. Sydney North from Manly Village is Zayn Romy. David Kirby from Western was in last place, and Quinn Lindia Munyan Creek in fifth place. Well done to those boys. We move on to Heat 5 of our last heat of the boys 8 to 10 800 metres.
All right, moving on to the start list whilst that replay goes through. And in lane 1 we have Curtis Rayner from Balgownie, South Coast. Lane 2, Henry Jenner from Yamba. Lane 3, Spencer Toole from Corindai. Lane 4, Chase Matiazzo. Lane 5, Elliot Webster from CIS. Lane 6, Paddy Dow from Carroll. Lane 7, Luke Dogan from St Francis Xavier Ballina. And in lane 8, Jarvis Barton from Panania. Now the other two schools were Elliot Webster from Scots College, which we did miss, so they're our starters in this particular race.
And the two Surrey Ice boys have moved to the first and second at the changeover. They've been followed by the young lad Spencer Toole from Corindai. So we've got Chase Matazio and Elliot Webster leading the way at the moment. And as I go through the bend at the top, we now have the Paulding boy has moved into third, and that is Luke Doggan from St Francis Xavier Ballina. As they come down to the finish line for the first time, we've got three across the track. And the young Luke Doggan from St Francis Xavier Ballina has gone to the lead, but has been pulled back now by Elliot Webster and Chase Matiazzo. In fourth place, number 6, Paddy Dow from Carroll in the Northwest. The South Coast runner.
And equipment for many years.
South Coast
Her attention to detail assisted in the smooth running of these championships. Many students from Corindai Public School have benefited from the
Curtis
athletics
Rayner
coaching that Jennifer has
down
given
the South
for
Coast.
years.
But our final three are battling out up the back straight, and it's young Paulding boy Luke Doggan has attacked again, and he's taken the lead. But to Chase and Elliot are still on his heels, so it's going to come down to the final sprint to see who's got it left, who's got the most left in their tank. And they are going stride to stride at the moment. There's a challenge coming now from the outside from Chase and Matiazzo, but now up front. And it's going to take the other boys a bit to catch him, I'd say. But he looks fairly comfortable. Has a look over his shoulder. He knows that the first place goes an automatic through, and the second, Luke Duggan, is fighting back. So first place was Elliot Webster. Second place was Luke Duggan. Third place, Chase Matiazzo. And that was a time of 2:29.23. And a good finish there from the Sydney Southwest boy from Panania, Jarvis Barton. And our Northwest competitor, Paddy Dow from Carroll in the Northwest. Sorry, it was Spencer Toole from Corindai, Northwest, that came in that next to last.
Okay, moving on now, Neil, to the girls 11-year-old 800 metres. And again, we have 5 heats, which is absolutely fantastic. And the record for this particular event is 2:19.55. was set in 2018 by Ivy Boothroyd. So our start list for Heat 1 is Claire Cousins from St John's Cobar. Lane 2, Matilda McAllister from Springwood. Lane 3, Amy Roberts from Holy Family Scanners Point. Lane 4, Charlotte James from Charlestown South. Lane 5, Ella Plummer from St John Bosco, Engadine. Lane 6, Holly Chesterman from Park Lee. And in Lane 7, Lily Dawson, Holy Family, Kelso.
And as I go to the crossover area, we've got Charlotte James from Charlestown in second place, and she's just behind Amy Roberts of Holy Family Scanner's Head. And those two have got a little bit of a break on the others, but the two other runners are fighting hard, and that's Claire Cousins from Cobar, who's fighting hard along with, I think it might be a Sydney East runner, is it? No, it's the two Polding runners. It's the Claire Cousins and Lily Dawson filling third and fourth, and they've opened up a large gap between the next runner. We go through the first 400 metres. It's Charlotte James from the Hunter who's taken over the lead, and she's ahead of McKillop runner. That's Ella Plummer from Sir John Bosco at Engadine. And those two have opened up a 10-metre gap on the two Polding runners, Lily Dawson and Claire Cousins. As they move up the back straight, it's going to be a race in two, and they're going stride for stride. They're both looking very comfortable as they go up that straight. And I think, yes, it is Ella Plummer who's just got it in front of Charlotte. It's going to be up to Charlotte to chase it down, but Ella has started to kick. It's a long way out, but she's going to start going now, and Charlotte's attempting to stay with her. And it's been a very well-paced race. Charlotte is coming back, but I don't think she's going to have enough at this point in time to catch Ella Plummer, who goes across the line in 2:26 even, is it? 2:26 even, I think. So the first place winner runner automatic qualifier for the final. Then the next four fastest times will be, then we have 5 heats. Heat 2, Grant.
Right, moving on to Heat 2 of the girls 11-year-olds 800 metres. In lane 1, Marnie Cowan from Bogenbar. In lane 2, Emily Barisic from Governor Phillip. Lane 3, Ava Imish from Lindisfarne. Lane 4, Alice Keeler from PLC Sydney. Lane 5, Stella Flynn from Wagga Wagga. Lane 6, Hannah Horry from Neutral Bay. Lane 7, Elia Nassif from Lernea. And in lane 8, Miranda Yu, St Ives North, Sydney North.
And the young lady from Sydney Southwest, Elia Nassif, got a great start then. But she's been challenged now by the runners on the inside. Approach the bottles where they can come over to the inside lanes. This is where there might be a bit of traffic. And it's the Sydney North girls out in front, and that's lane 6. Is Hannah Horry just ahead of her compatriot in Sydney North, which is Miranda Yu, followed by Elia Nassif from Sydney Southwest. As they approach the bend for the top of the straight, they'll come down to the finish line for the first time. So we've got the two Sydney North girls followed by Elia massive from Sydney Southwest, and CIS girls, Alice Keeler and Ava Imish. We now had a change there in lane 4 is Alice Keeler, who's just taken over third position. We have the North Coast runner coming into just in behind into fifth position, and that would be Lani Cowan from Bogangar on the North Coast. But as I go down the back straight, it is Miranda Yu, I believe, that has taken the lead, and she's ahead of
Hannah Horry.
Hannah Horry, thank you, Grant.
Neutral Bay.
So we've got a race in 3 at the moment. There's about 5 metres between first and third, and they've opened up that lead as they come to the bend for the last time. I think there's going to be a challenge on. The 2 Sydney North girls are going to go pretty hard as they come into the straight for the last time. And it's Miranda Yu who has got quite a commanding lead, about 5 metres over.
Hannah Horry.
Thank you. I keep forgetting her. But I think it's Miranda Yu who's going to come through and claim first place in this event. And that's a strong run. She's finished it off nicely. In 2:32.30, we've got Hannah Horry in second place. And in third place was number 4, Alice Keeler.
So well done to those 3 girls, remembering that the winner of each heat automatically progresses, and we believe it's the next 4 times, so we'll make up the final of 9. So moving on now to heat 3. While this replay is shown on the screen, in lane 1 will be Sage Boothroyd from Grays Point. In lane 2 will be Caitlin Peterson from Glendale. In lane 3 will be Emily Hallam. In lane 4 will be Jasmine Corbett from Thurrool. In lane 5 will be Sienna Rithofsky from Oaks Flats. And Emily Hamlin's from Our Lady of Sacred Heart. In lane 6 is Bella Cooney from St Anthony's Picton. Lane 7 is Hayley Foley from Beaumont Hills. And in lane 8 is Matea Grant from Oxley Vale.
And they are all off, and they're setting a cracking pace in the first 100 metres. As they approach, go through the bend, they'll come to the bottles very shortly where they can move into the middle lanes, inside lanes. And that's young runner from McKillop who's doing a terrific job. She is Bella Cooney, I believe.
And Bella Cooney's in hit number 6 now.
Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong. Number 6, hit number 6. But it's the Sydney West girl who has, I don't know where she came from. I looked away for a minute and all of a sudden she's in the front. And that is Beaumont Hills, Hayley Foley.
Number 7.
Number 7. And it's got a marginal lead over the McKillop runner who's fighting back now. Oh, sorry, it's number 5, hit number 5.
So hit number 5 is Sienna Rosofsky from Oak Flats. So
Oak Flats, okay. That's South Coast, sorry, of course. And number 7 was not number 7. Must be Emily Harlan from OLA Sacred Heart Ramwick. Has hit the front.
Yeah,
and she's opened up a very, very big lead now. She's 20 metres in front of our South Coast girl, who was Sienna Rutowski from Oak Flats.
So it's a good battle here now for 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah.
At the moment it's a Sydney East girl. And we're probably thinking that's Sage Boothroyd that's just holding on to 3rd place. But the bend will tell us the story.
As we come into the straight, we've got our young lady from McKillop, that being
And our gold medalist
Emily Cullen from Our Lady of Sacred Heart, Randwick. And hit number 3, and she's going to go through in a very good time, 2:31.65, 2:31.65.
So well done to Emily.
And just watch the replay to give you your second and third. And the second was the South Coast runner, was Jasmine Corbett, I believe, from Thurul. And we'll just wait for the replay to come up. And there's second place, third place went to Sydney East. I can't see a hit number there, Grant.
No. We're thinking that is Sydney East, and that would be
Sage
Boothroyd.
I think that's what you
From
call it.
Grace Point, yeah. Okay, moving on now to Heat 4 of the girls' 11-year-old 800 metres. In Lane 1, Mia Chapman from Smithtown. Lane 2, Eva Kiera Monti from Bathurst South. Lane 3, Addison Lockyer from Tamworth South. Lane 4, Kate McDonald, Moree. Lane 5, Hayley Preston, Oyster Bay. Lane 6, Valerie Pickup, Manly West. Lane 7, Freya Ray, Albury. And in Lane 8, Eleanor Scott, Barramurra. Now, just a bit of trivia for this event. Valerie Pickup is the granddaughter of that great rugby league player, Tim Pickup. So, good luck to Valerie, and obviously we're very proud of the fact that his granddaughter is running with us today.
And as they reach the bottles, there's a young lady from Sydney North, and that will be Valerie Pickup, as we speak, from Manly West. She also ran a very good 1500 earlier today. And we've got in second place the Sydney East.
It's a Sydney Southwest one, isn't it?
Is it? Yeah. I think you may be right.
The green and white.
It is green and white. It's the Sydney Southwest, and that would be Eleanor Scott from Barramurra. Valerie Pickup and Eleanor Scott have set the pace. The North Coast runner Mia Chapman from Smithtown is currently sitting in third place.
From Albury, Riverina, Isla Geddes.
As they go through the first lap, Valerie is holding her form at the moment, as is Eleanor. And I think there might be a race in those two.
I think we've got Mia Chapman now in third place from Smithtown.
Well, she's just been overtaken by the girl from Sydney East.
Right.
And that is Hayley
Preston from Oyster Bay.
And as we go down the back straight, Valerie has opened up a 5 metre lead over Eleanor, and she's striding very nicely. She looked a little bit, she had a quick look to see where she was. She's looking like she's struggling a bit. She's had a big day. One of the first events today was the 1500, and the last event's the 800. So she may have been in a couple of other events in the long jumps and things like that. I'm not sure, but I don't remember seeing her in the sprints.
Well, coming into this final 100 now, I think she might have just opened up enough lead to hold off Eleanor Scott, who has put also in a fantastic run in this event.
Now, you can tell me this, Grant. Tim Pickup, he played with Canterbury and North Sydney, didn't he?
I believe he did.
He was a great 5'8". And Valerie Pickup has gone through in a magnificent time of 2:32.35. Eleanor Scott in second place, and Sydney East, the young girl from Oyster Bay, Hayley Preston, is in third place. As we move to Heat 5 of the girls, 11 years, 800 metres.
And just on Tim Pickup, he also played for New South Wales and Australia. So a fine athlete and a fine rugby league player. Okay, moving on now to Heat 5, the last heat of the girls, 11 years, 800 metres. In lane 1, Chloe Rockcliffe from Darlinghurst. Lane 2, Isabel Curran from Canobolas. Lane 3, Talia Hassan. from CIS. Lane 4, Vivian Thompson from Deniliquin. Lane 5, Rachel Gilmore, Mudgee. Lane 6, Chanel Holmes from Narina Hills. Lane 7, Amelia Harrigan from Karora. And in lane 8, Ivy Daly from New Lambton.
And as we move through, we've got the South Coast runner in lane 6, Chanel Holmes moving out. And the young CIS runner in lane 3, Talia Hassan, have gone across, and those two lead the field at the moment. And they're ahead of another runner from South Coast, I believe, is it? Or
okay, we have the runner from CIS out in front at the moment.
Yep.
And we're thinking that's Talia Hassan.
No, it's the Western runner in third place. And that would be Rachel Gilmore from Mudgee. Yep. She's doing a good job as they come down the first 100. Last 100 of the first lap, sorry. I've got about 450 metres to go. I was getting excited. I thought it would have been a world record. And here we go for the CIS girl is Talia Hassan. And I think Talia probably is a 10s.
So number 5, Neil, is...
number 5 is Rachel Gilmore, Mudgee.
Rachel Gilmore, Mudgee.
And she's ahead of... Well, we'll concentrate on first place as she goes up the back straight.
And she's opened up a very good lead, probably of 50, 60 metres. So fantastic run here by Talia Hassan. Well done to Talia.
And our girl from Mudgee's doing exceptionally well. She moved into second place. And that is Rachel Gilmore, of course. And Riverina, I believe, is in the third place. Is Vivian Thompson from Deniliquin South. So as Talia Hassan comes into the straight for final time, she's got a very commanding lead, and she will finish in first place and move automatically through to the next round, being the finals. And a very good run from young Rachel Gilmore from Mudgee Westerns. She's going to come into second place. Well done. In third place we have Vivian Thompson from Deniliquin. Sydney East is in fourth. That's Chloe Rockcliffe. South Coast was Chanel Holmes from Narina Hills. And we also had Isabel Curran from Canoblis in and from North Coast, Amelia Harrigan. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting a little bit tired at the end of the day. And forget we're on air.
Okay, moving on now to the first heat of the boys, 11 years, 800 metres. And in this we have, again, 5 heats. Fantastic group of boys running in this the state finals. So in lane 1 we have Henry Seary from Hamilton South. In lane 2, Tasman Vale from St Augustine's Brookvale. Lane 3, Harlem Floyd Kerr from Helensburgh. Lane 5, Lucas Canopla from St Aloysius. Lane 6, Kai Swaddling from Merriweather Heights. And in lane 7, Isaac Robinson from Balgala North.
And as they reach the crossover, they're virtually a straight line as they come across, and they'll slot into positions and now set the pace for the rest of the race. And that's our young hunter, one of our hunter boys. And it's lane 6, which is Kai Swaddling from Merriweather, who's just ahead of Henry Seary from Hamilton South in second position as they come around for the straight. And we've now had Sydney North move up. And that's Isaac Robinson from Balgala North, and he's now taken the lead from Kai Swadling. And the boy from Tasman Vale from St Augustine's Brookvale is now challenging for second place. But Isaac Robinson has increased his pace, he's lifted his pace, and he's starting to put a bit of a dent into the rest of the field. The record in this event is held by Joshua O'Connell of 2:13.20. It was set in 2018. And that's a very easy running style he's got out there in front. He's quite casual, or not casual, he's going very committed to the run, but he's nice, easy style and maximising his return for his effort. And if we come, get rid of it. As we come to the final turn, Isaac Robinson has created a sizable lead, but there's a good challenge now on for second place. We've got the boy from Hunter.
That's a boy from Hunter, is Kai Swadling, which is a fairly famous name in school sport in the Hunter region. So,
but he's been challenged on both sides now. We've got the boy from CIS who's come up on the inside, and that is Lucas Conoplia. Heat 2.
Right, moving on to Heat 2 of the boys 11 years 800 metres. In lane 1 is Brodie Bush from Reedsby South. Lane 2, Max Hall from Gerringong. Lane 3, Oliver Halfide from Warrawee. Lane 4, Blake Blight from Hillston. Lane 5, Cameron Beatty from Borkham Hills. Lane 6, Ruari Mercer. Lane from McKillop. Lane 7, Billy Threadgate from Talara. Lane 8, Matthew Faulkner from Bonnet Bay. And the boy from, sorry, I missed one there, Ryan Mercer. Now, we don't seem to have him on our start list, so we're probably assuming that lane 6 will be vacant. Earl, can you see?
Lane 6 is vacant, Grant.
So lane 6 is vacant, so that was Rurari Mercer from Box Hill. So we'll take him out, and there's our start list for this. Start list of 7 competitors.
And they're away. .700 metres to go.
And at the crossover now, I think that could be the boy from Sydney East, possibly.
Well, Sydney East and Sydney West.
Sydney West, yes.
So that's
So that must be possibly Cameron Beatty, who had a very good qualifying time.
Sorry, Cameron Beatty, yes. Yep. And he's been pushed by the Sydney East runner.
And that'd be Malcolm Faulkner from Bonnet Bay.
Or Matthew Faulkner from Bonnet Bay. Yeah. And Matthew Faulkner has moved to the lead. And they're going to go around a split time of 108 plus. Sydney North runner in third place is Oliver Halfide from Warrawee Public School. But they've opened up a 25 to 30 metre lead over the rest of the field. And they seem to be going further away. Now, it appears as if Matthew Faulkner is putting a bit of pace on, but young the Sydney West, Cameron Beatty has gone with him.
This is certainly a racing too, Neil, and
it's going to come down to who's got the best finish.
So at the moment it's Matthew Faulkner in the lead, followed very closely by Cameron Beatty.
And the pressure's on. They've lifted their rate.
And this is a sprint to the finish.
It's going to take something to catch him. He's just...
I think he's shifted into another gear, Neil.
Yeah, I agree. He's gone through in 2:21.11. And I'd say young Cameron Batty went through in 2:21.12. Very, very good race. In third place there we had Oliver Huffhide from Warrawee Public School. And then our Sydney Southwest runner from Reesby South, Brody Bush. Riverina, we had Blake Blight. And then our Hunter runner, Billy Threadgate from Talara. And our second Riverina runner, Hilson, Blake Bride from Hilson.
Rightio, Neil. That completes Heat 2.
Yep.
Moving on now to Heat 3 of the boys 11 years 800 metres. In lane 1, Mitchell Henville from St Teresa's, Mascot. Lane 2, Isaac Zrika from St Joseph's, The Worker, Auburn. Lane 3, Edward Lockwood from Armidale City. Lane 4, Luke Barrett from Lindsay Park. Lane 5, Jonas Cox, Harrington Park. Lane 6, Mitchell McCauley, Mawara. Lane 7, Hunter McDougall, Tamora West. And in lane 8, Billy Herb, Sylvania Heights. And Billy Herb's had a number of runs today, Neil. So
he has, and he's coming with the fastest time. And he's a very good. We've got to come back. He's
so on time submitted, Billy Herb is the fastest, technically the fastest qualifier.
Yes. There's some pace in this one. We've got Jonas Cox from Harrington Park, Sydney Southwest, and Billy. And then Mitchell McCauley from Mawara in lane 6.
Yeah, so I've got a couple of runners around that 2:30 sub mark.
Well, Billy's taken off at the rate of knots, leading them away. And he led for a lot of his 1500, but died in the last 200. 1500 and died in the last 200. But it's the two fastest seeds come into first and second at the moment, but they're being challenged by our runner from McKillop. And that might be Isaac Shrikar from St Joseph's, The Worker, Mascot, Auburn. But Billy's set a cracking pace here. He's hoping probably to burn his competitors off. So we've got Billy Herb, followed by Isaac Shrieker, followed by Jonas Cox in third position. And we have had Isaac Shrieker take the lead, but Billy's fought back. And he's going shoulder to shoulder with him. He'll get across in front of him now. So these two are going to go at it all the way around, I think, up the back straight. And Jonas Cox is in third place. They are shoulders as they move up the back straight. But Isaac is forging ahead a little bit now, but we've watched Billy over the last couple of years, and he's a fighter. We watched him at the cross country earlier this year, Grant.
And there's a bit of a size difference here too, Neil.
Yep. And I think that Isaac has just extended his lead as he got to that final bend, but it's going to come down to the last 100 metres. So I hope the crowd are watching, because this could be quite special.
And a good run here by these two boys. They've both had, I think both of them had a bit of a program this morning.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. But I think Isaac's probably got too much for him as we come to the last 20, 30 metres. And that's a very good run from Isaac and Billy. And they've pushed each other. Sensational run of time of 2 minutes, 18 seconds, .08. I get carried away from time to time.
And
Jonas Cox was in third.
we have our other competitors finishing now. And well done to these boys. 800 metres is a long way to go at the end of the day.
We're moving now to heat number 4 in lane 1, Dominic Carberry, Wellington, Western. Lane 2, Davin Carty, Roselle, Sydney East. Lane 3, Liam Dobbin, Wollumbar. Lane 4, Bo McRae, Glen Innes, Northwest. Lane 5, Nate Barrett, Narrowena, Sydney North. Lane 6, Fletcher Andrews, Inverell, Paulding. Holy Trinity, Inverell, Paulding. Lane 7, Mitchell Taylor, Corrimal, East, South Coast. Lane 8, Finley O'Connell, Ellison, Sydney West. In the starter's hands.
And our fastest qualifier on submitted times. In this, I believe this is heat 4 now, is it?
That's correct.
Is
Nate Barrett? Is it? Nate Barrett, Narrowena, Sydney North.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find my sheet. I can't find it now. So.
As I go to the crossover, we've got the runner from Hunter. No, we mustn't have the runner from Hunter. In front.
It's a Sydney East runner.
Sydney East runner. And that's Davin Carty from Roselle Public School.
And he was he wasn't the fastest qualifier. Nate Barrett had the fastest time submitted, but Davin Carty was very close to him. So this
could be another very good race.
A good race between
Nate and Davin.
Yeah, the boy from Sydney East and the boy from Sydney North.
Well, a young lad from Sydney West too is pushing them, and that's Finley O'Connell from Ellison.
Now, is that a North Coast competitor or a Sydney South West competitor?
That's the South Coast, North Coast. Yeah. It's number 3, Liam Dobbin from the Wollumbar.
Yeah, so good race there for those top 4 spots.
And they have separated the rest of the field. So it's going to be down to this last 300 metres, and young Nate Barrett has taken the lead and is striding away from Davin at the moment. But Davin's holding his place in second quite comfortably at the moment from the Sydney West runner and the North Coast runner. So it's Nate Barrett who goes to the last bend with a 20-metre lead or 15-metre lead. And Nate is now in the last 70 metres of the event. He's going to come in and record a first place, which automatically qualifies him. And Davin has fought back too, and he's done well. Nate has gone through in 22.92. And in third place, we have Finley O'Connell from Ellison, Sydney West, and the North Coast runner from Wollumbar, Liam Dobby, was fourth. Liam Dobby, not Leanne. Liam and Dobby. Our final heat in the 11 years boys, 800 metres, will feature Tom Murray from Cudgegong, Western. Lane 2, Malachi Chown from CIS. Lane 3, Archie Doyle, St Joseph's, Merriweather. Lane 4, Nixon Hewins from Hastings, North Coast. Lane 5, Caden Bartlett, Inverell, Northwest. Lane 6, Evan Dinsmore, Samuel Gilbert, Sydney West. Lane 7, Billy Bright, Blaney. Lane 8, Lachlan Kidd, the King's School CIS.
And Malachi Chown's school is Wyong CCS.
Okay. Christian Community School, Wild Christian Community School, I'd say that is, Grant. And once again, a hectic start. And our young fellow from Western may be carrying an injury into this race, Grant.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He seems to be struggling there a bit.
Seems to have pulled up now. It could be cramp, or he could have hurt himself. So
I hope it's nothing serious.
No,
He's still going.
he's showing a lot of courage. He seems to have stretched out a little bit now, so maybe you might have cramped up at the start. So hopefully he's going to be fit and well. But he is certainly putting in a great effort to catch them. So
The Lachlan kid from the King's School is leading the way as we come into the bend at the northern end of the stadium, and he's ahead of.
looks like a runner from Sydney. Is it Sydney North runner?
It could be, or Polden. Might be Polden. And I might add, that's lane 8. He's Lachlan kid, definitely. And lane 2. Lane 3.
Number 3.
Archie Doyle.
That's Archie Doyle, yeah.
And lane 4 in third place is Nixon Hewins from Hastings. Closely followed by our Sydney West competitor, which is Evan Dinsmore from Samuel Gilbert.
So a race in 2, Neil, heading down the back straight towards the, with nearly 250 metres to go.
And young Lachlan kid is starting to open up a bit of a gap from Archie Doyle. The North Coast runners staying strong in third position.
But this is going to be a great run by Lachlan Kidd. And I might add that Archie Doyle's not letting him get too far away, but it's a racing, certainly a racing one at the moment.
Yeah. He's maintained his pace. He's working from one of those fastest times, so it's going to be. He's got 1 in 4 chance if he gets a good time. And that's a good run to Lachlan Kidd, 2:23.22. Archie Doyle in second place. Third place went to our runner from the North Coast, Nixon Hewins. Sydney West in fourth. Evan Dinsmore from Samuel Gilbert. And then we had Malachi Chow from CIS in fifth. We have our Western, one of our Cudgegong, Tom Murray.
And a big finish here from the Northwest boy.
In Burrell, Caden Bartlett, and number 1, Tom Murray was the boy that we were concerned about. He pulled up lame at the start, but he finished the race. He did well.
Yeah, well done to him.
We now go to the penultimate event of the afternoon. And we've got 5 heats in the girls, 12 by 13, 800 metres run.
So just waiting. The competitors are in the starting positions. Girls 12 to 13 years, 800 metres. The record is 2:13.46. Set in 2006 by Jay Bundell. Neil, do you know Jay Bundell at all?
Yes, I did. I'm just trying to remember. Age, she was in around my era.
Okay, we have in lane 1, Brianna Butt from Lake Cat Eye. Lane 2, Alia Parsons from Karora. Lane 3, Ruby Harris, School of the Air. Lane 4, Ellie Durrington from Mount St Patrick's, Mooloolaba. Lane 5, Lana Crawford, Tarara. Lane 6, Georgia Wheeler, Young. Lane 7, Mackenzie Thornbury from Orange. And in lane 8, we have Alexis Targ from St John's.
St John Boss. Oh, no, the Freshwater. I don't know what that is.
St John's at Freshwater.
I'm sure we'll get that up on the board shortly. And as they reach the crossover, we have a runner who's streaked away, and that's our South Coast. Is it South Coast or Sydney East? South Coast runner, and that would be Lana Crawford from Tarara, who set a good pace. She's closely followed by Brianna Butt from Lake Cathay, North Coast.
Well, she's opened up a good lead now.
So she has. And we have our two Paulding girls. Oh, sorry, I don't know if they both have got to look at the uniforms. They look like Paulding. Oh. Well, there's one at least. It is number 5, Lana Crawford, who goes past the finish line to start with. And we've got Deanna Butt. Lane 4, we've got Ellie Derington from Mullumbimby Paulding. Our other North Coast runner, we have Alia Parsons from Karora. And from the Riverina, Georgia Wheeler from Young North. But young Lana Crawford is maintaining her lead. We've had one runner slip on. The North Coast girl is going to move up into second place, and that's Brianna Butt from Lake Cathay, North Coast. It's currently in second place, just ahead of our two Paulding runners.
This is a good run by the competitor in front.
That is Lana Crawford. We now have one of the competitors from Paulding, and I believe it might be Alexis Tagg from Freshwater. I'll be able to confirm that very shortly.
So Lana Crawford from Tarara.
She may be challenged.
She is being challenged, but she's probably going to hang on.
Yes, and the second place was to Alexis Tagg from SJB Freshwater, and followed in third by Ellie Durrington from Mullumbimby Paulding.
Okay. Moving on now to Heat 3 of 5 of the girls 12 to 13 years, 800 metres. Heat 2, sorry. In lane 1, Matilda Crawford from Unanderra. Lane 2, Abby Lowe from Newcastle. Lane 3, Annabelle Patterson-Kane from St Patrick's Walker. Lane 4, Philippa Lashbrook from Wagga Wagga. Lane 5, Lily Molincino from St Patrick's Cogra. Lane 6, Sienna Gilchrist from Corindai. Lane 7, Zoe Blacker from South Coogee. And in lane 8, Ava Jacob from CIS. And we'll just check that school for you when it comes up on the screen for us.
And they're away. As usual, there's a bit of a rush to try and get that top position. At the moment, looks like Ava Jacob from Loretta Kirribilli is going to come across in first, but she's going to be just ahead of the young runner from Annabelle Patterson-Kane from Walker from Paulding. In the third place at the moment, looks like we have St Patrick's Cogra, Lily Molincino, as they go around the first 300 metres. But Ava Jacob also ran a very good 1500 this morning, Grant.
And a few of these girls are backing up, so a big day for them, 1500 and an 800 heat. That's
not counting the ones that also probably ran in the sprints.
That's correct. But this
is a very good run.
So Ava Jacob showing clean heel.
108.72 ahead of Annabelle Patterson-Kane and Lily Molincino from St Patrick's at
Cogra. On the corner of the Princess Highway and Rocky Point Road.
I know it well.
So a great run by Ava across the top there. She's probably opened up a lead of about 40 metres.
Yeah. And she looks very comfortable in the run.
Next, it's a good battle here for second, though, Neil,
It's going to be a huge battle.
Between Lily Molancino
and Annabelle Patterson-Kane.
I think Lily might have overtaken her on the bend there.
Yeah, she did. So she's timed her run well. But Ava Jacob has really shown her class.
Yeah, this is
very good run, very powerful.
Fantastic finish to win a 800 metres by 50 metres. It's excellent effort.
2:22.90. Lily Molancino comes into second place. Annabelle Patterson-Kane in third. A good run here from young Sydney East, Zoe Blacker from South Coogee. And a good finish from our Northwest competitor from Greendy.
There is Sienna Krillcrest. Well done to Sienna. Good finish.
And the Riverina, we have Philippa Lashbrook. That completes our second heat of the girls 12 to 13, 800 metres.
Moving on to heat 3. We have Drew Cooney from McKillop. Lane 2, Amina Hakakui from Governor Phillip. Lane 3, Sienna Estelle Barriston from Bradbury. Lane 4, Sienna Wade from Mowbray. Lane 5, Grace Goodlock from Orange. Lane 6, Mia Rose Everson from Eastwood Heights. Lane 7, Abby Crawford from Tumut. And in lane 8, Lucy Sherwood from Borkham Hills. So they're our start list for heat 3.
And they're away. So they approach the crossover section. We're going to have 3 competitors coming into play. We've got, and that is Drew Cooney from Picton, ahead of from Sydney North. Could be Sienna Wade from Mowbray. And we also have Mia Rose Everson from Sydney North, from Eastwood Heights. So I still can't catch her hip number. But as we come down, the Sydney girl from Sydney West, and that's Lucy Sherwood from Borkham Hills North, has made a move, and she's in the third place. So as they go through, we've got Drew Cooney, Sienna Wade, Lucy Sherwood, Mia Rose Everson, Grace Goodlock, Abby Crawford, and our 2 Sydney South West girls, Amina Hakawi and Sienna Estelle Buruston. And our Drew Kearney has increased her lead, but the girl Sydney North runner Sienna Wade has moved comfortably into second with this, with Lucy Sherwood in third, holding down third at the present. And in fifth place we have Mia Rose Everson also from Sydney North. But Drew Kearney is now coming into the final 100 metres. And she has got a very comfortable lead. Don't forget that the first place in each heat automatically goes through to the final, and then the next 4 fastest times. So a very good run, 2:24.82. And a good run there from Sienna Wade, who's coming in second place. Dutifully hands over her sticker. And we have Lucy Sherwood in third place, followed by Mia Rose Everson, Abby Crawford, Grace Goodlock, and Amina Hakawi and Sienna Estelle Buruston. We now move to heat 4 of the girls 12 to 13's 800 metres. And in lane 1, Alexandra McWilliam, CIS, and attends Queenwood. Lane 2, Gabrielle Moller from St Barnaby's Annandale. Lane 3, Amelia Healy, Elderslie, Sydney South West. Lane 4, Georgina Lewis, Roseville, Sydney North. Lane 5, Hannah Widgers, Denali East. Lane 6, Molly Walter, Dudley. Lane 7, Winifred Ryan, Stanwell Park. And lane 8, Matilda Shedden, The Junction. And they're away. Well, we're coming into a close today. We'd like to thank all those viewers who have joined us. We hope you have enjoyed the coverage. We've been very fortunate to have a wonderful day weather-wise. It's quite warm outside, although in the broadcast box that we're sitting in, it's been set at Arctic all day. So it's quite chilly in here. But the athletes have performed extremely well, and we'd like to thank all of their parents, grandparents, and supporters who've come along today and witnessed a great day of athletic endeavour. Of course, to the students, thank you.
And now just a few housekeeping matters for tomorrow. Tomorrow's an earlier start. This morning we had the traditional march past, and that delayed our start, or didn't delay, but we then commenced the championship at 9 a.m. Tomorrow morning there'll be a marshalling call for the 200 metres at 8 o'clock, with the first event being the 200 metre finals scheduled for 8:30. In the field section, again, it'll be an 8:30 start, with the 11 years boys long jump, the junior boys shot, the junior girls discus, and the 11 years girls high jump.
And as the girls enter their second lap, we have Alexandra McWilliam from Queenwood leading the way, and she's leading the way from Gabrielle Moller from Annandale, St Barnaby's Annandale, and she's ahead of Hannah Witches from Denali East. And then we have a South Coast runner, and that being Winifred Ryan from Stanwell Park. And as we approach the last 110 metres, young Alexandra McWilliam has opened up a sizable lead. And she's just moving along very nicely. She's lifted a pace, as we all do when we're coming into the finish line. And she's run a very comfortable and very well judged race. And she'll be followed in by Gabrielle Moller and Hannah Widgers.
So moving on now to heat 5 of the girls. Moving on to heat 5 of the girls 12 to 13 years, 800 metres. In lane 1 we have Sophia Squires from Queenwood. Lane 2, Hannah Summers from North Haven. Lane 3, Capri McCarthy from Engadine West. Lane 4, Adali Martin from Glenbrook. Lane 5, Anna Blake from Walker. Lane 6, Macy Braithwaite from Griffith North. Lane 7, Sophie McMaster from North Star. And in lane 8, Chelsea Chapman from Pitttown. So all runners off to a good start as they head around to the 100 metre mark. They'll make the crossover there, and it looks like it's going to be the runner possibly from Sydney West, and that'll be Chelsea Chapman, and the other runner from Sydney West, Adele Martin. So they're our top two, with closely followed by the runner from CIS, and there'll be Sophie Squires from Queenwood. So at the moment it's a race in 3 with the 2 Sydney West girls and Sophie Squires from Queenwood, who takes an ever so slight lead as they head down the 100 metre track, coming up to the 400 metre mark. So it'll be Sophie Squires in first place, followed by the Sydney West runner two Sydney West runners, Adele Martin and Chelsea Chapman. So they're our top 3 runners at the moment, but there is a challenge coming now. It looks like it could be the runner from Sydney North. No, it could be, yes, look, we'll just hold on for that at the moment. So at the moment, it's a great run here. Sophie Squires has opened up quite a good lead. And then we're not picking up the hip numbers, unfortunately, so, but it will be Sophie Squires, Sophia Squires, sorry. As they go to the line, that'll be a great win to Sophia Squires. In second place, if you can see that hit number now, it'll be handy.
4.
Number 4, and that'll be Adelie Martin from Glenbrook. And we'll just try and pick up who our third place getter was there, which does elude us at the moment.
Very interesting round. I was just having a look at one of the competitors in that race. Young Sophia McMaster from North Star in Northwest. A number of years ago, there was a very good cross-country runner and an 800 runner and a swimmer called Katie McMaster.
Oh, yes, very good athlete, yes.
From Coolar Central School, which is not far from North Star. So I'm wondering if they would be related in some way. We are now at our last event for the day, Grant, and that is the boys 12 to 13 years, 800 metres preliminaries. And we have 5 heats in this event. So in our first event, which is just about to start, we have Beau Adams, Beaumont Hills, Sydney West, Luke Reddit, Holy Trinity, Inverell, Paulding, Lane 3, Liam Fletcher, Forster, Hunter, Lane 4, Ollie Cardale, Holbrook, Riverina, Lane 5, Billy Fitzgerald, School of the Air Barrier, Lane 6, Cade Francesi, St Joseph Benora Point, Paulding, 7, Matthew Dunn, Balgala North, Sydney North, and 8, Nate Mingay, Griffith East, Riverina. And as they approach the northern end of the stadium, we have our runner from South Coast in the lead, and that would be lost him. South Coast? It's a South Coast runner, or is that Sydney West?
I think
yeah, Sydney West.
And that'd be
Beaumont Hills.
Yeah, Beau Adams.
Yeah,
Sydney West.
Their colours are very similar.
They are.
And we have our 2 polling runners. That's Luke Reddit and
Cade Francis.
Cade Francis in second and third. Cade Francis is actually in second. Luke Reddit in third. In fourth position, we have our runner from the Hunter, which is Liam Fletcher from Foster. But it is our runner from Beaumont Hills, and that's Beau Adams, still leading the way as I speak. The young runner from Polling on number 5, and I think number 6, Cade Francis.
Yeah.
has taken the lead. And he's got the Leighton Hewitt look about him with his cap backwards.
So that certainly makes it easy to call. We just call him off his hat, and that's terrific for what you've done there, Cade, for us. But
Young Bo Adams has fought back.
He's taken the lead, and it's going to be a good rundown for this. And
I think it's going to be very, very close. And he's going to make his move very shortly. Here he goes. But they both left at the same time. They both go.
Wow, this is a great finish.
Oh, I wouldn't like to split that. Thank goodness we're up here.
Leave that to the judges.
2:20.17. 2:20.17. I think it may have gone to Bo Adams. And the two Riverina boys have fought it out right to the finish too.
So we'll move on now.
Oh, maybe not. It may have gone to... Yeah, that might be... Oh, hang on. We've just got to see which line
There's a good dip at the end.
Yeah.
I think possibly the boy from Sydney West might have just got there.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on now to Heat 2 of the Boys 12 to 13 years, 800 metres. In lane 1, Sebastian Chalub from Bel Air. Lane 2, Jaden Kane from Gladesville. Lane 3, Avi Hegeman from Kelko North. Lane 4, Xavier Zara from Barnia. Lane 5, Joshua McGuffick from Tamworth. Lane 6, Cristiano Calcaro from CIS. Lane 7, Jaden Sherry from Bennett Road. And in lane 8, Sam Walker from Mudgee.
And they're away. And as with every other race we've seen, the 800s, they go very quickly for the first to the crossover. And they can try and steady the pace, and it looks like the boy from Sydney West and Northwest. So that is...
So the Sydney West, so it looks like it could be the boy from CIS. No?
CIS, where does he come from?
Yeah, no, he just started off one. That's Cristiano Calcaro. So
okay. And he's ahead of the Sydney West, one of the Sydney West boys. There's Jaden Jerry and
two Sydney West boys.
Xavier Zara.
Yeah.
So we'll see when their hip numbers, we can see their hip numbers. And it's number 4 and 6, so that's Cristiano Calcaro and Xavier Zara, 1 and 2. And Jaden Zeri is in 3rd place, followed by the Northwest runner from Tamworth, Joshua McGuffick.
So a good run in the front here.
Yep.
Between Cristiano and we believe it's Xavier.
Yeah, Xavier. Oh, these orange runners will stand out, don't they?
They do.
Are they orange or pink?
They're pink.
And this is going to be a very good run here.
Yes, I think Cristiano's kicked a little bit, Neil.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're correct. As they come into the last 110, they've come around the final bend.
Yeah, Cristiano's got a little bit left in the tank, and he'll go to the line in 1st place.
Yep.
So a good run by Cristiano. And good run too to the boy in 2nd.
2:13.12.
And that's Bo Adams. So well done to those two boys.
It wasn't Bo Adams, it was
Sorry,
Zara. And
yeah.
then we had 3rd place, Sydney North, number 3, was Ivy Hegeman from Curl North. So he's done a good job there.
Sorry, I got the wrong heat.
We now move to Heat 3 of the preliminaries.
So moving on to, in lane 1 is Joshua Bartle from Newington, one of the local schools. Actually, it's the closest school here, public schools. In lane 2, Ethan Vanderworth from Tamworth. Lane 3, Jeremy Lentham from CIS. Lane 4, Owen Lovell Ward from Laguna Street. Lane 5, Archie Higgins from Shoalhaven Heads. Lane 6, Charlie Coulter from Albury. Lane 7, Anthony Webb from Padstow. And in Lane 8, Luke Hoddenet. And Luke is from St Michael's, Borkham Hills. And Jeremy is from Sydney Grammar, Edgecliff. So they're our starters in Heat 3 of the boys 12 to 13 years, 800 metres. The boys in the starters' hands. Racing. It's pretty compressed field going for the first 100 of the crossover. It could be the boy
from McKillop might end up in front.
Yeah, the boy from McKillop.
Very hard to see who that is.
I'm probably thinking it's Luke Hoddenet now, possibly.
8. Yeah, Luke Hoddenet. Yep. Number 2 is Ethan Vanderveth from Tamworth Northwest, but he's being challenged now by number 3 who has just put the foot down, Jeremy Lentham, and he's going from 400 metres out. He's put a big gap in them at the moment. Number 1, I think it's Joshua Bartle, who's in 3rd place, is trying to go with them, but he's made a big dent, and he just seems to be going further and further away. Long striding runner in 2nd place. Yeah.
This has been a great run by the boy from CIS, Luke Hoddenet.
No,
sorry, not Luke Hoddenet.
Jeremy
Lentham from Sydney Grammar School, Edgecliff.
There's going to be a challenge for 2nd place here. I think we've got Ethan Vanderwerf from Tamworth, who's going to be challenged by our Sydney East runner. But we're coming down to the final 20 metres, and
Jeremy's actually having just
bit of a look.
Up and had a look.
2:14.54 he's gone around in. And Ethan Vanderwerf finished very nicely in 2nd place, and in 3rd place we had Owen Lovell Ward from Laguna Street. We now move to the penultimate race, Grant, of the afternoon, of the day. Congratulate Mr. Peter Cardy and his officials for presenting a wonderful event to date, and I'm sure tomorrow will be the same. We've got Edward McGilvray, Cudgegong Public School, Western. I think it's actually Cudgegong Valley Public School, Western. Fletcher Barrett, St Joseph's Glen Innes. Polding, Lane 3, Charlie Kemp, Pottsville Beach, North Coast. Be a hard place to live. Lane 4, Alex Torter, Pleasant Heights, South Coast. Lane 5, Isaiah Wanner, King Park, Sydney South West. Lane 6, Callum Kajar, Good Samaritan, Ferry Meadow. Lane 7, Philip Batonis, King Park, Sydney South West. And Lane 8, Lachlan Dorahy from
St Madeline's, Kenthurst.
St Madeline's, Kenthurst. Thank you.
As we wrap up with our last event, we also thank all the spectators and supporters that have been in attendance today, and also thank the officials, both officials from the New South Wales PSSA and also the officials from Athletics New South Wales. Thank you for an excellent job to conduct this carnival. It's been a big day today, 2,500 competitors, and it's gone without a hitch so far.
And leading the way, although the young McKillop runner has gone a long way past the bottles before he decided to come in a bit. So it's going to be interesting where he does fit in. And he's come straight across in front. So that's a very big run from Lachlan Doherty from Kenthurst, St Madeline's at Kenthurst. In second place, we've got our runner from South Coast, and that's Alex Torter from Pleasant Heights. In third place, Sydney Southwest, who's just gone around now. In the second place is Isaiah Wanner from King Park, Sydney Southwest. Or it might be number 7. Yes. No, Philip Batonis from King Park, Sydney Southwest. Sorry. We have 2 boys from King Park. And he's going to challenge for the lead, and he's in fact gone past the young McKillop runner, and he's gone past him at some speed, but the other, Lachlan Dory, he's not going to give it up that easily. He's jumped back onto his shoulder, and he's going to try and take him on the outside. So we've got a race here developing 300 metres out, which is going to be a big ask for both of them. They're both going stride for stride. Our South Coast boy from Pleasant Heights, Alex Torter, is maintaining third. And we're going to see who has the most left. Luke Dory, he's attacked again. And he's going to open up a slight lead as we come around the final bend at the northern end. But our runner from Governor Philip King, Philip Batonis, is not going to let him go that easily. As we hit the final straight, and here he comes, the young Philip Batonis. He's going to take him part. He's gone down the last 100, but he's going to have to keep going. Oh, that's a very good, very well judged race. And he's pulled away again, and he's gone through in 2:14.43, and he's pretty well spent. But what a race. So, and in third place we had Alex Torter from Pleasant Heights. A great race for both those boys.
Move on now, Neil, to... let's just finish this race off now, if you're right.
Yes, and as we come in, our competitor from Western comes across the line. It was young Edward McGilvray, of course, of Cunjagong Valley Public School.
Moving on to our final heat of the day. A big day of racing today. And in lane 1 we have York McManus from Otford. Lane 2, Callum Martin from Charlestown. Lane 3, Johnny Tooth from Brunswick Heads. Lane 4 is Oliver Trowell from St Ignatius. Lane 5, Koji Howard from Abbotsford. Lane 6, Jet Hislop from Westport. Lane 7, Toby Woolley from Corindai. And in lane 8, Riker Moore from Parks East.
As someone said to us yesterday, Grant, it's been a great day of running, jumping and throwing. And they're in the starters' hands. And away they go. And I think someone failed to tell some of them that they've got to go 700 metres more because they've sprinted the first 100. And that's a very good lead that's already been developed by the young runner from St Ignatius, Oliver Trowell. But there are a couple of challenges coming from behind. That's our northwest. From Corindai, Toby Woolley, and Sydney West, South Coast, which would be, is it South Coast? Yeah, it's South Coast. Okay. I'll have a look at his hip number. Number 1, York McManus.
So number 1, York McManus, is supposedly from
Otford, northwest. But Otford is South Coast, obviously. He's gone to the lead.
It's a bit of a
misnomer.
yeah,
Hang on.
It's,
Yeah, we've got Otford South Coast on the board over here. It's just on our sheets.
It was Otford Northwest.
Yeah. So it's a very good, powerful run from York McManus now that we've worked out where he comes from. And we've got in second place Oliver Trowell. In third place, we've got our Northwest runner from Corindai, Toby Woolley, followed by Hunter from Charles Cullum Martin. But we have just over 140 metres to go, and York McManus has taken a 10 to 15 metre lead into the back straight, into the last 100 metres, and I think he's going to be a comfortable winner here.
He's looking pretty relaxed now. He's going to go to the line. I think he's even easing off a little bit.
Yeah, he looks like he's leaving a bit in the tank for tomorrow, which is good. He's had a quick look over, definitely pulled up, 2:16.39.
A finish here.
Oh
dear. I hope he's all right.
The CIS boy, young Oliver
Trowell.
Yeah.
So the officials have gone over and they're just shepherding the other boys away.
Right.
Hopefully he's all right.
And in third place was Callum Martin from Hunter, who ran a very good race. And we have our last runner coming in for the day, and that is Jet Hislop from Westport, North Coast.
No, I think...
oh, no, sorry, that might have been someone else.
I think Oliver might have just got there. Anyway, we'll leave that to the photo finish people now.
We will. And we once again thank you for your patronage today, viewers. We hope you have enjoyed the coverage. We have enjoyed being here and been trying to add a little bit of information for your benefit. We will see you tomorrow. Our first live stream starts at 8:30. Thank you and enjoy the night.
Would our manager from Northwest please come to the finish line? A manager from Northwest required at the finish line.